It's Brittany, bitch. What's going on, Conscious Crew? It is your favorite breakdown commentator, CTV. Welcome to another riveting episode of the Consciouztv platform. You already know what the hell we're here to get into. So before we even get into it, go ahead and thumbs up this video, because you know that it helps these YouTube CEO whores to do their damn job to give the king full free and necessary motherfucking promotion, girl. Okay, so thumbs up if you're new here. Go ahead and subscribe, because if I like it, you're gonna absolutely love it. Everybody need to make sure that they have their notification bell set to all, and if you don't mind taking it just a tad bit further, please go ahead and share this stream out wherever it is you have digital community. With no further ado, let's push the hell on through. Oh,
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Get top, honey. Let me go ahead and speak to my conscious crew members. What's going on, Gene? Hey, boo. What's going on, love? I pray I can stay. Really, Gene? You a day one, so honestly, you really ain't really miss nothing, really. It's just kind of, it's just residual, recycled stuff that already and always been, you know. So good thing for you, because you were day one, you know, you really ain't missing nothing, to be honest, boo. What's going on, Dortha? Hey, love. What's going on, Nameless? She shall remain. I know last night's live was off the goddamn Richter scale. It was Category 5 Hurricane Katrina, honey. It was a 9.9 earthquake on the Richter scale, child. It was tsunami 2.0. I mean, it was the damn apocalypse, honey. It was literally equivalent to the extinction of the goddamn dinosaurs, honey. But you know, we survived because we got Black Jesus in our life. What's going on, Joel Princess? Hey, boo. What's going on, Kiwana? Hey, Mary. What's going on, Ghetto Vehicle? Hey, oh Lord, it is, And shout out to TV for reaching his 1K, y'all. If you guys are not subscribed to my boy, to my mod, to my friend, TV, make sure to subscribe to him right here on these YouTube streets at TV and on that old nasty piece of Instagram, honey, okay? Gotta keep building and climbing and expounding and building, honey, okay? And we got to have each other's backs because if we ain't looking out for each other, who the hell else will? Okay, what's going on, Queen T? Hey, boo. What's going on, the Rike Garden? Hey, Romani. Oops, I'm up past my bedtime again, on period. What's going on? It's all hot air. Hey, Mr. and Mrs. Oz. Hey, boo. What's going on, Ice Latte? What's going on, Sunshine? Hey, Mimi Main. What's going on, Patrima? And let me tell y'all something, too. Like, I be shouting y'all out from my StreamYard chat. For some reason, everybody in the live who's commenting does not show up in the StreamYard. And I don't see everybody else until I catch the replay. And I can see, oh, my God, for some reason, their comments don't show up on StreamYard side of it. So if I never seem to call your name, it might be because I just can't see you from StreamYard. I would have to pull up the actual stream on YouTube to see you. I may start shouting y'all out from a separate device or pull up a separate page where I can pull up my actual stream and not watch it through StreamYard so I can see everybody accordingly, okay? What's going on, Corinthia Adams? Hey, boo, what's going on? Used to be the sweetest girl. What's going on? Hey, Juju, what's going on, Arlene? Hey, what's going on, Mrs. Williams? Hey, love. What's going on, King Mojo in the building? What's going on? What's going on, Stacy Bell? Hey, Life with FB. Hey, baby mother. What's going on, Evangelist Val? Hey, love. So, girl, before we get into it, how you doing, Reckless? Welcome to the platform, child. You missed 90% of last night's live.
Yeah.
You came in with a final word and, wrinkled everything out and, blessed everything with a little nasty piece of hoodoo oil, honey, and lit some righteous sage and cleared the air, cleared the atmosphere, made some,
Girl, to be complete, before I even say anything, what's going on, y'all? Thank you guys so very much. Thank you. What's going on, everybody? Hello, Conscious crew. So before I get started, what's going on, y'all? Welcome to the land of reckless logic. Please make sure you guys tap that like button, hit the subscribe button, and please smack the notification bell so do not miss any more posts from this ragged asshole right next to me. So with that being said, let's get straight into the mess because you already know what we're here to talk about. We're here to talk about last night. Now, I'm gonna say, even when I watched the playback, I was even liable to get cussed the flying fuck out. So that was the good Lord, the Holy Spirit, keeping me out of the mess. Because to be completely honest, in situations like that, I stay neutral. But however, if something is funny to me, I'm just may laugh. Now keep in mind, a lot of that stuff wasn't funny to me because I was like, damn, they really going at it. But some of the things I found funny. But of course, I gotta explain it, but I ain't feel like doing that. But however, with that being said, that was just the good Lord keeping me asleep for my own protection, okay? Because girl, it was a lot going on. But hey, y'all.
It was a whole lot. So for those of you who didn't catch the replay after the stream, girl. You got to see it for yourself. Make a long story short, Breaking the Culture of Silence and Knockout Media had it all the way out on the platform, honey. You know, it's been a trilogy, okay? It's been an unfolding drama. It came to a head last night. Both parties were at their wits' end and just, you know, went absolutely apeshit on each other, okay? Sometimes what I do when I know that the pot is boiling over, honey, and, you know, the water is running over all into the eyes of the stove and everything, sometimes instead of, you know, turning the temperature all the way down, I'll turn it to a simmer, because some things need to boil. Some things need to just come to a head, kind of like popping a pimple, you know. You let it build up, so that it can do all that it's going to do, and then, you know, you kaboom it. And sometimes kabooming actually releases all of that evil and vitriol and all of that darkness that's going to be used to really conspire in evil ways against each other. But if you exhaust a lot of that anger and exhaust a lot of that energy and really just commit to saying what the hell you want to say, uncensored, unadulterated, unfiltered, then it will keep further evil manifestations from unfolding, or at least slow them the hell down, because you would have already experienced some form of emotional gratification or some type of energetic transfer, okay? So it's kind of like choosing between the lesser of the two damn evils, okay? Like, you can either allow these two people to cuss each other clean the fuck out on the platform, or you can not giving them an outlet will make them go into things and create things that will just lead to more defamation and slander and unnecessary content being produced that's just going to be ongoing. So just letting the energies just match off and cancel each other out, you know, can sometimes keep future things from developing. So for those of you who are under last night's live's comment section asking, where is this tell-all? Breaking the Culture promised this video. She promised it by noon and all of this. Well, this may be why she did not produce that video that she spoke about last night. And I'm not complaining about her not producing it, because I didn't want her to produce it, just like I don't want Knockout doing any more commentary as well. So I'm happy that there's been no further manifestation after last night. And I hope that means that last night allowed both parties to reach down deep and pull it all up and out in a way that, you know what, all they can do now is go to damn bed and stay the hell away from each other and commit to a self-appointed injunction, okay? A self-induced gag order, okay? Because it ain't too much really else to really do, you know, when you have literally said every horrific, underhanded, disrespectful motherfucking thing you could say, okay? And both goddamn parties did just that, okay? So that may be why there is no so-called video. And to be honest, either party going forward, developing more content and attempting to quote-unquote expose each other, it's not going to really do either party no harm, because those who already support Breaking the Culture are going to, irregardless of anything that Knockout Media says or anything that he produces. And those who support Knockout Media are going to do so irregardless of anything that Breaking the Culture says or produces. That's why I asked them last night, after y'all say all this and y'all create these surviving series on each other and y'all R. Kelly and Bill Cosby the fuck out of each other, what's the ultimate end goal? Because I mean, that's it. I mean, all y'all can do is just keep talking against each other's names and dragging each other's reputations through and through and through. But it's not going to dissuade anybody, because the people who stick in beside both parties are going to do that irregardless, as they have been doing. So, that was that. Now, a lot of things happened. And one of those things is I noticed, and I have been noticing it, and we've been touching on it as we've been seeing it, but I want to have a full-on dialogue, and me and Rex is going to be dropping the link and everything as well, so that y'all chime in, because this really is a conversation that we're having with y'all. I noticed that there's a running theme when Knocc gets on the platform, and I find it interesting because it's not isolated to Knocc, because I see it in general. When Black men go to speak with any level of emotion, they are immediately reprimanded and policed and told to talk and be respectful and be calm and have decorum, while inadvertently allowing women to present however they will, whether they're hurt, whether they're angry, whether they're passionate. And I don't like that double standard. I think it's also dangerous. And I think that we don't realize how we're really reinforcing patriarchy when we police Black men's emotions, because we're participating in the same system that has socialized them to be sterile and emotionless to begin with. That emotionlessness is what ends up equating to a lot of depression that Black men suffer from, a lot of suffering in silence, okay? Not being comfortable, being vulnerable, etc. And I think that we're also doing the Ku Klux Klan's job by always equating Black men's passion, whether it's anger or whether it's whatever, to violence. And I know why we equate it to violence, because a lot of times, because of the way Black men have been socialized, right? It has stunted and handicapped Black men's emotional range. So what unfortunately becomes the end conclusion after that socialization is Black men operating in this emotional handicappedness results in them only having two emotions a lot of times, which is either happiness or anger, which results to violence. So we are accustomed to Black men not handling their emotions well. That's because they're not being raised and they're not being nurtured in a way that gives them access to the buffet of emotions that exists within all of us, irregardless of sex and gender. And because this behavior has not been checked, and because we don't understand the sociology that has led to Black men being emotionally handicapped, Black men have just navigated the world from either one of those emotions, anger or violence. As a result, all we've seen is Black men either be happy or violent. So when Black men become upset and Black men become passionate, we begin to project that violence that we are accustomed to on the Black man, even when he's not necessarily intending to be violent. So we got to correct that, and we have to be mindful of that. And my issue, particularly on this platform, is that, I'm going to show y'all. I'm actually going to show y'all. There was a comment that really inspired me to get up here and to kind of delve into this dialogue. And I want to pull it up and read it to you guys. As you guys are piling into the sanctuary. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up once again. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Where is her video? Hold on. Let me see. I'm trying to find this comment, because it's here somewhere. Conscious, he's really knockout. I see conflict won't resolve. Where's her video? CTV, where the video respectfully, and it's very about mama issues, and then it's damn our hearts about not me. She has to get it out. True or not? Okay, here it is. Okay, so this is from Saint Marquise, I believe. Okay. Sector News Confrontation. All right. Okay. All right, so here's the comment right here from Saint Marquise. It says, true or not, you as a knockout media need to control your emotions, bro. The disrespectful name calling is out of order, especially coming from a man towards a woman. Who bullied you, bro? It's uncalled for. If he called a transgender, he would have been out of there. Now, what's interesting about Saint Marquise is that you can tell that this is somebody who is not I love when people who are like, they part-time the platform, and they don't full the platform, and then they make comments acting like they know what they're talking about, because he would know that Knockout Media has had a few run-ins with some Black transgender women on this very platform, and he was not out of here. Both him and the trans woman endured until they decided they had enough of each other. Okay, because everybody knows that we welcome free for open and honest communication. We attempt to create a disclaimer to keep it respectful, but ultimately we like people to be true to themselves and to be honest, because that's the only way to get, to get to the nitty-gritty and get to the healing. You gotta be able to come to the table in order to eat from the table. There will, okay? And I love how this sentence here, true or not, you need to control your emotions, bro. This entire comment and this entire feedback was directed only to Knockout, but I wanna scoot here. Let's listen to this.
There's an echo.
I'm sorry, God. Praise God.
Hold on, let me turn off my surround sound. Hold on. All right.
That's respect for me.
Yes, grandmother.
You stand up here arguing with me.
Yes, Christian grandmother.
Do that.
Yes, ma'am. I know we can't argue with the church. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, grandmama. I'm sorry. I'm punch this nigga death. I'ma fuck him, and I'm gonna fuck him, and I'm gonna fuck him, and I'm gonna continue to fuck him. I said what I said. You disrespect my family, bitch. I'ma disrespect your family. I said what I said. You gotta continue. You disrespect my family, bitch. I'ma disrespect you. I said what I said. I put my pussy on the ground and I put it on the scale. You want to disrespect my family, bitch, I'ma disrespect yours. Y'all sound like some weak ass bitches that sit up there and literally take the men that disrespect the women.
Let me tell you something about my family.
I don't want to shit about your family. Men disrespect your family constantly because you're expecting me to expect disrespect from him. Shut the fuck up. I'm not accepting disrespect from nobody.
So ain't no nigga gonna disrespect me.
Brown skin.
Well, I want to say something real quick. You disrespected me for no reason. I was not coming up. You said
Fucking get on CTVs.
Knockout, you're a fucking liar. Shut the fuck up.
Okay, so yeah, keep cutting me off, you stupid ass bitch. Shut the
you little. I know. Get the fuck down. Get down. Crybaby.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, get down. I know. Well, then shut the fuck up and sit there and
yeah. And so what? What the fuck?
Bro, you gotta ignore this. Shit.
Come to New York and do what?
Making videos like, isn't it? It does.
Sure. Okay.
You want to disrespect Sunflower Bro, you gotta ignore this.
Said what the fuck I said, and that is the fucking end.
All right, no. Hey, no. Wait. Everybody, wait.
I'm not responding to you no more.
can everybody talk one at a goddamn time, please?
Knockout, shut the fuck up. Stop trying to dictate some shit. Stop trying to dictate some shit. You ain't running shit, bitch. You don't run shit with your fucking dogs at home.
Dog.
Shut the fuck up.
I cannot believe that you're fucking this
I
childish.
can't believe that you're this fucking childish. Shut the fuck up. I can't believe you're that fucking childish. I can't believe you're as childish as you thought you was gonna keep trolling me. Fucking
Bro, all you're gonna do is call the police. All you're gonna do is call the police.
Come do it. I'll sign a contract
All you're gonna do is
previously.
call the
Say I
police.
won't. I'll sign a contract previously.
Yeah, and then what? And then what?
Come. If I violate, you can sue me.
If you violate, you can sue me, nigga.
If I violate, you can sue me.
Are you saying you're gonna fucking fight me? Is that what you think? You think that's what's gonna happen?
I didn't say I was gonna do anything.
So you're gonna put your fiance up to lose his life or some shit? What are you doing?
Welcome you with open arms.
Channel just got 1,000 more subscribers. That dead ass channel is got.
Shut up.
You mizzle nose, crooked mouth.
I can't.
Sunflower, don't even say nothing else. Let's.
So this is the part I want y'all to listen to. Hold on. Keeping that comment in mind, right? Okay, let's listen.
Just stay the fuck out of it, bitch.
Stay you over here calling somebody a bitch. Bitch, I hate your fucking rainbow red, fucking yellow, green, orange,
you gonna pull up, bitch. You gonna pull the fuck up, bitch. I wish the fuck you would. Bitch, I wish the fuck you would. I wish the fuck you would.
Stupid.
I wish the fuck.
Can y'all hear that, Reckless? Can you hear that? Okay,
good. Shut up.
You mizzle nose, crooked mouth.
I can't.
Sunflower, don't even say nothing else. Let the dummies argue with themselves, Sunflower. Let the dummies argue with themselves.
I wish the fuck
Just
you
mute
would,
yourself, Sunflower.
bitch.
Let these dumbass niggas argue with themselves. Dumbass.
Drop your address.
I
If you
said
have a
the
problem,
fuck
drop
I
your
said.
address.
Sunflower,
This is
just
not
mute
between
yourself. Just
nobody
ignore
but
them.
Conscious
Let they dumbasses argue with each other.
Andrea. It don't got nothing to do with Sunflower. Get the fuck off, bitch.
Girl, cry yourself a fucking
with
river.
Knockout and Andrea. And don't challenge me, bitch, because I've been the fuck
You're mad at yourself.
I've been the fuck here, bitch.
You look dumb.
I've been here. Oh, yeah, your mama ugly, too. And your daddy got saggy drawers with dirty balls, bitch.
saggy draws with musty balls and saggy draws. So let's file back to the comment by St. Marquise. True or not, you need to control your emotions, Knockout. The disrespectful name calling is out of order, especially coming from a man towards a woman. Who bullied you, world? It's uncalled for. If he called a transgender, he would be out of here. I just find it funny how all these women were allowed to lose their entire motherfucking mind, drag each other's pussies, wounds, baby, reverse Roe versus Wade on each other, baby, open up the Planned Parenthood doors on each other, honey, pull up, threaten each other with ass kicking, bloody heels on each other's forehead, the whole goddamn nine, honey, come for each other's blood type, baby hairs, weave ancestors. And yet, the only person who needed to have any level of emotional coup was Knockout. The only person a lot of people focused upon was Knockout Media being emotional, as if not every person who hit the link, aside from me and Reckless, were absolutely committed from presenting from their emotions. And I just think that this is so wild. I really want to know why people believe that women should be the only people allowed to speak from their heart and to be present in their emotions, for better or for worse, and why men are policed like a motherfucker. I mean, this socialization is equivalent to corporate America workspace principles. Y'all might as well call yourself corporate America, baby, the way that y'all want black men to be in ties emotionally, the way y'all want them to have their belts, their pants hiked up and their shirt tucked in, baby. This is dangerous. And this is patriarchal as fuck. Now, there's a lot of things to critique on both ends, you know, low vibrating behavior, speaking from your ego, etc. But I'm simply talking about why black men are never allowed to speak from any other place but a presentable one and a professional one. And then at the same time, the community who wants black men to constantly present in this reptilian way complain about the reptilian emotionless, emotionally unavailable of black men. I'm just trying to say that we can't have it both damn ways. Okay? You can't complain about men being emotionally unavailable, but anytime they dare to show up emotional, they're called a bitch, they're called a sissy, they're called a punk, they're considered less than a man. And you're sitting right there on Master's porch doing all of his work for him. This is what Iyanla meant by the emasculating of the black man. Yes, you do. You demean him and you demasculate him. Yes, you do. Black men are allowed to pop their shit just like black women are allowed to pop their shit. Black men are allowed to travel the spectrum of emotions because God gave them just that, motherfucking emotions. If they mad, they motherfucking mad. That don't mean it's going to result in a goddamn atomic nuclear blast off. Okay? Now, we might historically or culturally be used to expecting the worst. When black men get in their fifis, it results in somebody getting a black eye. It results in some type of domestic violence. It results in some type of shootout. It results in some type of gang activity. But the only way to reverse that is by actually, especially if we can't save the boys that became the men of today, we can at least start with the boys, the young boys of today, our children. In order to stop what we have seen, because this is the catastrophe of socializing black men away from their divine feminine and away from their heart chakra, is we're going to have to stop all of that shit. If we can't save the boys who became the men of today, then we got to save the boys of today. We got to save our nephews. We've got to save our young sons. And we've got to remove all of this unconscious patriarchal socialization that we unknowingly, unconsciously participate in. When we constantly correct boys when they go to be in their feelings and to be in their heart. There is a healthy place for us in all of our emotions. And any of you who've ever been in therapy and counseling knows that a therapist invites you to the entire spectrum of emotions, because there's value and power and elevation, and there's information in all emotions, whether that's anger, whether that's sadness, whether that's grief, whether that's whatever it is, that there's data, there's information, there's perspective, there's healing in all of those emotions. And scapegoating away from them, suppressing them, chaining them up, swallowing them down, only causes us to act out in other mutated ways. Because what we hold down, we gonna put across the face. of our lovers. What we hold down, we gonna spray in the bodies of our fellow brothers. Because it's not natural to be separated and to not have access to our full emotional expression. It's not natural. We know that it's not natural because we can look at the state of Black men's community. We can look at the gun violence. We can look at the domestic violence. We can look at the way Black men terrorize each other to know that all of this projected homophobia and all of this fear of the feminization of Black men and the reinforcement of patriarchy has actually left Black men to be emotionally handicapped. And then when you're sitting in front of your man, wondering why you sitting here presenting in all your feelings about a choice he made, about another woman he had sex with, about some type of sin he done committed against you, and you're bawling and your lashes are falling off and you are fully in all your glorious emotional form, and he's sitting there with his head in the phone. And he's sitting here like, you know, I'm just gonna head on out. You're wondering why there is no lack of emotional receptivity, because all of that shit started from day one in a Black man's life. Black men are not allowed to be emotionally present and to cultivate and experience and express emotions without shame, without patriarchy doubling down, whether that's from other men or whether that's from women who reinforce patriarchy, while also introducing hypocrisy. You cannot use sissy and punk and weak and weaponize that against Black men, because it's literally emotionally manipulative as well.
Can I jump in for like 2.5 seconds? And also, you cannot do that in the face of queer men and then claim to be allies. And these are the dog whistles that we also hear when we also get into conversations talking about how Black women, since we're going to keep the context, melanated women also perpetuate homophobia and transphobia as well, too. That's it.
It's emotionally manipulative. Y'all use that y'all cannot fight against patriarchy and the way that impacts Black women and Black men, but then rely on patriarchy to control a Black man when he's in his emotional bag, or when you don't like, or because you don't like what he's saying, then you use his emotional tone as a way to not hear him and to deflect and to assault his manhood. Because see, everybody participates in this patriarchal shit because that's how second nature it is. That's why we call it socialization. It's deep in the underbelly of the way we navigate and the way we relate to one another. Sometimes we don't even realize that we're being toxic. We don't even realize that we are participating in our own oppression. We don't even realize when we're doing the mayonnaise folks' job. And so it's about mindfulness. Mindfulness. And that's why I always challenge y'all. Because Knocc and the way he presents, and it doesn't mean, well, we'll get to that. I always use Knocc and the way he presents as a way to challenge, because he's a perfect opportunity to also see how much space Black men don't have in the Black community to be fully themselves on every spectrum, whether that's intellectually, whether that's spiritually, or whether that's emotionally. Black women, when y'all get into this habit of weaponizing Black man's tone, when y'all get into this habit of relying on patriarchy to get the desired outcome you desire in the man that you are in confrontation or in conflict with, it's setting us all the way back. We're all going to have to give up these systems that we've used to navigate the world as it was, because we're now coming into understanding that the world and the society that we've created is deeply flawed, very Eurocentric, very oppressive, very patriarchal, very handicapped. And yes, there's also toxic femininity that upholds patriarchy and perpetuates it. It's a vibe, a toxic one. A lot of what's happening in the Black community has been trauma bonded. A lot of relationships are birthed out of trauma bonding. And sometimes as Black people, the only way we know how to get what we want out of other Black people is by being the white, is by being the master and the white man of the Black community. And that goes for both Black women and Black men. I want to drop the link, and I want to hear from y'all about the policing of Black men's emotion. We got to get to a point where we're not afraid of the feeling. We need to define people based upon what they do, not how they come off. This white patriarchal capitalistic system does the very same thing. And Black women know all too well what this feels like, because this is where the angry Black woman trope came from. It came from a white social construct that has policed the living shit out of. We give Black women full range in the Black community to be emotional, but Black women are not permitted and allowed to sound off in proximity to whiteness without getting the feedback of being the angry Black woman. And niggas have become toxic enough too to also double down on that toxicity and reinforce that when they can't control and don't like the way that Black women are coming across either. Both parties. Okay, I had to mute for a second, my bad. Oh, okay, we got some guests, girl. We got Miss Rock, Just Naya, Aya. Welcome to the platform, everybody.
Hello, hello.
Hey. I'm going to start off with D-Rock. Welcome to the platform, and what are your thoughts, sir? The police and the Black man's emotion.
I'm sorry, give me a second. I'm feeding my face right now. Hold on. Let me go to somebody else right now.
Okay, so while this bitch being Kim Burrell, I'm going to go on to Just Naya. Just Naya.
Hey.
Welcome, love. What are your thoughts about the policing of men's emotion?
Honestly, like, I missed that live, and just seeing the playback is really heartbreaking, because this is exactly what I said the last time when we did the panel. And I said, I felt as if that straight Black women were part of the problem, because you guys know I'm a queer, like I'm a lesbian. So it's like, to me, I noticed the toxicity, like if they know that you're part of that community, how they treat you differently. And it proved my point. That's all I have to say. Like, it just proved my point. Like, what was the point of all that? Just because someone had a different opinion and trying to look at it in a critical position, sometimes it's like they don't want to go in the critical thinking position. They always want it to be as the you stay as a victim. And I don't know why we want to stay as a victim all the time. Like, why can't you put yourself in a space where you could think both ways and play devil's advocate to get yourself out of the situation or whatever it is that you're in? I don't get that part. That's how I feel about it.
Great talking points. I love that, Just Naya. D-Rock, are you finished? D-Rock Burrell, are you still?
Yeah, I'm finished.
Okay, all right. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just I do apologize. I didn't catch the whole show. I'm just coming in on the tail end, but it goes into what I was literally just talking to somebody about this. Someone said in the comments toxic femininity. And that is a very real thing. Like I have a neighbor who has big toxic feminine energy, and she uses her sexual organ to step over people and get to where she is, and shows no emotion, is very cutthroat and ruthless.
Who are you talking about?
Oh, I'm talking. No, it's somebody I know personally,
Oh,
but
okay.
I was just using that as an example. But I've experienced like throughout my life, like having females, like if I showed, I've always been a very sensitive person naturally, even as a man, I was always that way. And I remember when I was in high school, and I came to my teacher. She was like the favorite teacher, everyone's favorite teacher, and I had showed some vulnerability to my teacher, and then I looked over and this girl, another black girl, she was sitting there, and she looked at me. To this day, I still see her face. This is more than 20 years later. And she looked at me. She just looked so appalled and disgusted. And it just, but I've experienced that, like, and I've seen other men experience that with other women. Well, even women, they'll say, man, toughen up. Like I'm the girl, I'm supposed to be the one showing emotion and sensitive. But yeah, there's definitely a policing, and of course, men. You got the alpha males. They'll shame other men who show any form of emotion or sensitivity. Like you're weak, you're a punk, you're a bitch. You this and that. You're a faggot. Oh, excuse me. I didn't. I know. Word. Yeah. But yeah, we get that, especially in the black community. We taught to be tough and hard. You got to be rough. That's for the white boys.
So let me ask you this question, D-Rock, as a melanated black man in the black community. So what did you do with your feelings then, as you were constantly policed and told to not have any or to tuck them away? What did that turn into as a result of attempting to suppress?
Turned into toxic masculinity, where I was always angry.
But you never committed emotional and physical violence upon other people in general as a result, right? Of that frustration?
Oh, yeah, yes, I did.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I did. Growing up, I was kind of a bully to my my siblings. Growing up.
Wow.
And
because that abnormality, like all abnormalities, they require healing. Healing sometimes, that sometimes when healing can't be obtained, we then strive for at least relief. And relief requires us to have an outlet, even if the outlet is unhealthy. Whether that's bullying other people, whether that's bullying our sibling, but relief requires outlet, and outlet can also end up being toxic.
Most definitely.
So you internalize your feelings that end up coming out in the form of acting out, which you did onto your siblings, but then when you became of age, because me and you are best friends, so and I know your story, but they don't. But as you grew up and became older, it then turned into toxic femininity because you no longer expressed outwardly your frustrations. You turned all of that violence inward, which resulted in extreme insecurity. It broke down your the healthiness of your mind, the healthiness of your heart. It destroyed your sense of self. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, I started when you talk about acting out, I acted out in a number of ways. It wasn't just one way. It's a number of ways, like in you know, especially in, you know, being a gay man, you know what you know, they say is typical in the gay lifestyle. You know, first of all, we're men, so we're like very like primitive, very sexually driven. And then you put gay on top of that, you got too many. It's not, so women are not in the picture, so you got men and men. So it's like, you know, it comes a thing like a promiscuity. You know, it's big in, you know, it's not just, of course, it's not just our community, but it's big in the
gay no, because hoeing is even more amplified in the heterosexual community. But yes, go ahead.
Yeah, but at least those of us who not healed, you know, and we kind of use it as self-medicating. But that's one thing that I did to an extreme degree, and it was really like, yeah, that was my emotional. That was when I felt like I was being emotional. That's the only time I felt like I could release, you know, get a release. So, and going back to the like the covert narcissism, I kind of developed a like a victimhood, like always in the self-pity, the woe is me, and this and that, you know, always depressed, always sad. You know, everybody saw it on me everywhere I went. Like, you're just always walking with your head down and this and that. And I didn't even realize it. But then the more I worked on self-development, self-help, got counseling and all of that, you know, you'll learn that when you're always depressed, when you're always sad, when you're always, you know, like you said, turn inward, that's a form of, you have anger in you. It's just when you don't express, you depress.
Amen.
It doesn't tell you. So, and I'm still working on that myself, but now I'm a lot more aware of it, so I can work on it.
Yeah, and that's why we call it toxic femininity and toxic masculinity. Toxic masculinity typically expresses itself. It requires external outlets to ventilate that anger, to ventilate that trauma, to ventilate loneliness, to ventilate whatever internalized frustration there is. There was a wonderful Black woman, I forgot her name, but she came up with a very interesting hypothesis about why domestic violence was so high in the Black community amongst cis hetero couples, and why the domestic violence statistics were more prevalent for Black men who, you know, were the perpetrators of that domestic violence rather than Black women. And she theorized something that I found to be very interesting. She said that because Black men are being emasculated within a mayonnaise oppressive system, but do not have the social or economical ability to liberate or defend themselves against that emasculating, that Black men then turn that retribution against their female counterparts. Because as we just spoke about, in your case, emotions require outlet. Now, we hope to have healthy spaces and outlets for our emotions, especially the ones on the lower range. But sometimes We don't have healthy outlets for our emotions. So it comes out in the form of that toxic masculinity. It comes out in the form of that shoot 'em up, bang, bang. It comes out in the form of domestic violence. It comes out in the form of sexual assault and abuse, etc. Toxic femininity is the inverse. It's turning the gun inward and internalizing everything, internalizing all of the mental and emotional garbage with no proper outlet, and having that corrode one's self-esteem, one's confidence, one's spirit, until there's essentially either nothing left altogether or a person is left to be a shell of themselves. Black men can participate in both toxic masculinity and toxic femininity, because not every toxic male has external low vibrating outlets for their lower emotions. Instead, like in your case, they internalize it in and they corrode from within. They perform and execute violence upon themselves, whether that's sexual, like in your case, you talked about heightened promiscuity as a result of needing relief for inner agony that you were experiencing. And people do seek sexual gratification in order to soothe themselves when there is a lot of emotional turmoil. People turn to all type of addictive practices, overeating, undereating, bulimia, overspending, are just emotionally, are just defensive in nature, shut down, become chronically depressed. A plethora, sometimes all of those things are utilized in coping mechanisms. And women can also exude not only toxic femininity, they can also exude toxic masculinity. Women can also turn to violence, turn to sexual assault, turn to verbal violence, or can sometimes go within and destroy themselves within as well. It just really depends on which toxic outlet comes natural to the personality of either the male or the female. But thank you for sharing that, D-Rock. And I want to get Aya in here. Welcome to the platform, love. What are your thoughts? Hold on, Jay Lethal! My friend! Oh my God, Jay Lethal has abandoned me, and as a result, I'm going to become a toxic male now. Okay? I'm going to blame you, Jay Lethal, for all of my toxicity because you have abandoned me. Okay? Nigga, where have you been? Y'all, me and Jay Lethal bonded. When you can argue with somebody and debate with somebody for 12 damn hours, baby, I'm sorry. That's a lifelong friendship, baby. I'm sorry. You fuck with me. You stuck with me now. You had me on this live stream for 12 hours. We argued from literal sundown to sun up again. Okay? And that has only been a one-time occurrence. That was a unique manifestation. Okay? So, Jay Lethal, don't make me be a toxic female and come after you and chain you up and duct tape and put you in the trunk, okay, and kidnap you. I'm a runaway slave, man. I was talking about you the other day on my show, and Polly was talking shit, knowing you too. What you were saying, I'm about to go over there. What you were saying, Jay Lethal. Jay Lethal, y'all, I love Jay Lethal. This is a wonderful brother. We don't agree on everything, but his spirit is everything. Please check out and subscribe to Jay Lethal over on YouTube. Dude, you need to hit me in the DMs. We got to catch up. Like, I need to know what's going on with you, where you at, how you doing, how you feeling. Is your cholesterol good? Did you got testicle cancer? Like, I need to know what's going on, okay? I need an update. You also, if you want to hit the link and join this conversation, you can. My mods are rotating the link. I think we got Storm in the building. Y'all better let me, period. Tell them, Storm. Because they do the same thing to Storm, baby. They be policing Storm's mannerisms, that toxic patriarchal shit. Don't even allow cis hetero men who do not show up conventionally to show up in any other way without being labeled as gay. Just because they ain't thugging it down and beating on their chest and being barbaric, just because they like they feet done like Storm and can bust splits like the city girls like Storm, that don't mean the man is gay, baby. Why a cis hetero man can't enjoy a nasty piece of split? Huh? Why he can't be all versatile in his legs and his waist in the bedroom? Y'all saw what Storm showed us. How he can get down, baby, and roll around in teens. Okay? Why that man can't be heterosexual? Why he can't be unconventional? Okay? Why? Y'all just need to stop being reductive like this. It's just pathetic and it's sad. Nah, I gave you credit and I told them to go check you. All right, hit me up, Jay Lethal. I'm gonna check out your video too. My God, today. All right, I'm sorry about that. Brief intermission. Aya, welcome to the platform. Love your thoughts on Black men and the Black community and this like dynamic of the sex.
Yeah. Hello there. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud, live, and in color.
Oh, all right. CTV, Conscious, I love you. I share your videos out all the time. To my sisters, I'm actually a spiritual practitioner.
Okay.
I was born a psychic, and so I can see like a lot of energies. And I actually live in New Orleans, and I do energy work for the community here. And you know, I do my spell work and stuff to help the community to bring more healing and love, because there is a lot of toxic masculinity and toxic femininity going on here in the Black community. So even though I am not Black myself, I'm Cuban and Puerto Rican, but I still help my people. Like, I consider these people my family. So I want to help them. Like, I want to help. The death and the violence here is off the charts. It's crazy. So I try my best to like bring in a loving energy here. And what I saw, a lot of stuff you're talking about is like on point. Because from what I am observing, from my perspective, is that a lot of men are not able to express their emotions. So they bring it out through violence. And like spirit will give me a word, and I'll be out here with these men, and I will be giving them a word from spirit. You know, your ancestors talking or whatever, because I can see these spirits, I can feel them, I can channel them, and I bring the messages through to help heal. So what you're saying, everything you're saying, and the toxic femininity, and women don't need to act like men. We don't need to prove ourselves as a masculine energy. Yes, everybody has both in them, but you don't need to like go extra hard being masculine. You're feminine. Sit in your femininity. Says you are beautiful the way you are, bro. Like when I look at my men, I'm like, you are beautiful the way you are. It's just like there needs to be a conversation around this, and from my perspective, people need to just come together and talk it out, not argue, but really talk it out and heal. And I just want to bring in some healing energy to all of that. That's my perspective on it.
So let me say this. Because what's going to happen to assist, especially Black men, is the Black community is going to have to get over its homophobia. It's going to have to get over its misogyny and patriarchy, because seeing emotion on Black men should not. I mean, well, it
shouldn't bother. Honestly, it shouldn't bother anyone.
I don't have
it doesn't bother me.
Labeled as effeminate, but we need to get rid, because see, like that's that reinforcement of patriarchy, like because this same patriarchal construct finds women to be broken in that way under the same principles. Like
absolutely,
this patriarchal system throws and disposes women and looks at women as the weaker sex because of their emotional capacity.
Yep.
So when women's community participate in that against Black men and weaponize Black men's emotions when they do have the gall and the courage to show anything other than a fist or a smile, if they have any other range, then I just want women to know, like, you are doubling down on patriarchy, and
I agree.
I know that we've all internalized this, and it's almost second nature to us.
It's a disease. How I see it, it's a disease. It's a sickness. This is not who you really are. You're not that. You were never born that way. When you were born, you operated in love, and you were honest with how you felt. But because of society and because of the world, a lot of people foregone or left off. They just left their love behind, try to hide it inside themselves. Spread your love. Be loving. Like, that's how I feel. Like, be more loving to each other and let people speak, because this is a big fucking problem. I'm my bad. I'm not trying to curse on your platform, baby. I know.
This is a cursing ministry, baby. This is a cursing ministry, honey.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't trying to do too much because I'm trying to be as respectful as possible.
No, you good.
I'm very passionate about this topic, and I've seen so much that I'm like, this has to end. And listen, by hook or crook, whatever motherfucking spell I gotta do, I'm gonna do whatever I have to do, whatever energy work, whatever I have to do to end this. It's going to end.
Bones, baby.
We're gonna love each other. Yeah. If I have to give up my life for this, I will. Yeah. I'm very passionate about this. And I want to see my brothers and my sisters coming together in love and like understanding each other once again and loving each other once again, because I'm tired of it. I'm tired of the toxic femininity and the toxic masculinity. Sis, you are not a Karen. Please stop acting like a Karen. Stop calling the police on these men just because they're expressing their emotions. Can we normalize not calling the police because he's being aggressive, because that's the only way he knows to express himself? Let's normalize that. I'm not calling the police on nobody. I'm gonna call my brothers up the street, but I'm not calling the police, because we're gonna take care of this in the community with the community.
Yeah.
We need more community and more love. And I'm really scared for these generations that are coming up, because these generations are toe up from the flow up. They are terrible. And CTV, what you're doing, you are spreading such a message and love and bliss, and like, you're doing it. I listen to you every time you go live. My notifications are on, baby. Even if you're not live, I check.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'm saying no, and I spread your message around because you are speaking so much truth, and you are really giving people what they need. Like, you are giving them the medicine, right?
Yeah.
We done diagnosed the disease. Love is the medicine, and you are giving that. And I love you so much.
Yeah, no,
I love you. Appreciate you.
And I love all of your support, and I love your message about love, because it is what we need in order to reverse a lot of this socialization. We're going to have to literally disintegrate and revisit our ideas around gender and sex.
I agree with that.
And even on a spiritual level, because I was saying this in a transgender oriented video, that the trans phenomenon in this country is actually a spiritual one.
Wait, can I interject? I told people, I said, y'all are toe up, because these transgenders and these gay men are gatekeepers. Because I'm seeing y'all, and I'm seeing your aura and your energy. Y'all are powerful. You are gatekeepers to certain information and wisdom, because you embody the masculine and the feminine, and we need to stop thinking that that's a bad thing. I love y'all. Because I've been saying it, and even my supporters on my platform, they're like, sis, you tripping. I don't care if I'm tripping. If you think I'm tripping, because I know I'm not tripping, because I see with the eyes of spirit. I see with the eyes of spirit. I'm not human at all. But my body might be physical, but my spirit ain't.
Yes.
So when years ago, I was seeing all these, and it's funny because in my actual family, all of our ancestors and all of our cousins and stuff that came up gay or whatever, nobody judged them. We just let them live their life and love them the same. And I think we need more of that around the world. Y'all are powerful beings, and you came here for a mission to change things, and y'all are changing it. You're doing it. You're fucking doing it, and I love you. And I am so like, I mean, I won't probably come up often, but I just came up to like give my word, and you are amazing.
Thank you for that, Aya. And you are amazing too, because you out here doing the work, and that's just what we need. We need folks out here doing the work, pushing the pavement, who is counteracting this movement. And what I was going to go into with speaking about the transgender phenomenon is the fact that the trans phenomenon in the West is literally causing us to revisit our ideas around sex and gender, but that doesn't just impact the trans community. That actually,
I agree,
go into that and do the work to understand that and to understand that gender is a social construct. Then we can revisit the entire intellect around gender roles and gender, because I find it interesting how we have like TD Jakes who will push a patriarchal message like, oh, this society is socializing women to be men. And then on the opposite, we have
Spirit told me everything's getting exposed, period. Everybody's getting exposed. Everything's getting exposed. The truth gonna be the truth. So you better say that.
We are dawning upon the age of Aquarius, and age of Aquarius is all about exposing. It's all about the dismantling of social constructs. It's all about revisiting the ideas of societies, and that's why we're seeing a lot of this social upheaval. Whether it's the Black Lives Matter movement, whether it's the LGBT movement, whether it's the women's equality movement, whether it's the exposing of entertainers, whether it's the exposing of religion, whether it's like we're seeing the whole roof be peeled back. But that's what the entire age is
that's all of it. It's about truth. And I want to give a shout out to Storm, because I actually found you through Storm. I was watching Storm's platform, and both of you are just amazing men, and you guys are doing your thing out here, and I am just
okay. But hey, did you not see how Storm allowed me to be dragged on his platform the last time he had me?
I was just about to say
I wanted you to clap back.
I saw that. I felt a type of way, so I'm glad Storm is up because he gonna talk about it.
I was about to Kaya his ass. I was about to throw the laptop off the desk and walk on out and get my purse and leave him right here.
You better say that, because we're gonna clear it up today.
We're gonna clear it up today.
We're all family. No, I saw it. I love both of you, but we gon' I saw it. No, listen. What I say, look, I'm from New York, even though I live in the South now, but the South is messy as hell. Y'all are messy. The South is messy, so we gonna be messy, but we gonna be messy to get righteous. Okay.
I was just about to say, no shade, Storm, but your audience,
they did too much. But it means you gotta switch up. You gotta switch up your message in your audience.
Exactly.
That's all it means.
Storm was actually doing the work, because the whole reason he wanted to bring me on there is because of his audience.
Yes, that was the point.
Listen, people better not be doing too much out here, because baby, I go to the graveyard to do my work.
So
we're gonna get it together, and I deal with Baron Samdi and Aloha.
Okay, but don't put it out just yet. Just hold on.
I'm not gonna do it. No, but if the spirits talk, baby, I'm gonna do the work. But I'm not gonna hurt Storm, because Storm really is doing his thing, and I want y'all to come together and talk.
Great man who can do splits, baby.
Yes,
I need some spell work done.
Yes. Because you just email me, baby. I'm here. Email me, baby. I'm here.
Okay.
My YouTube is The Zero Manifested.
Oh, you are The Zero Manifested in the chat.
Yes, okay, where I'm always in the chat. You see me. I told you I really support you, and I'm here.
Yes.
Every live, I'm here.
Yes. Okay, The Zero Manifested on YouTube, you guys.
The Zero Manifested. I do have videos up. I do give daily. Today, Spirit didn't want me to give the messages. I had a client early in the morning, so I was busy with sis and giving her the messages to get her right. So I couldn't do my daily vibes and giving, my tarot card readings and stuff. But I like to give the energy to people so they know what they're dealing with. You got to know what's going on before you exit the door, because otherwise you're gonna get washed up, and you're gonna be you're gonna get washed up in the waves of everything that's going on around you and wondering, why is this happening to me? Because you're not operating correctly with spirit.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you for that message. I appreciate.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop down. I love you.
Well,
I'm gonna stay
I love
here
you
though.
as well, and y'all make sure to subscribe to Aya. Her YouTube channel is the Zero Manifest. She be in the chat, so just click
all the time.
Click her avatar.
I love you guys. I love you all so much. Wait, let me just send love. I'm gonna send all the love from the Great Mother to all of you, because I deal with the Great Mother. That's my head deity. So who I deal when I deal with spirit, I deal with the Great Mother. I don't deal with nothing else really. Everything else is minor compared to her. Period. That's who I deal with. But see, people talk about they talking to the spirits, but they don't say what spirits they talking to. Right. I'm gonna tell you who I'm talking to because I'm transparent. So that's who I deal with. Yep, I deal with the Great Mother. And I love you, CTV. And I want to see nothing but, oh gosh, I hope one day we can meet. just to meet.
Witchcraft around, honey.
Just to meet up. Oh, baby, all I want to do is pour a shot of tequila or some liquor in your mouth, baby. I don't want to do the bitch ass other thing. Okay. Okay. I love you, baby.
All right,
I love you. All right. I'm gonna leave. I love you guys.
Okay, but that was the Zero Manifest. Everyone, please subscribe to her on YouTube. Spiritual, she deals with Spirit Mother, honey. Jay Lethal, your device won't connect for some reason. I see you backstage, but StreamYard won't let me bring you up. I don't know if it's a setting or something, but it's saying your device won't connect. And I know it works because you be on your damn platform and Patreon like a motherfucker. So, but it's saying it won't connect. Storm, welcome to the platform, Split Master.
You know what? Why I gotta be the split master, Conscious?
I'm pushing on through the buckhead because Storm won't give me a tutorial, honey. I can't even do all of that. I can't even utilize my lower body like that. What's going on, man?
Listen, you just gotta stretch it out and you just gotta pull and then bow. Just hit that shit.
Who taught you how to split and shit? Like why? Like were you a cheerleader in college?
No. You know what? You motherfucker. No, actually, my trainer taught me, like, cause he can put his feet like behind his head. So yeah.
Oh wow, yes, cause you got a personal trainer and they do make you stretch all of the muscles.
I mean, all of them. I was so tight, Conscious, just so tight.
Oh, I can imagine. But now you're open. You're real open stuff. So, what do you think about the topic of Black men and emotions and masculinity and all of this shit? Like,
I mean, from a very young age, like Black men, we don't, or even as Black boys, you're not allowed to show emotion. So, the shit you swallow that shit, and then it just manifests in usually negative ways, as the boy grows into a man, so to speak. But I think, like, one of the biggest issues is with communication and having conversations. People don't know how to have a conversation. Like, people listen to respond, they don't listen to understand. So
get into it.
That's the biggest thing. I mean, and I will say a lot of times women will be like, "Oh man, speak your mind," and then when men do, they don't like how we said it. They don't like the tone. Oh, you took it too far. You didn't have to say it like that. And then it's just like, well, fuck it. I ain't gonna say nothing if I can't say it right.
Oh God. So because sometimes healthy masculinity, divine masculinity, does come into contact with toxic femininity, and because toxic femininity don't know that it's toxic, it be thinking that divine feminine is being abusive and being cold and being shallow. And this to me is about like the balance of the masculine and feminine realm is interesting, because like the reason why women require men is because men know how to exist outside of themselves Like, I believe that this is what the subconscious attraction between the hetero sexes are. Like, women in general are more oriented toward their emotions and internalizing and going within and being within and dealing with their inner conversations and inner dialogue. Sometimes when femininity gets too toxic, it doesn't know how to create proper voice to what's within, or it gets stuck within. So women naturally gravitate toward men because men kind of represent the extroverted side of the coin. Women will represent the introverted, men will represent the extroverted. So women naturally gravitate toward men to call them out of that depth, to call them out of all of that inner language, to call them out of the internalization of their problems. Somebody almost like to say, wake up, like, bitch, wake up. Like, that's what the subconscious attraction is. And men are subconsciously attracted to women for the same thing, just beyond physical and all of that surface shit. But men are attracted to the divine other half of themselves. They are attracted to women because they also require soothing. They require emotional stillness, emotional language. They require access to the inner self as well. And being connected to a woman provides or mirrors back that softness that men also need. Men may not admit to it, but their attraction to women totally reveals that. And I, when I listen to a lot of heterosexual couples and I hear a man talk about how his woman can talk him out of his anger, how his woman can soothe him and talk him out of his aggression and out of his testosterone, what she's really mirroring back to him is his own capacity for his feminine self. She creates the opportunity for him to exist in himself in a different way that testosterone would inform him, and vice versa. Men allow women to exist in a different way than what their estrogen would inform them to. And I always say this before I shut the fuck up, that this balance is very interesting to me because, like, when you get like a very emotional girl who's very sensitive and she's easily offended and she's like very insecure and subconscious, I always say she needs to be around her brothers. She needs to be around more boys. She needs to be around men. She needs to have the opportunity to exist outside of all of that. And being around boys who it comes easy for them to not give a fuck. It comes easy for them to give up on self-image. It's easy for men to do that. That's why men can walk out of the house looking any type of way they want to. They're not concerned with a lot of things that feminine would be concerned with. And so women have an opportunity to escape all of that toxicity by being around more men. And I always say the same thing about young boys. If you have a young boy who is very rough-handed, he's very like heavy-handed, he don't know how to really take care of shit, always breaking shit, very physical. He needs to be around more women. Women can soften him up, can teach him to be present and careful, mindful in ways that don't generally come natural for men, but do for women. Because once again, all the sexes, both masculine and feminine, they're meant to be in union. Now, I want to ask you this question, Storm. So, because you are an interesting cis hetero man on these streets, because you have to deal with a lot of gay conspiracy and queer rumoring, and
so much rumor, so many rumors. I mean, these people are so far in my ass. They done gave me colon exams. They know what I ate. They know my blood type. All that shit.
Come on, douche.
But particularly around sexuality is interesting to me because I don't know if you recall Ray J speaking up. Well, when he had but when he had big up the LGBT community during Gay Pride Month, and then Prince from Love and Hip Hop Hollywood had chimed in and was like, "Fuck everybody," because the community always policing fucking Black men. Like, y'all will praise the LGBT community, but because I'm pretty or because I'm non-aggressive as a man, y'all always labeling me as gay, and on the down low, if I happen to have a friend who's gay, like Bobby from Love and Hip Hop Hollywood, y'all want to say that I'm gay, that I can't do shit as a cis hetero man who shows up in a non-conventional way without constantly having my orientation fucking police because I don't operate in the weird ass one-dimensional way that y'all are used to socializing black men to act like. And when I heard him like just let up, because I appreciated Prince saying all of that, because I always say that homophobia doesn't just impact queer men, it also stifles self-expression and the creative right to autonomy of cis hetero black men too. That black men also get locked in to this one-dimensionalness because of patriarchy and homophobia. But I couldn't help but think about you when I heard Prince sounding off, because I'm like, they do the same thing to Storm, because Storm is not out here beating on his damn chest and trying to, and he doesn't present in some over mask. And I don't even see you as feminine. I just see you as like a normal masculine, like when I think of normal masculinity, I think of you, because I've seen normal masculinity and then I've seen performative masculinity, which is what I call toxic masculinity or thugging masculinity. But you, to me, just come off as just a normal masculinity. It's not overperforming. It's not. It doesn't yield to this deep voice, hypersexual self. Like, you're just a man, and
I'm just chilling. I just be chilling.
And you also seem to be comfortable with both your feminine and your masculine side.
Yeah, absolutely, because I'm gonna do me. So yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate, but I guess I'm more of like a pessimist about it. I don't really know if there's anything we can do to change it. I'm gonna be honest, because I think we're living in times where like black women feel very distrustful of black men. And I'm not saying they don't have a reason to, like I get it. But, you know, I'll ask them like, okay, what does it mean? Like my sexuality, like, why do you care? And I'll always get, oh, well, you owe it to us to tell us, you can't be lying to us. And then I go, well, you know, I'm never going to have sex with you. Like, I hate to break it to you.
Exactly.
We're never going to meet in real life. I mean, we might. I mean, but you're going to pay me like you paid Chris Brown for him to bring you over. I need to agree. But we're never going to have sex, ever. I'm never going to eat your coochie. I'm never going to spread your cheeks and spit in your butt. I'm never going to mount you. I'm never going to cream pie you or glaze your face. I'm never going to have you suck me off and then we tongue kiss like I like. It's not going to happen.
Are you trying to turn people on?
You know what I mean? Like I'm sorry. I'm not going to take you out to dinner and then a movie and then bring you back to my luxury apartment and make love to you while R&B plays in the background. It's not going to happen.
Are you going to be playing R. Kelly in the background?
Oh, shit. R. Kelly set it off. Let's keep it real. I'm going to be playing whatever. You want some Derek Cox? You want Guy? Like, what do you want?
I love that you just said all the freaky Canterbury's X-rated sex toy shit that you just said, because this is what I want Black women to realize, is that it's okay to give up on men who act hard, because the men who act normal and or the straight men who also are feminine and or the straight men who are just normally and naturally masculine, they're gonna fuck you like a toxic nigga. So you're gonna still get that toxicity. Don't worry about it. You're gonna still get the spit in your butt and the choke and the slapping and the weed pulling you need and the doggy style and the spit in your mouth. You're gonna still get all of that, even when it's going. So don't think that you're gonna be with a man who got just as much feminine energy as you, and therefore it's gonna feel like a lesbian relationship, because even a man who is in touch with his feminine side and who is not overperforming masculinity is still gonna fuck the living dog shit out of you.
I can fuck this shit out of you. Let's be clear about that. And I can go for hours. I can fuck the dog shit out of you.
And I don't know if y'all have seen Storm's Twitter page.
you know
but
what?
He shows you what he gonna fuck the dog shit out of you with.
I mean, I can't. I'm just keeping it real. I can't.
Yeah,
If you want to do more freaky
keep the show
shit,
going. Let's keep moving. Let's keep it moving.
I'm just saying. You want to do more freaky shit? We can pee on each other. I mean, we can go there.
Baby,
I'm not no tree.
I am officially cataloging Storm as a high value man. We gotta protect him. Storm Monroe, y'all. From this day, he's a witness protection, bitch. We got to protect Storm, honey. Okay, this is the new black man, ladies. Get with it. We getting rid of all that thugging. We getting rid of all that Ike Tina shit. Okay, long as Ike and Ike be down in the bedroom. Okay, that's all that matters. Okay, he's gonna be a real man in every other place, and you're gonna still be able to get your toxic masculine rocks off with a real man in the bedroom. Okay, I just want to let women know that it's you're missing out, because they think that men like you, normal masculine men, are just, first of all, they internalize it as feminine, and then they think that it's all feminine, and it's not.
No, I will fuck you.
And here's my issue, Storm. here's my issue to the panel.
And we can do it in front of your friends. I like fucking in front of people anyway. So what's up?
I'm gonna help Storm create an OnlyFans. Don't worry, y'all. Okay. And then we're gonna be able to have those late night X-rated conversations over there on the Storm's OnlyFans. Okay.
What Conscious tell y'all? Let Storm do all the interracial orgies that he wants.
Okay. Now we don't know about those. Okay. Now.
I ain't done that. Not interracial, but you get my point.
Let me not say what I was gonna say, because we got a good thing going. But my issue here is like, it's the hypocrisy, because black men will call black women masculine until they lose their damn jobs, and they need that goddamn woman to tap into her damn masculinity and get a damn job in place. They like to call black women masculine, but some of them literally only go for women who already have accomplished something for themselves. You pull up to her house and she already got the house and got the car. It's the selective like weaponizing of this gender shit. Like, because it's not really about the gender shit. It's really about the fact that, I mean, we know that the underbelly of it is control.
Yep.
Control. It's okay for a woman to be doing well, but not so well, in the words of TD Jakes, that it doesn't leave opportunity and leave a purpose for the man. So be doing good, but don't do good a damn enough.
I mean, because most men want to feel needed. They want to feel like, oh, you're relying on me. But then I kind of think about that like, okay, so basically you want it to where you can treat her any kind of way and she ain't got no fucking options.
Yes, come on, Kevin Samuels. No, but it's kind of like what I've been saying before, is that like everybody wants to. Now I'm just gonna make this a general thing, because not only do men drink from the fountain of gender roles and toxic masculinity and hyper and patriarchy, women do too. So the thing is this, is that it's funny to me, it's very interesting how a lot of times too, everybody wants to be traditional until the bill comes. Everybody wants to be traditional until it's time to talk about who's going to pay what's going to happen here. Everybody wants to be progressive to a certain extent until I guess that old philosophy starts to kick in when it comes down to wedding day. As in, you want to be progressive until it's your turn to be on one knee. And I'm talking to you women. And it's like you want to be traditional men until the bill comes in front of you. So it's a lot of BS. It's a lot of, we have to rethink a lot of things, and we also have to be able to get rid of all this stupid shit. It doesn't fucking make sense. And like I said before, once again, none of this shit don't make no damn sense. Stop relying on a nigga, and keep in mind I'm about to talk real ignorant. Stop relying on a nigga to pay your bills, help provide. You are grown and you can take care of your motherfucking self. And another thing, men, stop relying on a bitch to fucking fold your clothes or take care of your kids. Both of y'all had the children. Both of y'all need to take care of them. As simple as that. Like, stop relying on the next person.
So something that I always think that is always missing from these type of conversations is we don't really do the work to get to the bottom line of what partnership means beyond people performing acts. Like, because honestly, when I think about relationships, I don't even think about what my partner can provide for me. I think about the emotional and spiritual aspect of the union. I don't like the money and the job and all of that shit is kind of really secondary for me. And I'm sick of the conversations around relationships and marriage just being reduced to what people do. Like, it's literally, I don't even understand how we can even talk about love, but then literally reduce the conversations to who has a job, who has what, and to Kimberell's point, what his credit score is, what he driving, what he living, to this high valued shit. It's a lot. For you, Storm, as a heterosexual man, like, I think somebody asked you one time before if you are afraid of are you intimidated by a established woman? And I think you said no.
No, absolutely not.
Can you tell me why you're not intimidated by an established woman?
Well, first, I'm established myself, so I mean, you can't be intimidated by someone you're doing the same thing. Number one, and number two, like, that shit low key sexy. You got your shit together, like, that's sexy, but that's me. I like that shit. Like, I'm not saying I'm looking for you to make a lot of money, but for you to have yourself together and be sure of yourself and I like women that are logical. Like, that shit is just awesome.
So you wouldn't have a woman you wouldn't have a problem or feel any kind of way about yourself if you had a woman who was making more than you and who could provide more physical means than you.
No, because I can provide for my own physical means.
Okay, so your confidence in yourself as a man is not really predicated upon somebody having more than you. It's just really predicated upon your ability to create the life you see for yourself, regardless of who has more or less.
Exactly. I'll put it to you guys like this. Like, I did an interview with a certain business person. Y'all know who it is. She owns like a holistic, like, healthcare for women website or whatever. Anyway, I remember, like, we were sitting down and I seen her PayPal account, and that bitch had $10 million in his PayPal account.
Wifey.
And she looked at me and she said, to talk to me, you got to be a millionaire. I didn't get intimidated about that. You know what I did when I went to my counselor? I was like, I got to figure out how to make some more money. Like, that shit motivated me. I'm like, wait a minute. Like, she getting it. So that might have intimidated some dude. Shit, I'm going to step up to the task.
So let me put a pin like right there, because it might start off as that for a lot of men too. It starts off as maybe a healthy motivation. Like, okay, if my girl made more money than me, I'm going to strive to make more money than her. But then in the happenstance that he don't end up being able to make more than her, does that then turn into insecurity? Would you then become insecure if you were never able to level up close to that?
No, shit. I'll be like, well, damn, I gave it a try. But but here's the thing: if you do your best to level up, even if you don't hit your goal, you gonna come close.
But okay, but paint the picture for me, Storm. Like, because I want you and Jelito to speak to this as men. What does it look like? Like, because there are people who have the idea that whoever holds the money has the power. First of all, Jelito, are you there?
I'm here, brother.
Welcome to the platform, brother man. And I do want your initial comments on emotionality and black men, but and we're gonna return to that. But real quick about this dynamic of black women and black men. Do either you or Storm adhere to the principle that whoever makes more of the money holds the power? Do either one of y'all agree to that?
Not necessarily, no.
And you, Jelly?
No, I can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I don't necessarily think that's the case. I think it's just more of an understanding between those two particular people. You know what I mean? Like, I think that just comes down to the individual two people's understanding in their relationship.
Okay. So with everything yes. So with everything that I just asked Storm, so okay, well then, so you then are not also intimidated by an established woman?
Well, that's kind of a loaded question because, like I said, it does depend on the particular relationship, but there is context there. And if we're talking about, I always like to speak about black relationships. So, if I mention something black, nobody please don't trip out. But it's the fact that black relationships,
yes.
yeah, black relationships have a different element, particularly when it comes to finances. So yes, there could be a problem if the woman is outperforming the man. That could bring a lot of different issues, and that we can't just ignore that. You know what I mean?
Okay, so with that being said, why are those issues real though? Like, because all issues that become issues are not actually like issues of substance. They're like projections. They're out of insecurity.
Well,
out of a lot of things.
Well, no, I mean the issues are real. I mean, bills are real. Providing for kids is real. These things. If I were to just give an example, like let's just say a woman and a man have a kid, and the woman makes more than the man, or the man is having even trouble finding a job. Let's just say after COVID-19 or whatever, he's having trouble finding a job, whatever the case, and the woman is more established than him. What can happen is the dynamic of the relationship could change because whether consciously or subconsciously, the woman feels like she's pulling all of the weight now because she's the one providing financially. And what society has told us is the one who, I mean, shit, look at our parents. Our parents are the ones who did it when we were younger. They said, hey, I'm paying all the bills here. You can't slam that door. You can't talk back to me because I'm paying the bills here. So that dynamic is that dynamic is very real in any household, much less a relationship where two people are seen on an eye-to-eye level.
But that's what I mean by the difference between like an issue of substance and then the self-perceived issues that come out of like the way we've been socialized, the shit that leads us to thinking shit is wrong when nothing is wrong. In fact, it's just, to your point, the way we've been taught is only what makes it wrong. It's not even that it has to be a problem, but it becomes a problem because we were taught to see this particular version of things as problematic, and really because it goes against the patriarchal gender role dynamic that women are not supposed to be the one pulling the manual labor. She's supposed to be the one pulling the domestic labor while the man is out actually working and slaving on a 9-to-5 and a so-called man. Now, but so then what do you think about men who feel, because I hear a lot of high-powered Black women talk about the dating pool getting very tiny from the top. Like that the more that a Black woman becomes and the more that she can do and the more that she has for herself, that a lot of Black women who are very successful end up really contemplating if they're going to spend the rest of their life alone, because
I got my own theories on that, and
you got Cynthia G theories.
They fight me with it every time, and I
so what's your theory
keep
on
telling
that?
them, open up your options. Why you gotta have a Black man? Why? Why does it matter? Find love where you find it.
Is that the only theory you got?
Listen, by pure statistics, as a black person, the higher you go up, it's gonna be less and less of us, so to speak, anyway. So fine, look, if you gotta go overseas and get a black person overseas, do that. If you gotta, if Brad in accounting likes you, go out with that Brad. Go out with him. Why not?
Storm. There's a few issues. There is a few issues with that. Because of different systems like racism, for example, does exist. One of the issues that I normally hear when it comes down to interracially dating is that they don't understand the nuances of the microaggressive racist behavior that gets displayed on a regular, especially when it comes down to, let's just say, for example, corporate. Because of the simple fact of, as long as they're not calling you nappy-headed, monkey, niggers, anything like that, they probably won't even notice it. So it takes a long, extensive period of time to be able to really break it down, and that can be exhausting, especially when you literally came from work, 8 hours dealing with the BS, and then on top of that, you have to spend an extra 4 hours trying to explain to your spouse why the other side was in the wrong, especially when it's like a gaslighting situation. And then
Fair enough.
And then on top of that, you also have situations where even if you date somebody and that's considered white or whatever, then you also have to deal with their families that may also participate in racism. And then you also have to deal with your spouse can be very selective about you, as in, I will date a black man, quote unquote. If it's a white girl, I can date a black man, but however, I can still uphold and uplift racist ideologies. So
it's a lot that comes with
that. It's a lot that comes with it. That's
it's fetishizing that can happen in interracial relationships. It's also the subconscious. Well, so taking it back just a little bit. Of course, black women just hauling ass and divesting is like a remedy, but it's not like a cure to the real issue, because I've heard black women. So there's not a lot of black men on their level, for one. So they're hardly an option because it ain't. So that's just that. But then I've heard black women say, well, I've tried to date down. The issue with dating down is that because of the socialization, because of all the shit that sits on top of the black man that keeps him from excelling and self-actualizing to his highest, most black men then are insecure as a result of being with an established woman, and that then begins to show up in the relationship. So, and then a black woman, for a lot of reasons, like Logic said, would not even want to date outside, because a lot of people want to date someone who they can relate to, somebody who understands what it took and what it even means for them to even be where they are. Somebody who, like Reckless says, can share cultural similarities. Like, all those things are important to black women too. And some black women would feel completely foreign outside of their culture.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
What do you I think I know the answer, but just for clarification, what is the phrase dating down mean?
It means that if I'm a high value badass bitch and I did a broke ass nigga who works at Walmart.
Oh my God.
Okay, now wait, hold on. Let's keep it cool. Because you know I'm the wild card, Conscious.
Yeah, you know I am.
I feel it coming.
So let's just flip it on its head. Just for I can't read the comments right now, but let's just keep it cool, guys. So what happens when we flip the scenario? Why don't we hear men who make an exorbitant amount of money or just more money than the woman? How come you never hear men calling it dating down? Why don't we hear men? That sounds almost like a patriarchal concept, if you will, that a woman is calling it dating down. So go ahead, please. Someone speak to me.
So yes, that is, and that that also goes to what I said earlier. Not only do men drink from toxic patriarchy, hypermasculinity, and etc., women do too. But however, the thing is the reason why we don't hear men when it comes down to dating down, as in socially, economically, as in monetary, financial gain, only because women have been socialized to look at men for their money. Men have been socialized to look at women for their beauty. So it's going to be two different exchanges.
Fair enough. So then can we say then that it's, for lack of a better term, wrong for a woman to even use the term or abide by the ideology that you're dating down simply because the man makes less than you? Isn't that quote unquote wrong to feel like that, to operate with that mindset?
To be honest, I really don't want us to reduce this conversation to semantics because it's not even about the words.
No. I say that because again, the word, fair enough, the word might seem like it's semantics, but it's the idea behind it, right? Someone saying, okay, I'm dating down. Automatically, that's a bad faith argument. Automatically, you're putting yourself in a position where you feel like you're missing out on something. So yeah, the phrase dating down, it doesn't matter what you call it, but it's the association that goes along with that term that's already putting the relationship on shaky ground. Would you understand that?
Hold on. But that's why I said that I don't want us to get into a language barrier because because that's why it's important to listen to women when they speak, because they can tell you what the context of the words are, regardless of the phraseology. Because when women get into the nuance of what they mean by dating down,
because you said it was a bitch. You said it was a boss ass bitch dating a broke ass nigga, basically, right?
But hold on, because I want to complete what I'm saying. If you listen to women when they talk about dating down, when they get into unpacking their experiences, the down part, and that's why I asked both you and Storm what I asked y'all. The issue is that because most men all black men are socialized to be the bread maker and to be a part of the warrior class. Because men are socialized away from ourselves, we are taught to measure our manhood and our sufficiency based upon our ability to hit the victory line. Socially, economically, physically, whatever it is, that there has to be, we are using external metrics to create value for ourselves as men. Because of the issue, like Reckless said, we have black men in a white patriarchal capitalistic society where they're not even really being fully afforded the opportunity to truly self-actualize, leaving a lot of black men in the struggle and to navigate the complexity of an oppressive society. When you have black women then ascending up that ladder ahead of black men are then who may be interested in the woman, but then when it comes to her dynamics, and I'm just going to use high value for the sake of just illustration purposes, please. Like, I do really, just for the sake of illustration, he might be interested in the woman, but the problem then may become his actual socialization because he doesn't know how to sit before her independence and still have an identity, especially if she has already established much more than him and she has already manifested what he thought was his role and purpose and place to manifest for her. And that's the issue with patriarchy, is that it only gives a man a superficial identity that's rooted in what I can provide. And then when I can't provide, I don't know who the fuck I am. And I think that, and I feel emasculated, and I feel feminine, and I feel inadequate, and I feel incompetent. And then that shows up in the dating process where the man then becomes frustrated, he becomes distant, he like all this bullshit starts to come. And when black women who are CEOs, who have their own salons and businesses, etc., talk about dating down, and they get into what they mean in their experience, they talk about how that socialization starts to show up in the dating experience, and how the man just eventually could not take the fact that she could do for herself what he's been trained to do for her, which is connected to his identity as a man. So we need to figure out for Black men what else is a Black man outside of making money? What else is a Black man outside of what he can bring to the table? What else measures manhood and masculinity or an authentic self beyond what we bring to the table? Because we're living in a society that's now reversing or at least equalizing the pole. So Black men are now being forced to figure out, what else does it mean then for me to be in a thriving relationship to a woman? Now that women can work, now that women can produce their own earnings, now that women can do all of these physical things for themselves, what does it mean now? Mm-hmm. And I don't think that Black men are taking the Black men's community in general is taking the opportunity to realize that the reversal of the gender poles is an opportunity for Black men to get to the bottom of who we are.
Oh no, they fighting that shit.
Instead, what we see is the TD Jakes and we see the Kevin Samuels telling Black women to back down instead. And that's not even going to happen. So it's really irrelevant to preach and to shout that and to scream that from the pulpit, from the YouTube platform to the whatever. Black women are not going back to the Flintstone age. Black women are not going to give up their independence, especially when they already have the receipts of historically of what that looks like for them when they did. It looked like Black men using that power economically and socially to control their relationship, to control the safety of the woman, to control the housing of a woman and the children. And so Black women are not going to pull the reverse Uno. So now Black men,
can I ask a question?
We gotta figure it out. Yes.
Yeah. Can I interject? Would we say as a panel? I don't know if we could all unanimously answer this, but as a panel, could we say that the Black community today is in better or worse condition than it was during, let's just say, the civil rights era? Would you say we're in a better or worse condition as a community, not individually, but as a community?
Now that's a loaded question.
Well,
I'll answer that.
You guys think it's loaded? It's a loaded question?
I say worse.
Oh wait, okay, Storm. Do you think that that's a loaded question for me to ask?
I mean, it's definitely different layers to it, but the first thing that comes to my head without me thinking, I say it's worse because we don't fucking community.
Right, and so I mean, I'm not trying to be
and Black people really don't fuck with each other like that. We know.
Well, I have a question. So what? I have a question. What made it worse? What's making it worse?
Well, okay, so I'll let Storm say what he feels, but the reason why I introduced that question was because it's my theory based on a number of evidence that I've studied. I could be wrong. It's my theory that the removal of the father from the household and the removal of the quote unquote Black patriarchy, if there ever was one, the removal of said Black patriarchy is what has contributed to the increasing decline in the Black community. That's my hypothesis, and I could be wrong.
Yeah, well, I want to tackle this because I had just spoke about this and
I'll go after you.
My TDJ.
Would you guys? Would the panel agree or disagree with that? Would the panel agree or disagree?
Yeah. Everybody, I'm gonna speak to that.
Yes, sir.
So
I'll go after.
Conscious.
Hey, huh?
Love you.
Love you too.
Get it, man.
The issue, because I was just talking about this using the TD Jakes talking points as a catalyst for a conversation. The issue with patriarchy is that patriarchy, aka men, are under the false impression that the man's world created by men was actually one that women enjoyed living in. Mm-hmm. So when you say that it seems that it's worse because now matriarchy is coming into play, in comparison to patriarchy, you are speaking about a world that women navigated for survival, and women had no voice in to begin with, and who were unfortunately kind enough to accommodate a patriarchal construct because there seemed to be no other way to be or to exist or to have anything but through and in the world that men created in the way that they said it could be created. This is why we're seeing a reversal of the pole, because this matriarchal revolution is women literally saying we weren't satisfied with the shit ever. We were getting our ass whips in these marriages. We were stuck with our husbands. We did not have the means or the resources to leave his abusive, narcissistic, toxic, drunk, drugged out, cheating, infidelity.
Wait. Hold on. Let me give you some pushback. Let's give you some pushback. Okay, so.
And then I got a question after that.
Okay.
I just want to remind the panel that I come in love. Me and Consciouztv had a 10 and a half hour debate. Like y'all can go on this channel. It's not a exaggeration. It was literally 10 and a half hours debate on a lot of stuff. So I come in the name of love. But also Conscious knows that me and him have a very, very opposing views on a lot of stuff. So I just want to say that. But remember, for the panel, I want the panel to remember I asked the question, a very specific question. I said, is the Black community as a whole, not talking the males, the females, I'm talking the children included, the teenagers, is the Black community in a better or worse condition than they were in the 1960s and before, than they are today? And that was the question I asked. And then Conscious, you told me about the women being unsatisfied. So I just wanted to let you be known that we might be talking about two different things.
But okay, so one of the things is that even though he's saying women, he's also means the divine feminine that also encompasses and embodies queer people as well. So I'm gonna say, for me personally, I'm gonna speak for myself. I believe we're on the path to being better. Reason being is because, like he said earlier, he literally just said, is that even though once upon a time, melanated men were the ones that were the breadwinners, bringing home the bacon, in charge of the household, saying certain things, and then they had the final say. But however, even throughout our grandmothers, if we use them for example, them being docile, them being sweet, them having a soft voice did not keep them from domestic violence. It did not keep them from sexual assault. It did not keep them from the disrespect, the cheating scandals, the being slapped upside their forehead, thumped on their forehead. And
Can I ask a question? Because this is where I was pushing back on Conscious with. He started speaking about the drunks and beating them up and stuff. I want to see if we really, because I heard Conscious earlier saying he really wants to have real conversations that get to the bottom of the thing. That's what I'm really doing. I try to do with my platform. I have a lot of controversial stuff as well, but the one thing that I think we should start doing, we should start bringing up, you know, especially with StreamYard and all these new technologies that we have. With these conversations, we should start pulling up statistics and actual data, because what that does is it's going to limit the amount of argument. Because if we were to bring up, let's just say, the domestic violence rates in the Latino community or even the white community, you would see. No. I just want to make this, and I'm gonna put it back to you, because for one, the Black man has never been protected by the patriarchy in the instance that he can smack his woman. Wait. I'm going to make this statement and I'm going to let you continue. The Black man, I need you to name me what year a Black man could slap his woman in her face and she could not go tell the police about it. Tell me what year. Before you explain anything, just tell me what year first and explain it to me. What year could I slap my Black wife in her face and she cannot go to police and get me arrested? What year was that in America?
Easy. All of them. No, wait.
Wait, I got to, hold on. I'm sorry.
Oh, here we go.
I got home advantage here. Hold
here
on.
we go. Tell me the year, guys.
Wait.
All of them.
This is all of them, including 2022.
So I can slap you in.
Wait. So here's why I have no problem. I don't have a problem with data because I run data on my platform as well. But see, what most people think about numbers is that they can rest on them. Numbers have context. So it still does, the data does not remove the context. There's a reason why numbers decline up and down, and even when they decline down or they decline up, it can still be for the worse or it can be for the better. It's based upon the context, and we always have to look at what's going on in society to determine the way that we interpret the statistics and the data. So the numbers, I mean, I know a lot of people use numbers as like the resting trump card, but that's not the resting trump card, because those numbers, like the law requires lawyers, they have to be interpreted with the context for why any number, any
conscious. Please, brother, tell me the year that I could slap a black woman and not get in trouble.
So,
please tell me. I don't want to be divisive.
Can I tell you? So, I'm surprised you even asking this question because there are black women, because I don't. You talking about who can? Black women can call the police. Do you know how much domestic violence and sexual assault is also underreported? Who, even though they can report it, they have the option to report it and still don't, because of patriarchy, because of racism, because of generational trauma, because of all the things that play in why people don't report the abuse they experience, especially at the hands of people who they're the most familiar with. Jay Lethal, we're still talking about a community that protects its pedophiles. We're still talking about a community that still facilitates and protects its literal molesters. We're talking about black families that still have Uncle Molester sitting at the Thanksgiving table across from the people that he has abused and touched and violated. So we're talking about a massive dump on the statistics of so much shit that's not reported against black men, whether it be domestic violence, whether it be sexual assault. I mean, this is a given in the black community. This is the tragedy, unfortunately, of the black experience in general in this country.
I mean, also keep in mind it was technically illegal to rape your wife until what, the 80s?
What I don't want to be misunderstood, because I don't want to conflate the issues as if I'm saying as if I'm here on behalf of men. That's not what I'm doing. What I try to do with my conversations is I try to interject a fair balance, right? So if we're talking about the patriarchy and its evil deeds, I need to speak. I'm going to interject the idea that you're going to push back on that idea, especially if we are talking about Black America, because what happens is if y'all don't know about Gloria Steinem, okay, let's just be real. How many people in this chat right now know about Gloria Steinem?
I don't.
Okay, so now let's just be fair. Gloria Steinem is someone we should all know if you even have ever uttered the words feminism, because Gloria Steinem is the person that created that term and its entire movement, a white blonde-haired woman named Gloria Steinem. So why am I saying this? Because first of all, this evil patriarchy that we're speaking about, more time, I just want to say this. Can I just say this last part?
Yes, I'm just asking a clarifying question. Are you saying that white women started the feminist movement? I just want to be clear.
Yes. I'm saying that white women, a woman by the name of Gloria Steinem, who has proven to be a CIA Central Intelligence operative, she created the feminist movement and introduced it into the Black community in the late 1960s. This is a fact. But go ahead, Mr. Logic.
Okay, so that's just I'm gonna make this clear. That's what most movements that come out of America. America's its foundation has always been racism, has always been colonization. So if you look into just about every single organization or anything, is going to be based out of racist, either white Caucasians, or it's going to be out of racism. Now, I will say this is that even.
I'm sorry to cut you off. But if you read the comments, brother, they're arguing in the chat upon what you and I know to be the truth.
Wait, but I was also going to add this too, is that yes, feminism is something that in the beginning it was a collective as in melanated women and Caucasian women. But however, since racism still existed, Black women were not afforded the same opportunities to be able that was given unto white women. So however, yes, feminism, if you look at the historical context, is talking about Caucasian women, the sour cream galore. But however, womanism is something that is directly talking about melanated women. But however, even though womanism is something that's talking about melanated women, but since feminism and womanism both exist, that's right there is a receipt letting you know that they both had the exact same issues when it came down to patriarchy. It's just that one was not given the rights that the other women were given, but they both had issues with patriarchy.
And let me just read this real quick. This is from noun.org, because we really have to deal with historians on this thing. The defining decades for Black feminism. The presence of the Black feminist movement involved second wave of American women's movement in the late 1960s, making the 1970s a defining decade for contemporary Black feminism. Although accounts of the start of the Black feminist movement can be traced back to the 1830s, and we must highlight the women who made strides for Black feminism before the movement was named. Women such as Sojourner Truth, Anya Julia Cooper, Patricia Hill Collins, Angela Davis, Akasha Gloria Poe, Bell Hooks, and Ida B. Wells. The 60s and 70s lit a spark in the movement because of the arousal and growing tensions between women's liberation movement and the civil rights movement. Second wave of feminism turned a blind eye toward the needs and struggles of Black queer women. As Audre Lorde said, white women failed feminism in their refusal to recognize differences and to examine the distortions which result from misnaming them. With steps being made that further separated the two groups, Black women set out to build their own movement, separating from mainstream white-dominated women's liberation movement and deploying Black feminism centralized around intersectionality. So I just wanted to read that because, I mean, we can.
Can I before we say something? Can I speak on what you read, because it says there that before the 19th, and if you run back what I said, I specifically said that Gloria Steinem came through in 1968, the late 1960s, and then right, and then you could see there that whatever they call the women's liberation movement it was not named before that. So the reason why what I brought up Gloria Steinem is because she's the one who came up with the feminism name and what we traditionally know feminism to be today. She's the one that was created by the government, and she's the one that infiltrated the Black community. I wasn't saying that Black women haven't had plights before 1970 or they haven't made their voices known. I'm just saying the modern feminism and it was introduced by the Central Intelligence Agency. The modern feminism, it was definitely, that's a fact that nobody can argue.
Well, what you're talking about, white feminism, Black women, because like this is why we get to talk. This is why there is Black feminism and white feminism, because that's what she introduced to white mainstream society, which had always hijacked.
But pull up the picture of, since you're there, pull up the picture of Gloria Steinem and the Black woman. Just a quick, just because we got to be fair, right? We got to be fair.
Wait, but
hold on. We are being fair. I just acknowledge what you just said. I'm highlighting the fact that Black women did not rely on a terminology. What that white woman you're talking about introduced benefited white women, and white women carried it. Black women continued on in a civil rights plight that existed long before the CIA mayonnaise bitch came into the picture in mainstream culture. That's what I'm establishing.
No, but I mean, no, because that's not just, it's just clearly, okay, I'm not going to push back too much. What I will say is this: the reason why I brought any of this up, sir, is because I do not believe that when we're talking about the patriarchy all the time, I think it's being conflated with white society. Like when you're talking about black men and the patriarchy, a lot of the times, not all, there are some fair instances of black patriarchy, I'll give you that. But a lot of the times when people are mentioning black patriarchy, it's being conflated with white patriarchy, which is white male dominance, which black men have never shared space with white dominant men. We have black men, if black American men have never truly shared the same table with white American men, guys. Let's stop playing this game like the black man is.
And my question's coming up. Yeah, because,
come on, guys. Let's just not.
If I can.
I got you, Conscious.
Okay, so hold on. So Reckless, your statement, and then Storm's the question.
So yes, you can go with the whole narrative point of black men have never shared the same table with white men. But however, I'm going to use a quote that Conscious said in a different live, is that even though that white men have always been the top of the hierarchy pyramid of social status power, when you are a melanated person coming from a different nation, you're going to look at the model of what manhood is because you're conquered yourself. So with that being said, since we have been stripped away from our nation, stripped away from our religion, stripped away from everything that we know of our nation, we only have one model to go based off of, which is white patriarchy, which is the reason why outside of the context of the melanated community, black men don't really have patriarchy to just be going around, because guess what? Because since we all black, we don't really have rights like that. But however, in the context within melanated communities, that is when the patriarchy actually exists. Because even though we all are black, but however, let's also keep in mind we're very conservative. We also believe in Christianity, which also upholds white patriarchy, and that is also another book that we also go by to conduct our lives when it comes down to man being the provider and the protector, when it comes down to the man being the head of household, when it comes down to the man being able to choose the woman, when it comes down to the man being able to do all these things. This is where the ideology comes from. There's other things that were put into place to inform melanated men how to operate.
I need to correct something, and then we'll get to Storm's correction. Black women never brought into white women's version of feminism, because when the feminism movement was co-opted and hijacked by mayonnaise women, and black women got to see that that feminism that was being introduced on a mainstream level by those who had mainstream access, which would be those of the complexion for the protection, they saw that it lacked intersectionality. So black women never even used it as a model. They immediately divested and deviated and continued to run their own movement that had existed a half a century prior to mayonnaise woman and her introduction and her Eurocentric version of this. So black women never, like black women always had their own feminism.
So name me again. Can you name me again, just from my studies, can you guys name me again some of the feminists, the black feminists that existed prior to 1968 that were that wait, I can't even study if you don't let me finish my, I want to learn, I want to study. I want to know the
Anna Julia Cooper, Patricia.
I haven't even answered my question. I haven't even asked my question.
You interrupted. I wasn't even finish my statement.
But wait, Sojourner Truth was saying that black men need to be tamed and need to stop their toxic masculinity and all that. That's what Sojourner Truth was saying. Sojourner Truth was saying for black men. Answer me. I want to know.
Well, are you okay? I don't know if she said that, but however, if she did, she wasn't wrong.
No. It's no, because you guys are saying that Sojourner Truth You just named somebody. You said Sojourner Truth.
No. You'd asked us to name black women prior to this mayonnaise woman introducing what she introduced in the 1960s. Now,
I said,
if she said what you said, that's going to be a no. But before you even get there, Jay Lethal, let me get Storm to finally ask his question, and then we can dig off more into you. Storm, what was the question?
Thank you, because I was so about to forget while y'all was going at it there. Okay, so question number 1. Would you guys agree that black men have been conquered by white men?
Okay, hold on, say that again.
Would you guys agree that black men as a whole, as a race, have been conquered by white men?
By white men?
By white men, yes.
Oh.
Of course. Because you guys, like, black men in particular, melanated men, they go based off what white patriarchy is. So yes.
Okay. So question number 2. Is it unfair to ask black women to respect us when we're still conquered?
Is it unfair for black women?
I'm just asking.
Black women to respect you guys?
Yeah, is it unfair to require to ask black women to respect us as black men if we're still conquered in this society?
That's a loaded question.
It's not. Look, I'm gonna be okay. That is loaded. But let me say this: they have been respecting you guys. They have. That's the reason why they don't call the police. That's the reason why they put up with a whole bunch of BS. They have. They have been respecting. Now they may be at their wits' end, but they have.
Just asking.
So I don't think, to be honest, I don't think that there ever was an issue with black. I never saw a historical issue of black women not respecting black men. What black women have never respected is the abuse at the hands of the black men that they loved and cared for and had proximity and was in community to. That's what the pushback was. That's what the basis underlining ideal and motivation and the compellingness from feminism is a divorce and an objection to the abuse.
But can you really look at your man as a man if he's being conquered by society and if he can't protect you?
Look at who, when you saw Dr. King and
aren't women conquered too? Aren't our women conquered too?
They would be.
Hold on, wait.
They would be.
You can look at look at a lot of your mainstream. First of all, this is easy shit, y'all. Come on, like first, black women. So a lot of black men have been able to socio-economically leverage themselves in the black community by being a pastor and by having a congregation. We know that the black church is a multi-billion-dollar industry at this point. Ironically, black women make up 70% of black church goers. So black women are literally leveraging and liberating black men from the bottom up. If you look at civil rights movements, if you look at the Malcolm X's and the Dr. Kings, you don't see largely just men jam-packed into those movements. You see black women following behind, standing behind, pouring their resources, their money, their time, putting their bodies on the line for black men who are leading. It doesn't seem to me that there ever was an issue of black women respecting black men. Once again, that the issue was the abuse of patriarchy. And of course, any abuse by anybody is what's going to be objectified. All of us are objecting to abusive tactics relationally. That's just a natural clapback. So it's not really a respect thing. I think that black women definitely respect black men, but black women don't want respecting black men to come at the expense of hurt and harm to them.
That I was gonna say.
I would like some of the women to jump in here too. Anya and Monique and CM Walk to speak to this conversation as well.
Okay, hello everybody. I had to came up here because I had a question. Speaking in regards to black men and their emotions. So, being a single mom of two young black men, black boys rather. I've been struggling with my 13-year-old. Trying to get him to find the balance. Teaching him about the yin and the yang. Um, and when he was a little younger, he was extremely emotional. Um, to a point that some of the males in my family would call, say, you act like a sissy, stop, use the F words and all that type of stuff. And I will always let him know, like, at the end of the day, like, just because you're emotional and you're sensitive does not mean that, you're gay or anything of that nature, and it got to the point where I noticed that he would listen to a lot of toxic masculinity music, and now it's like he's almost taking on this persona. So where I find I struggle, in my opinion, is because I'm a woman, and his father, although his father's in his life, he's not in his life enough. He's not involved or engaging enough to have an effect where he can show a balance, to teach him. Like, it's almost like because I'm a woman and I'm trying to teach him certain things, he's not receiving it because I'm a woman, versus if he saw someone that he can look at and identify. So to the men that's on the panel, based upon your experiences, what is it that I can do as a female to help him find the balance?
Okay, I have a question, because I went to go use the restroom, come back. So you said that when he was younger, he was expressing his emotions, and you said family members were the ones saying, stop acting like a sissy and the F word, all different types of things. I want to make sure I heard it correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's all I need to hear. First and foremost, do me a favor, do a complete 180, and you need to be cussing out all them family members the fuck out. I'm no disrespect, but at the end of the day, I don't give a damn if you the grandmother, my mama, my daddy, etc. You will not speak to my child like you don't lost your mind. Especially one like sissy or whatever. That's one thing. But even then, that's too far. But you're gonna sit up there and say the F word.
So basically I did all of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cussing, fussing, even to the point like we totally are in a whole nother state. But it left an impression on him because he's now, and I have him in therapy, and all of that. And the therapist said, well, because I've noticed his behavior changes, right? And she said, he actually was seeing two different therapists, right? The female therapist said, well, it's a phase. He's 13, because I also found him to become somewhat closed off. And she said, oh, he's 13 years old. It's a phase,
Well,
it'll change.
If I was being emotionally and psychologically abused by my family members, I'd probably become a damn introvert and a recluse too.
Mm-hmm. So now what I'm trying to do, because although I really don't I be wanting them to listen, they do hear me when I'm on the panel, they hear the conversation, and sometimes I really don't be wanting them to hear because sometimes it gets a little, we're adults, so we get a little raunchy and things of that nature, but they be hearing the conversations, right? Mm-hmm. So I try to have open conversation dialogues with them where they can understand there's nothing wrong with being emotional, because I have two, but it's my 13-year-old. But I want the younger one too, because he's experiencing through, watching his brother go through these changes. Mm-hmm. I want them to understand there's nothing wrong with being emotional. Can I ask I have more masculine energy myself. So I can go from 0 to 100, and I'm the one that's providing them to go get. I'm more aggressive. It's just in my nature. And so I'm trying to give them a balance. I've become more in tune with my femininity so that they can see certain things from me to know that it is okay. But again, because I'm a woman and I feel like they don't see someone that they can identify with as far as another male.
I say organized sports. That's the first thing I would say.
I didn't hear that.
I would say put him in organized sports. Like that's the first thing I would
Well,
say.
I've done all of that. So I put him in sports.
Hold on. Because I had kind of missed a lot too, as I had ran to the bathroom as well. So hold on. Are you trying to simulate his masculinity? Like what?
We'll have him open up.
What I want him to do, the first thing,
have him open up is what you're trying.
I want him to open up. So I was teaching them about both, because I want him to understand you have to have both.
Hold on, Aya. Was he always an open person? Like what?
Yeah, when he was younger, yes, he was very expressive.
Well, at what age did you realize he was kind of becoming more on the shy, introverted side?
2 years ago.
How old is he?
He's 13.
So he would have been 11?
Yes.
What does he say to you about his sense of self?
It's really hard at this point, because to me it feels like it's becoming like aggressively, like he's closing off more and more. He doesn't really say much. It's just like very I don't get any real answers from him in regards to it.
But this is the first thing, because this is what I said to you, like what I had said to you. If he's actually coming into, if he has proximity to people who he can't avoid, and who I guess he loves, but who's toxic for him, that can directly contribute to him withdrawing emotionally. He's being psychologically abused. He's being bullied by his own relative. That would cause any young person to close up, to become insecure. So like a lot of people said in the chat, the first thing you have to do is protect him from them. You have to separate him psychologically, emotionally, and physically from them. If you can't get them to respect him and to treat him accordingly, then there has to be a separation of church and state, for one. Because if he's continuing to endure trauma at the hands of relatives, because we big up sexual abuse trauma, but we don't talk a lot about emotional trauma, emotional violence as well, psychological violence, verbal violence. These things are real, and they create traumatic injury and traumatic and emotional injury as well. So if I were you, the first thing I would do is, like Reckless said, nobody who I could control, who I had the authority to shield my child from, would not be able to willingly and intentionally abuse my fucking child. For one, I don't give a damn whether that's his sibling. I don't give a damn whether that's his uncle. I wouldn't give a damn whether that's his aunt, his uncle, etc. Anybody who I had the means to stop from hurting my child would be not hurting my child. So I think first and foremost, you might see your child pop right back to normal if he can get away from the people who are driving him into himself in this way.
So I've actually taken all of those steps. We are completely isolated from those family members. When I say completely isolated, there's no contact or anything. I mean, it came to the point that I got into a physical fight about it. So we're completely cut off and separated from them. That was literally 4 years ago when they were in contact with these people, right? So 2 years after, when we left the first 2 years, there was still no contact. We don't go to funerals, no nothing, right? I didn't know. I put him in sports and things like that so that he can be like, just social, have him around more males, because it was just really my two boys, me and my mom, and they would communicate with their dad, but they didn't have that face-to-face interaction. So I decided to get them mentorships, put them in sports and all of that, right? But there still was, in my opinion, there still wasn't a balance, because that's what I want them to understand. Because my youngest son came back and said something to me that my oldest son told him about crying is weak. And to some people that might have seemed like, oh, that's nothing, whatever. It was a red flag for me. Because I've never, even when I chastise my children, I'd never tell, like when I used to get beatings, whoopings, whatever, we were told not to cry. That was the dumbest shit I had ever heard in my life. If you hit me and it hurts, I'm going to cry. So I don't teach my children not to be, to be cut off in their emotions. If express yourself, And so when my youngest son said that his brother told him crying is weak, that was a red flag. I started noticing different things that he would, like his brother always comes back and bring everything to me, like tells me everything. So I just started noticing like how he started to become more and more of an introvert when he never was an introvert. And that was to the point of like, he just really doesn't communicate. And when I put him in therapy with the female therapist, she told me that, well, it's a phase. And I'm like, okay, I can't just accept that. So I found another psychiatrist to take him to, which is a man. And he said to me, he said, it could be a phase, but what you just said, he said, he could be traumatized, and
I wanted to ask a little bit about, if I may, and I hate to intrude, but since this is, I know it's a personal subject, I have kids as well, a baby mama drama, all this kind of stuff. So please don't think I'm judging. But what can I ask a little bit more about the relationship of their father? Like when all I heard was that he has limited contact or maybe phone contact. Is there a reason why he's not more in their life physically?
We're not in the same state.
In the same city, you said?
No, we're not in the same state, period.
Oh, you're not in the same state. Okay. And have you ever thought about maybe possibly sending them with him for a while?
Well, we did discuss that a couple of days ago, to be honest. We had a conversation where, and I was going to say that when you guys were speaking to the whole, woman making more money and all of that, he offered, to take the children so that, my piece, because honestly, as a single mom, it is overbearing. Me working, having different businesses, it's a lot. And right. He offered, which I thought was remarkable. I think more men should do that, especially, when it comes to their sons, even if it's their daughters. He offered to take my children and allow me to do what I need to do so that I can keep my mental health in check and, whatever it is I needed to do. And also for their betterment too, because I do feel like that they should at some point be with their father to,
Right. So what's your plan on that? Where do you stand on that now?
Oh no, this is a couple of days ago. I told him I absolutely will. You put things into order where they can come. I don't have a problem. We can, the roles can reverse. You can be the parent that the kids live with, and I could be the parent to get them, here, whatever. If I have to be the one to send the money, I don't have a problem with any of that. So that's what we're going to work towards. But even so, while they're with me, I still want to make sure that they're getting whatever help they need. Like it's a balance across the board. I just want to know from a male's perspective, because I don't think it's something uncommon.
Well, yeah, no, definitely not uncommon. I just want to say
definitely not uncommon.
Yeah, I want to say this two things, and I'll push it back over to you guys. One, there was a movie, Boys in the Hood, that a lot of people remember. I don't know if you ever saw it, sister. You ever seen the movie Boys in the Hood?
Of course. Mm-hmm.
Right. There was basically the premise of that movie was, the mom and the dad kind of got into it, and they moved in different households, and the boy Trey, who was the main character of the movie, he was growing up with his mom, and around that time, 12, 13 years old, he started getting in fights at school and ditching or whatever the case. His mom, who was Angela Bassett, she sent him over to the father, who was Lawrence Fishburne, and it was like night and day. She said, I can't control him anymore, and she sent him over back to his father. And now when he got to his father's house, Lawrence Fishburne had, he had very strict rules. He made sure that he did chores and he had to do his homework. And some would say, if you watch that movie back with this context, some would say the fact that he grew up with his father during that pivotal time, that might have changed his life, because later on in the movie, he's friends with these people that's carrying guns, and there's a very epic part of that movie where he's riding in a car. He's about to go do a drive-by, and he's like, "Get me out the car, get me out the car." And when you watch the movie back, one could make the argument that the father, the fact that he went to the father's house at that pivotal time, gave him what he needed. Now, again, this isn't to discount what the mother is instilling in him, and I want to let you know this as a woman. You know, you should never feel that you haven't accomplished something, or it was a failure on your part, or somehow you're not getting through to your child. It's just the same thing that he needs both energies. Neither energy is more important or less important than the other. So maybe you have a man, a lot of people want to talk about dads being, especially black dads, being deadbeat dads. It sounds like you have a man that's willing and able to accept them at this time. I would suggest giving it strong, of course, continue to do everything you can to instill it in them, but give it strong suggestion, to send him over. He's not going to abuse them or put them in harm's way. So you're sending them to their other parent. I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, I think the only thing, so that part I'm very clear on. My question was, how do I get him, like, how do I teach him
I don't know what you're gonna
to embrace the feminine, his feminine energy? Because that's my issue.
That's why I'm confused, because it seemed like all the answers was trying to teach him how to be more masculine in a sense. You guys are talking about sports, example for football, whatever. They're taught to really just suck it up, bitch, do the next play again. We don't give a fuck. Like,
yes.
Like, I don't know. Like, I think one of the things, what you can do, and this is the only thing I'm gonna say when it comes down to sending him with his father in particular. I don't know him, you do. Don't take them personal. But I'm talking from my own experience, is that you also have to, I would say, investigate more about the father. Not saying anything bad, but however, the same philosophy that was passed down from generation to generation of not showing emotion is also that same philosophy that's passed down through the fathers as well. That's also the mothers or etc. So I think that it's if you're gonna have a mentor, I guess know more about the mentor and stuff, and knowing what they give, as in, okay, so what's going on with you? Okay, pay attention, talk to them. So okay, so what you guys talk about? Da, 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 da. But another thing too is that I would say, in a sense, I'm gonna say what helped me out in particular. For one, I'm already talking to like a motherfucker. But however, I guess you can kind of put them in some fun groups or whatever that encourages opening up and actually speaking and stuff. But I guess try to see what he really likes and then try to incorporate that. But I think a lot of times when I was hearing all of the ideas, it was like making him be more masculine. The thing about it is that the wrong being masculine is just that he has his wrong idea of masculinity, and so you kind of want to tip the scale back. Like, you want to tip it back even, because even when you have the capacity to cry, he says that crying is weak. Even though it's not weak, that's a regular emotion that people have. So with that being said, you're going to have that balance.
So
you're answering my question. I'm sorry, Conscious.
I was going to add to that, because I was going to say that you and Dad definitely need to have a conversation and see if y'all can create a vision for the way y'all want to co-parent this, in terms of what y'all want to be instilled in y'all children, and be on the same page in that way. That way, there could almost, and I'm just speaking in a literal, matter of fact of a way. That way, the dad can be reinforcing all of the qualities that you bring to the table as the feminine aspect, etc., and you can reinforce all the qualities that dad brings to the table as the masculine aspect, etc. So if y'all can come together, and dad also understands the value and necessity for a young man to not only be able to get things done practically, to be able to push through his emotions, etc., but that also has the capacity to understand his emotions, to regulate and to nurture emotional intelligence, the need to be emotionally present, etc. If y'all can agree on those fundamentals, then y'all will be able to create something that y'all truly feel works and it's balanced for the kids that y'all have created together. So I think definitely a conversation between you and dad about the parenting style page that y'all can get on would be really, really, really good. And I also want to say something that somebody else has said too in the comment section. A part of what toxic femininity does sometimes is neither one of y'all's job as parents is not to completely isolate the child from all contrast and negative stimulation, because negative stimulation is also what we use to build upon a self-esteem for ourselves. Because this ain't going, because y'all have to realize that all we can do is put our child in the best situation emotionally, psychologically, and physically that we can. But he has to do the job. He has to do the work. The son has to do the work. So don't be afraid also to let him deal with some things. Don't get afraid for him. Don't always run to his aid. Allow him the time and the space to cultivate on his own. As long as you and dad creating a safe space and y'all giving him information, then he can honestly do the rest on his own. Y'all just have to provide a safe space and just continue to reinforce the information and the feedback to him. But you and dad just really need to come together, and the child will probably be fine. And like Reckless said, there's a lot of things you can do for young people aside from putting them in football. He can be on student council. There's a lot of groups and councils he can be on in school that nurture kind of like extrovertedness, that can kind of pull him out of himself, that can have him developing great social skills, etc. Even if he is naturally a introvert, putting him in those activities and just kind of allowing him to explore around and see what fits for him is great. So just give him the options.
Can I jump in right there, Boo? I love that. Because that's what I was going to say to her. You can hear that you're unsure, Anya. And it's like you have to embody your whole feminine energy, which means you're going to have to do work as a mom before he actually understands what you're saying to him. What I had to do, because I didn't have the luxury of having an active father. My son's father did 11 years when I got pregnant. So me and his grandmother, his paternal grandmother, was tackling that. But like you said, they still look for that, you know, male guidance. Is even the tone of a man's voice that makes a big difference with children. So when you start to see that, it makes you fear, because our community is really, really broken. So I started cooking with my boys, because that's a feminine thing per se. And I feel like it doesn't take away from adding to their manhood, because it's a part of nutrition. And then it's like, yeah. And then I like what Reckless was saying. It actually made me cringe when they started saying go to football. The first thing that the brother did when I got to the team was like make indirect comments about what the Spanish women don't do to their children. And it's like the attack that men do on single moms that makes me very uncomfortable to take my baby in those spaces. So I actually learned things that he like dinosaurs, let him film, do art, anything that he's into, like getting to know him. And actually just disregarding our community as a whole and focusing on who God gave you. It's a different energy. He's his individual spirit that's going to be whatever it is in his blood that is, you know, his assignment in this realm. So knowing that, you can't worry about what these people are doing, even when it comes to his father. Like Reckless was saying, a lot of them have not been vetted emotionally to even take on that, even when they have good intentions. And you're going to have to like also shelter him from a lot of that energy. So as a mom, with my son, we went through a lot of things. I think I mentioned it on this channel a lot. And it sounds, you know, when we mention it, it sounds anecdotal, but it actually goes back to feminism, who Storm is, and all of that. Because when your mom does her job correctly and a man feels confident in himself, that's what white women are trying to take away from us as Black women. That's what the patriarchy is taking away from us. That's what's bringing our problem with Black men in the first place. So it basically goes back to Black women not having a sense of femininity, where our children, especially our boys, don't see us. And we have to make them see us.
Yeah, I just want him to get back, because he was doing, let me tell y'all, this boy, my son, my oldest son, he been cooking since he was 8 years old. This boy cooked from scratch. He was doing all of that. He was happy, and you know, in that, even to the point of helping me put my makeup on. You know, like it was like really like he was that kid, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't care. I didn't even see him and think, oh my God, my son is going to be gay. I didn't give a damn one way or another what his sexuality is not an issue for me. You know, he's a kid, first of all, but even so, it's not an issue. all of that has changed though. I mean, all of it has changed so drastically, and it kind of hurts my feelings a little bit. But I expected.
I don't want you to overstress yourself. Of course, like there may be some like external things that are leading to some internal conflict on his behalf, but your child is now is on a threshold of the teenage era. He's going to get even stranger through this era. Okay, so don't overthink it too much. He's going to go through a metamorphosis in these eras
and go through a lot of your Kleenexes.
Yeah, he's going to go through a lot of stimulations, a lot of emotions, puberty. He's going to be dealing with masculine.
He said Kleenex.
He's going to be going through a lot of aesthetics, and I mean, he's in that time where it's now it's all coming up and out. So don't. I just don't want
stress
you to
out. Say don't stress.
Don't
stress.
Process on your end. Just find that perfect balance of once again just making sure that he has a safe space, that you and dad are on the same page. Use love, and just kind of also make room to allow him to just be as well without projecting onto it or even finding fault where they may not be. He's gonna be, but there's no perfect way to do that. You just got to, you and dad just have to find y'all way to remain like balanced in that. Like, okay, let's observe them and everything, but we also know we're gonna have to let them breathe. And
give them room to process.
Not
okay.
try to be the process for him, but just you gotta let some of this be for him too. I want to let CM Walk and Monique and then Adam get in here. CM Walk.
What's up?
Hey Adam, what's going on, son? Welcome to the platform.
I see Storm right there.
Yeah.
What's up?
Yeah.
Chopping up bananas and tomatoes and shit in the background and cooking sheep stew and all.
Last time we talked to each other was about that scandal between a bunch of people, including Vicky Morrison, Koresh, those kind of people, and J-Lo and Ben Affleck.
Adam, is that you?
Yeah, that's Adam.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought so. Okay.
I think Adam probably found me through you, hell.
Okay. No, it took a minute before it showed up on my side. I was like, wait, is that Adam?
Welcome to the platform, Adam. I'm gonna get CM Walk and Monique. Oh, I think somebody just left. I'm gonna get Monique, CM Walk, and then you, Adam. Monique, are you there?
Yes, hi, I'm here.
Hey, welcome to the platform. I know you've been waiting to jump in. Your thoughts on I don't know what you want to speak to at this point, but
I would like to speak to Black men being policed on their emotions.
Okay.
So first, I think us as a culture, we pass down generational patterns, right?
Yes.
We're taught to suck it up, don't cry, keep it pushing. Talking about your feelings or your emotions is a sign of weakness, or even just talking about them can be weaponized against you. And at this rate, in this generation, we're in a man versus woman phase, right? Where it's guys versus women, and everything is a battle between the sexes. It's like who can not give the fuck the most, right? Or the fastest. So, a lot of the times there's a distrust between the sexes because when you are vulnerable, that information sometimes is thrown back up in your face. Women do it to men, men most definitely do it to women. And I don't know if the reluctance is because some of them know that men do it, so they don't want it done to them, or it's been done to them in the past or whatever. But I was actually on a panel last night. Well, not a panel. It's a podcast that we do, and we actually talk about men and women issues, right? and we actually literally just talked about men not feeling like they have the safe space to express themselves. Like one of the women on the panel actually said something to the guys like, well, deal with it or get over it or something like that. And it was like very dismissive. I come from a family where talking about things has always been nurtured. I've never had a man sit at my table who probably has not at one point in time opened up and been vulnerable or at some point cry. You know, I don't know. I have that ability for people to just open up and tell me things for whatever reasons that they feel comfortable enough to tell me. But you know, sometimes, well, no, the way Black people express themselves, we do not communicate effectively. And I think last night, for some people, it might have been entertaining, but that was a clear example of how we do not effectively communicate with each other. You know, I think we listen to argue and respond and go back and forth, and a lot gets lost in translation.
Listening to defend and not to understand.
Right. Or we pick and choose. We pick out words and we go and address that issue and dismiss everything else that's being said. You know, and I think that is one of the issues that we have with each other, which is why women and men oftentimes lack emotional intelligence and don't feel comfortable enough to talk to each other. Even women now, we don't feel comfortable enough to talk to men now. A lot of the times, because we think that it's going to be used against us or whatever, or we're told that we're too emotional, we must be on our period. And women now say the same thing with men, like if they're over emotional, oh, he's menstruating and stuff like that. So I do think, like, overall, it's really like a generational curse with us. We don't know how to talk to each other because we're just, us as a culture is not emotionally intelligent enough to do the work to have those conversations with each other in an intentional and an intellectual manner without tearing each other down.
Absolutely. Women are mirroring back the silencing, that patriarchy.
No, don't do that. Why you always go right to that patriarchy? Oh my God.
That's what it is.
We're giving the same
Conscious, I'm gonna see you. Me and you gonna fight, Conscious, bro. We gonna fight, but
it's the truth.
We ain't never gonna be done.
She said all that beautiful thing. She held both of us accountable, and then you went right to the patriarchy again.
But
see, it's so funny.
Why couldn't you just let it?
It's funny because
Sister Monique.
that we're talking about the Black patriarchy that Black men.
No, the Sister Monique just said something beautiful. She said, "Black people, men and women alike, we are both out of line. We need to listen to each other." And then you went right back to our fault.
Just as beautiful, yes, because that's how we look. Where do you think that the heteronormative behaviors, even in same gender loving relationships, come from? It comes from the dominant class. We all, like, every community mirrors the dominant community back. So patriarchy is a white male construct. Black men are reinforcing what they saw.
But we could find patriarchy in ancient Africa. We can find patriarchy.
We ain't talking about ancient Africa. We're talking about American ancient Africa. We're talking about.
So how is it a white man's construct? How is it a white man's construct?
Because we're in the West. That's why. Because we're in the West. We're not dealing with a Black patriarchy. Especially not an African one at that.
But the patriarchy is older than white people.
We know that it's all older. We're talking about the West. We don't live in Africa. We never lived in Africa. We're talking about the way we were socialized and socially engineered in this country. And this country, Black and brown minority folk are mirroring back a social construct and a vision for society that was given to them by white men.
But and also we're talking about this version of patriarchy. We understand patriarchy has always existed. We understand all these things, but let's also keep in context that
so you understand
is a global thing as well too. What happened?
So you understand this. So you understand the concept of a general patriarchy and a westernized patriarchy. But for some reason, when I brought up the argument of the feminist movement, and I argued that Gloria Steinem is the one that introduced this current version of feminism, we don't understand. But let me just say this, because that's a whole other point. But I do want to ask.
Wait. You can't go past that. Okay, so what is this version of feminism?
This version of feminism is the one that calls basically everything masculine toxic. This version of feminism is the one, again, like I said, when you read that "Ain't I a Woman" by Sojourner Truth, she was speaking more about racism and how the racist society was treating her as a man when she was a woman.
Can I interject for a second?
Yes, a woman can. Yes.
So,
please, women, insert yourselves here, please.
Right. So it really doesn't matter where we are from or where we live at. If you look at any culture over the years, from anywhere, women was always considered either second class or property, which is why women take on the last name of a man, because we're property. We weren't allowed to vote because we are property. We weren't people, we are property. And this is why they think that they can tell us that we can't get abortions, we have to have kids because men want kids, and so on and so forth, because we're property.
They don't even want kids, they just want power over women's bodies.
Right. Right. Well, no, the white men, they want the kids because they you know, they're becoming the minority at this point. But that's the thing. No matter how you look at it, in most cultural societies, women are never considered equals.
So can I ask you?
First class citizens.
Then let me.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can I ask this? If we're not doing patriarchy, are we suggesting to then replace patriarchy with matriarchy? Is that the goal?
Okay.
How about equalarchy? How about we just be partners and side by side? Why does one have to be more dominant?
I was just asking a question. It was just because remember, I'm just asking questions. I'm not trying to be combative. You know, I just want to, because remember, there can.
I can't, I don't want to.
What if that was a thing? What if matriarchy was a way of life and it's just a natural order? Would you have an issue accepting that?
Well, no, I wouldn't have an issue accepting it, but I would ask what that entails, what that looks like, what that means. And then I would
raising your children in peace, having protection, being able to provide nutrition and be a teacher to your children, while someone actually protects the land that is harvested for the children to grow. That's why what made Anya and what Monique said very sad to me, not beautiful, because we're speaking to the fact we can't raise our children in peace. And black men are saying, well, we're getting punked.
Wait, hold on, but I'm not understanding your argument, ma'am. I truly do want to understand whatever arguments that I don't understand. But again, I am a black man. Let me start there. I'm a black man, and I can't change that. I'm a heterosexual black man, and I'm not going to change that. So now that
you should.
Now listen. but now that that's the case, I want to come to a round table and have a genuine discussion. But I don't think that the genuine discussion should include finger pointing in any regard. I don't want to point my finger at you. I don't want you to point your finger at me. I just want to see if we can come to a round table.
No, Jaylee, hold on. I'm so sorry to disappoint you, Jaylee. So this is going to absolutely always be a conversation about whomever needs to be accountable, and if
but we don't have to.
Hold on. Let me actually speak my points. If at times when talking about sociology and society, black men need to be held accountable, we're absolutely going to do that and do that with a vengeance. If at times when talking about different aspects of sociology and society and Black women need to be held accountable, we're going to do that and do that with a fucking vengeance. When it comes to whenever we need to talk about the arrangement of society where mayonnaise folk need to be held accountable, we're absolutely going to do that, and we're going to do it with a vengeance, because everybody, all of us, we are all parts are participating unconsciously and consciously in the fuck shit. Therefore, there has to be finger pointing, not finger pointing necessarily for the sake of condemnation, but finger pointing for the sake of accountability and correction. So there's absolutely going to be account. So let's replace the term finger pointing with accountability. There's going to be
And I want to highlight that I addressed Anya first, if you remember, brother, because I said she needs to do shadow work, and she didn't give pushback. Only men keep doing that. Whenever you hear the women that come on Conscious panel and they give pushback or give us correction, we accept the growth.
Right.
What he's asking is for advice from men on what to do with her son, and notice what your first reaction was, to go to white media and talk about boys in the hood. And when, like you said, Sojourner Truth is actually giving formula, but because she doesn't have a penis, her voice is not going to really follow. Like, and then this is becoming an issue all over again. And so I don't understand how you're not connecting the dots. Notice Conscious and panel, I'm on my best behavior, because it's not even about me and my attitude. I'm trying to help. I love what Anya just did, and I love what Monique just added. And this is needed because I love children. I'm someone's mom. So even through all my bald head hole behavior and all my ratchetness and the ghetto-ness of earth, there's still children being affected by our behavior. And she's trying to figure out, a way to reach her son before it's too late. So, and it's like 8 years old is usually when that happens. That's why you said that, Anya. And now that he's 13, like everybody's saying, he's reaching hormones. So it becomes a different guy. And now you have to make sure he got the tools, even if you feel like you didn't give it to him before he was 8. You still can kind of helicopter him, and because you know your baby better than anybody. And you know what tools he's going to need out here. Only you can do that. That has nothing to do with anybody else but you and your son. So yeah, even when we're taking these losses as far as having to be single parents, because I have so many males, like Black men, and one of my friends is from Barbados. He has to raise his kids alone. Another one, he had kids with a mayonnaise woman, and now he's a single father. She's trash. So my heart goes out to all of us that have to really, we care different about our kids, but because we're under oppression, we can't do but so much for them. That's on both parts. Like, for an example, my son's father, when he came home, he had a drug problem. So my son hates this guy, and it made me feel sad because he needs him, but he didn't see that because he has this bitterness. So I had to walk him through his emotions to let him see, no, you're just hurt. And when, now he's trying to help his father get help, because that's emotional intelligence. We all feel a way about what we experience, but it's not to, like you said, point fingers. I'm aggressive. I am. And it's because I have boys, and I channel my masculine energy when necessary because I understand the game. So it's like when beta males come at me sideways, that's when y'all seeing. That's why you're getting the windmill that Reckless keep talking about, because we ain't never played with no. First of all, the Nubian woman is undefeated. So unless you get that through your thick head, you're not going to spirit cook us with the shit you're doing. You understand? And then the last resort for us is the fact that Black men are willing to sacrifice the children in our community to prove a point against us. That's why you have so much energy against a matriarchy. And then if you look at history, you could not become a pharaoh unless she was ordained through a birth of a woman. So it's like, if you're listening to true government, if you understand true Black, Nubian nation, because I don't really like the term Black American, this is why we're glitching. Yeah. So it's like, if you go back a little bit on the true spirit of our governing and why we're genetically built like this, you wouldn't have so much bad animosity towards a woman telling you what to do.
Ma'am, hi, my name is Joshua. How are you doing today?
Don't ma'am me, I'm Nico.
Nice to meet you, Nico. I definitely don't want any smoke with you, okay? I just wanted to tell you that I'm in love. I want to tell you that I'm peace and love, but at the same time, we have to be able to have conversations where, okay, Nico, would you agree that men do have some grievances that are solid? Do Black men not have any solid grievances against the Black woman? Is this what we're saying?
Everybody has mommy issues. That's the thing.
No, that's not fair. Because if a Black woman has a grievance against a Black man, that's not a daddy issue. I'm asking you hold on, sir, just please hold on. Let me just ask this woman a question. I promise I'm gonna get to you. I'm asking you,
Yeah.
as a black man, I'll tell you that black men have things that we have done wrong, so I can admit that. I'm being accountable, like Consciouztv said. So since we're at the table being accountable, can you say that black men at least have one solid grievance against black women that is not our fault? Is there anything that black women are doing in 2022 that is not productive for the black community, that is not productive and healthy for black relationships, and that is not black men's fault? Is there anything that black women in 2022 are doing in general? Anything at all?
Definitely. Accepting your hand in marriage.
Okay, so
When
it's our fault
women
again.
abandon
It
their
goes back to the
motherhood
man.
position. No. This is holding women accountable. I promise you. Let me finish.
Don't mention
I
a man.
don't respect any mother that would actually put a relationship with a man in front of her relationship with her
Okay,
children.
so
No
now
matter
you
if she is
mentioned the
a
man
single
again.
parent, because we have a social construct that is based off of white patriarchy, we often abandon what our children need in order to be socially acceptable for whatever that is. I don't respect women who do that.
Ma'am,
That's their
85%,
fault.
ma'am,
They contribute to a lot of these kids
Nico,
that you hear on these pages saying they seen their mama do whole shit and all this other things to keep men. Those are the women I hold responsible for their behavior. Those are the those are the women Kevin Samuels was talking about.
Mrs.
The
Nico.
same women that use the same patriarchy to do this. Yeah,
Lord,
I
y'all want
feel
to let
like
that man rest in
the men
peace.
that are
Like,
mad at these women have valid arguments, definitely.
Wait, Miss Nico, I asked you a simple question. If
I answered you.
no, but every answer that you gave me had something to do with a man. I said, if you didn't hear me, I said, is there anything that black women and brothers see? This is what I'm saying, brother. If we're having I'm sorry, I can't see your username, brother Logic. If we're having real conversation, if we're trying to have real conversation and healing for our black children, it's not productive to be laughing in the camera. I understand that, but we're talking about the black community. This is a perfect example of why we're not productive. Because
The reason.
Did I
maybe
miss my
I'm wrong.
turn? Did
Wait,
I
maybe
miss my
I'm wrong.
turn, CTV?
Oh no, yeah, no, CM, I'm about to let you come in right now. I just want to say this. If we're having a
Oh, thank
productive
you so much.
conversation, I'm sorry, CM Walk. If we're having a productive conversation, there's no reason to be laughing and stuff. All I want to say is this, and I'm gonna push it off. 85% of all youth sitting in prison today grew up in a fatherless home. 90% of all homeless and runaway children are from fatherless homes. 63% of all U.S. suicides are from fatherless homes. And 80% of all divorces are initiated by women. That's all I wanted to say.
Ooh, hold up. I'm gonna have to come right back. I'm sorry, CM, but I'm so sorry. I love you dearly.
I'm reckless.
But here's the thing, and this is the reason I was laughing, is because the reaction is always to push off responsibility, as in you want to be the head of household, but however, the thing is that when it comes down to responsibility and we start at the head of household, all of a sudden it's pushed off everywhere else. Now, I will say this, it's very interesting that you did mention fatherless homes, and it's very interesting when men do mention that, is because the simple fact of, once again, we're trying to blame the parent that stayed instead of the parent that left. It's like, and I'm gonna use this metaphor again, it's like me being in a race with my partner and I run 2 laps, and then it's time for him to run his 2 laps. He said, no, I'm not gonna do it. And then guess what? I run my other 2 laps and then we lose and you blame me for it. That doesn't make any sense at all.
And now CM Walk.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I want to go back to a few minutes ago when we were still talking about male, patriarchy and matriarchy. So my father was the oldest out of 9 children, and he had to drop out of high school at the age of 9 years old because my grandmother could not read or write, and therefore for her to move around in New York, he needed to go with her so he can help her get around to do the things that she needed to do. Now, I say all of that because of this. I have 2 brothers. It was 4 of us. And when my brothers were growing up, my father, one thing he would always say to them, if they came home, he got into a fight, or someone was picking on them, things of that nature. And sometimes my younger brother, who's older than me, but the youngest boy out of the 4 of us, he would come home and he would be crying and he would have gotten beaten up or whatever the case may be. And my father would say to him, listen, you have to man up, right? And I didn't know what it meant at the time, but when as I got older and my father and I talked about it, I asked him one day, why do you say that? Don't you think that that was not nice to tell him to man up when he was just a kid? He said, well, the reason why I talk to my sons the way I do, but he showed them love, he hugged them, he was always there for us, is because it's a cruel, cruel world out there. And a lot of times you have to show them both sides of emotion. You have to show them how to be strong and be able to deal with the evils of the world. But they also have to understand when they come home and they're with their family, whether it's their wife or their children, that they can let that guard down and be more softer and things of that nature. But when you're out there in those streets and you moving around in them streets, you have to have a tougher skin. It wasn't about being man up and being mean and evil and trying to beat the world or beat women or anything like that. Because I didn't grow up in a domestic abusive home, whether it was physical, emotional, verbal, whatever. But he said, this is the reason why I told him. I said, well, did they know that, Daddy? He said, yeah. He said, you may not have had me see me having those conversations with your brothers. But yes, when you're out there in them streets, you need to man up and be strong, because there's a lot of evil out there and there's a lot of people out there that will run over you. And I think maybe some other people in this world had those same type of conversations or those same type of directives, I should say, from either their father or an uncle, whoever, whatever the male person was in their lives. And they may have just taken it and ran with it in a direction that now, as an adult, made them be something more than equally balanced with masculinity and femininity, if you want to say that. So that's all I had to say.
Okay, thank you for that, CM Walk. I don't look. Jay Lethal has a issue. Jay Lethal protects patriarchy by denying it. Okay, so
he went there for that patriarchy.
And Jay Lethal literally said,
yeah, he's exhausting.
We're taking, I'm taking accountability. Jay Lethal ain't agreed with a motherfucking thing that anybody has said in the lateral in the past 3 hours. Yeah, talking about
he's combative.
Accountability. He had to combat every single thing and make an argument for every single thing that has been said. So what dialogue is being had?
I agree with a lot of that. Can you hear me? I came into the I agree with a lot of what you're saying, and that's why, that's the thing. I think what's important when you're debating or having a dialogue, something, anything, you should always at least admit when the other person has a valid point. Now, I want to say this. Somebody in the comments said, because I said, this is what I said to Sister Nico. I said, I can admit that Black men are doing some things that are not good for the community. And then I asked, can you admit that about Black women? And then somebody in the comments said, well, name one thing. Name one thing. You haven't named one thing. Okay, let me name 2 things, 3 things. Black men gangbanging. Gangbanging in the Black community is completely counterproductive to the Black community, especially since we moved away from the Black Panthers, because the initial Bloods are the initial Crips. The Crip stands for Community Revolution in Progress. So the original Crips were meant to defend the neighborhood against white supremacists. So we moved away from the original Bloods and Crips. We started killing each other. That's the first thing that Black men did wrong. Another thing that Black men did wrong, we started pimping our women. There was a Snoop Dogg came to the MTV Music Awards on the red carpet with 2 Black women on leashes. And Snoop Dogg made it cool to be a pimp. Not just Snoop Dogg. We know about the Blaxploitation films and everything, but Black men literally pimp our women. That's number 2. Number 3, I'm just gonna name it just for fun, extra credit. Black men, we kill each other over Jordan shoes. We wait in line for these Michael Jordan shoes that were made for $7 in Taiwan, then they sell it to us for $350, and we kill each other over these Michael Jordan shoes. I just named 3 things that Black American men are doing counterproductive to America and to relationships and to our children and to our community. I need Black women to know one thing that doesn't tie back to a man. Don't talk about how you took our hand in marriage. Don't talk about how you this and that our kids. Talk about one thing that Black American. Have you seen Suki Hana? Come on, talk to me.
Oh gosh.
Have you not seen Bill Cosby? Have you not seen R. Kelly?
Yes, it was in prison.
I like Suki.
R. Kelly's in prison. R. Kelly's in prison. Stop doing that.
Have you not seen Future?
Man, get out of here.
I do have to say this though. Now that I'm up for my nap, I do have to say this though. Did anybody else see when Sukiyana was twerking on that little boy?
No.
Yeah, I seen it.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure I'm not the only one that saw that.
Pedophilia.
But wait. But I also because I also want to make this clear.
Too far away from the subject.
Hold on. Have you also seen Aaliyah with R. Kelly Storm?
Right.
R. Kelly's in prison.
Yeah, the fact that everybody fucking
R. Kelly's in prison.
And Bill Cosby is not. Bill Cosby
after 30 years.
Bill Cosby was in prison. Bill Cosby was in prison. Cardi B was not in prison.
Don't worry. Wait, don't worry.
Have you seen Cardi B? Have you seen Cardi B?
She not black.
Here's the thing that gives me
killing and who she pedophiling.
Suki
Oh no,
Hana.
she drugged and robbed men back in the day. No, she actually did.
Suki Hana, Cardi B, talk to me. So you're gonna keep on going back to R. Kelly? R. Kelly's in prison for 30 years. You know that. You guys all celebrated.
Well, don't worry. I got somebody that's still walking free.
Got
What about
little
Boosie?
Pull up the prison statistics regarding the sexes between Black men and Black women, who makes up the larger prison population amongst them.
I just asked you a question about can Black women name one thing. You guys still are avoiding my point. I named 3 things that belong.
And you went so easy on Patreon.
You know what? I can name something.
Baby, there are some
Hold
on a minute. There are some real devastating consequences as a result of
I said gang banging, which is not a small thing. I said pimping, which is not a small thing. I said killing each other over material, Jordans and Gucci belts. That is not a small thing.
So funny? But what's so funny, because I follow your platform, sir. What's
I know.
Is that so you wait a minute. So y'all have the audacity to go in on Megan Thee Stallion and a Cardi B and a Sukiyana and these women who seemingly can be used as the like anti-Black female trope that no woman should be aspiring to be, and yet we acknowledge the patriarchy in the form of pimping, which is nothing more than Black men doubling down on that patriarchal construct that reduced them to nothing but what's in their pockets, and then get mad and judge women when they navigate the world as if pimps are in it.
Thank you.
Get mad at women.
What the heck?
Wait. Get mad at women for actually believing men when men show them.
Oh, look at this, yo! Look at this.
Now let me But wait, Jay Lethal, let me bring some petty context for you. True story. Today I spoke to someone I dated when I was 15 and he was 28. And now that I'm a mom, I went back and I asked him a few personal questions because I feel a ways. And he said, oh, we were young back then. I said, well, 5 years prior, I was 10 and you was 23. So how young were we? Right. Mm-hmm. And then my mom and everybody that actually knew, because I almost got in trouble and they was going to lock him up and it was all this drama. But he was able to pay my mom. And then there was women that went behind my sister back to connect us because I really wanted to be with this older man, not knowing he was dating 7 other women. He's actually the CEO of a place where we grew up in this place called Samaritan House. And we spoke earlier today. The entitlement because he thought he broke or took something from me, and the dismissiveness of the patriarchy to be able to say at almost 60 years old that we both was young, like I was a grown up, like he was, dismissing what he took from a child. And I had to bring that in context for him today. And then he said, yeah, you're right, I shouldn't have done that. It's really weird that when we're not as undeveloped as you would like us to be, you try what you're doing right now and then get mad because at the end of the day, there's certain women that you have breeded, it's me, that don't play with you. And now, like Reckless is saying, every time we turn around, we gut punching and windmilling on you. We don't fuck with beta males, and we don't like the predatory behavior. And I wouldn't bring nobody in this community around my daughter. We're not saying about you. The only thing you're ever going to use is media to combat what we're saying, because facts on top of real life speaks for itself. And there's a whole community of women that talked about me and blamed me on behalf of men.
Is media not a representation of real life, ma'am? Is media not a representation of real life?
Hold on, because I don't want to scream over my own panel. I'm not going to.
I'm sorry.
What I find interesting too about the Sukiana dancing on this little boy shit is so fun because even that's a result of the patriarchy. Like it's so funny that in this system, literally young boys are socialized to lose their fucking virginity, to have no chastity or virtue about their sexual organs or loins or impulsions, compulsions whatsoever, are even grown by the men in their lives, whether it be their father, their uncles, the older men in the community, their male peers, to lose their virginity, to conquest against woman's body by any means necessary, whether it's a woman in their peer group or a woman who is of adult age. And then, like we always say, every community mirrors back the other community. So then women don't make anything of twerking on a little boy, because those women are also socialized to see those things as correct, even though they're not in any way, shape, or form, but is a byproduct of the way that we hypersexualize young males. And we make nothing of them being in situations like this. Literally, we had Michael Jackson saying that.
Who hypersexualizes the young male?
We even have Michael Jackson talking about how
wasn't R. Kelly molested by his wife or by his auntie or something? You talk about R. Kelly.
I'm not finished. I'm not going to scream over this. It's not necessary. We even have Michael Jackson talking about how Joe Jackson had them during the Jackson 5 era performing at strip clubs. Literally had them performing, had them around exotic fucking dancers, naked women, titties, pussy, the whole nine. And guess what?
I remember that.
And when black males, no matter the age, are in these predicaments, unfortunately, because we all buy into the patriarchy, we all buy into the socialization, we all buy into the sunken place bullshit.
His wife.
Yeah, we don't address the double standard, because it makes sense when young males are in these predicaments, but it don't make sense when young females are in this predicament, which is why the whole situation was gaslit with R. Kelly, and the emphasis be on black men taking advantage of young girls. But when black men are the young ones in this situation, that's completely normal. Unfortunately, that's
okay. So what can we? I'm sorry. Thank you. Okay, so now let me ask you.
Patriarchal socialization. Yes.
Again, what is something that black women are doing in 2022 that is counterproductive to the black community?
I'll tell you, Jay Letha.
I want a black woman to tell me.
Hold on. The black man on the panel will tell you first.
Okay.
Mirroring back patriarchy.
Nope. Wrong.
Okay, so
That's again. Can you guys hear me? I know it's an echo in here, but can you hear me? I said,
can you hear us?
I said, name me one thing that does not connect to men at any way that you're doing that is counterproductive to our community. What the fuck?
Not taking care of themselves. That black women do not take care of their psychological health, their physical health, their emotional health. They don't.
But Jay Letha, but here's the thing.
That's a start.
No, it's not a start, because even then, that starts from patriarchy, as in always protecting and taking care of the man. Even at the expense of the women's own health.
Okay,
Like,
so let me get it clear.
Patriarchy. Wait. But we can't condition women to follow the lead of men. We can't condition women to protect a man at all costs and then think and be surprised when they do so. This is the same reason why when it comes down to movements, mostly black women are the one within those movements. Like, we can't sit here and tell women to do it. It's a surprise when they do it.
Okay, so then let me get it clear then. Okay, I understand, right? Let me make sure I understand. So everything that is wrong in the black community goes right back to the man, and the woman is a byproduct of that, right?
Yes, because when we tell, when we tell women to follow the lead of a man, aka he's the head of household, then she follows the lead and be submissive and submit to her man.
The man has been
like, you cannot be the head of the household, and then
the man has been the head of the culture. Fuck the household. The man has been the head of the culture, and women accommodated it, unfortunately. And by doing that, women have mutated themselves by inadvertently participating in patriarchy, whether they were aware of this toxic aspect.
Consciouztv.
Look, come on, because I'm about to circle around to the black man too. Because look, we all victims, including black men, are victims of this patriarchal system. Black men did not author this version of patriarchy in the West, but the problem with black men in general is that black men will either deny patriarchy to protect it or defend it in order to protect it, versus women who actually can acknowledge, unlike queer people who can actually acknowledge the injury of it. Black men don't even allow the rest of the community to even empathize and to even help in dismantling it, because black men, cis hetero black men specifically, won't even empathize with themselves as it relates to the way that patriarchy doesn't even serve them. That's the only reason why it makes it hard to even like give men anything, because you won't even acknowledge that the shit is fucked up and it's injurious not only to you, it's injurious to me, it's injurious to Nico, it's injurious to all black bodies and black persons. And I know that that's the only thing that black men got, because look, I understand that as men, historically, the only real virtue of masculinity we really adhere to didn't even come from our fathers. It came from the white master, because
everything.
You gotta listen. You don't listen. You listen to defend. You listen to respond. You don't actually take it in and hear. I need you to hear. You don't hear, because while somebody's talking, you in your mind wait. Just
because conscious, you make it a dialogue. You're making a dialogue.
I have allowed everyone on this panel to speak their whole piece, period. Okay?
You're right.
I'm about to conclude on my point.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
I understand that as black men. And I need black men I need other black men to understand this. We only saw respectable masculinity. We took all of our cues about masculinity from white men. We have to realize that black boys could not even hardly look up to their fathers, and because this shit is generationally transferred, because our fathers were getting butt broken by the other men. They were enslaved by the other men. Therefore, when men thought about what it meant to be in control, they didn't want to be like their fathers. They needed to mirror the power of the men who actually had that power socially, had that power politically, actually had that power economically. You weren't on a subconscious level. We drew our cues about what it meant to be a man from man-naceness, who have always used greed and conquest and domination as a way to colonize and come into it. Black men don't know really that they're even operating under this white patriarchal blueprint for masculinity. And when you try to wake them up, all they either want to do is once again defend it by denying it, or defend it by making an excuse for it, when what we're saying is that look at the state of the black community. Nothing has worked out as a result of us not necessarily following black men, but following black men who are following white power social constructs and norms and principles. We're pulling the reverse fucking Uno. It doesn't
But
even
is
matter.
that true, though,
It doesn't even,
Conscious?
hold on. It doesn't even matter about following women at this point. It's about actually following righteousness. And either
What
party.
year?
You want to interrupt, so go ahead. Go ahead.
No, it's not interrupt because you're making a lot of points, and I don't want to forget some of the points. That's why, like, I think you're very.
That's why you write them down, just like I do. I write them down, and then I remember when it's my turn to touch all those points. I keep a notepad right here and a pen.
But see, remember, Conscious. Okay, fair enough. You're right. I'm sorry about that, sir. I'll write them down. I will write them down. You're right. I have a bad habit of doing that. I'm sorry. I do want to say this. It is my. This is going back to what I was talking about, Gloria Steinem again. I believe if you based on the statistics, and not the statistics, if you just look at the timeline, you will see that Black men have not even been in the household since 1970s. We've increasingly been, whether we're running away, whether we're being locked up, whether we're being killed, whatever the scenario, Black men, hence Black fathers, are not in the household anymore. So what I'm saying is, if there ever was a patriarchy, that argument was supposed to be made in the 20s and 30s and 40s. And coincidentally, when we did have a patriarchy where the man was in the household 9 out of 10 times, this is when we had Black Wall Street. This is when we had other things that the whole community was together. When you look at when the Black father was really in the household, there was no drugs being sold to the community. There was no, like I said, people killing each other over shoes and designer belts.
True.
Excuse me, ma'am?
That's not true.
What's not true, ma'am?
You may not have had people selling drugs on the street.
I want to be clear. I want to be clear. What is not true exactly? I just want to be clear.
You're making it sound like because Black men were in the home, everything was great with the parenting. And when you're talking about, hold up, let me say this. When you're sitting here and you're talking about Black men being in the home and you're talking about the Gloria chick and all this other stuff, let's get one thing clear. They were alcoholics, they were abusive, and women all of the time did not have a job. So they were stuck with these guys. This dude has a whole nother side of the family on the other side of town, embarrassing his wife and his kids, and then his kids is mating with their siblings because they don't even know that they family members.
Right. And it was too cheap to get a divorce, so they created a new culture of separation from like mayonnaise society. And Jay, you also forgot to mention in this, like when slavery first let out, 70s, you can go find it on Hezekiah News. Black men were pimping their wives like by large amounts. They were marrying women just to become their pimps.
And what do you mean by marrying women to become their pimps? Can you explain that?
You can just Google it right now and find a whole culture of that 73%, I think it was, or probably greater than that. They have videos all over YouTube of women back then that were married saying, I have to take care of them. I'm going to stand beside them. Right. They had a whole culture of Black men. That's where pimp culture came from. They didn't find women on the street. It was their wives they were pimping, sweetie.
So you're telling me, you just said 73%.
I just want to add this into that. The reason why y'all cis hetero men love the Reconstruction era and y'all love the all of that era. It's because y'all
created the whole.
Wait. Y'all love referring to that time, Jay Lethal, because it's a time where Black patriarchy was at an all-time high. That was the
Black community.
Ideal era. Patriarchy was striving. You had the women, y'all were running shit. I mean, it was on Black. I mean, it was an ideal realm. It was an ideal. Y'all had what you wanted them to be. Y'all had them controlling religion and
Black Wall Street.
And by the double standards and by the
social Black Wall Street.
It was bringing in the money. Y'all were
Black Wall
we
Street.
were like the white men finally of the black community. We had what we needed.
Black Wall Street is what we
What
had.
women keep telling us, Jay Lethal.
Black Wall Street is what we had.
I don't want you to hold on, Jay Lethal. I don't Jay Lethal. I don't want you to practice. I don't want you to practice black male narcissism. The women are telling you that despite things benefiting and working out just fine for black men, it wasn't working out for
okay, Consciouztv, okay.
Black men. It wasn't working out for them.
And guess what? Guess what? Consciouztv today in 2022, with all their independence, about 3 out of every 5 women are on antidepressants. Okay, and guess what?
I wonder why.
And guess what? On top of this, I want you guys to put this in your soup and eat this. Brittany Griner, bring home Brittany Griner. No, Brittany Griner needs to stay in prison because she made a fucked up decision. And guess what? Brittany Griner fucking gave her ex-wife a concussion. Brittany Griner left her ex-wife with the babies the same way men do. And guess what? When you look at the statistics of same-sex domestic violence, it is equal to or higher to heterosexual same partnerships. So that means gay people are beating each other's ass.
Conscious, can I say
Can I talk? I'll get into it. Jay Lethal.
Thank you for your feminism.
Lace up.
Representation. Hold on, let me make sure.
I'm sorry to break it to you, but it's all bullshit.
Did he just say reckless that black gay men are outdoing the domestic violence?
Black women in particular. I said the LGBT community, but if you want to talk about, I brought up Brittany Griner.
LGBT community, okay.
If you talk about the lesbians, they are beating each other's ass and cheating on each other just as much.
Let me get
the fuck out of here. Y'all don't have a problem with Young M.A. Y'all don't have a problem with Young M.A.
Okay, let me get
Conscious, I want to know if Lethal knows what foresight is.
Of course I know what foresight is, man.
Let me get him. Okay.
Do I sound
once again, my fault. Okay. So once again, this is what Conscious was talking about, as in, yes, you can call
the patriarchy, right?
Yes. However, you can talk about wait, because this right here is gonna blow your mind. Once again, you're talking about statistics. This is what Conscious said prior to, as in, yes, you can talk about statistics, but you also have to keep in mind the nuances, because it's going to contextualize the understanding when it comes down to statistics. So you're talking about the queer community. The queer community is a smaller community compared to the black community. So with that being said, if I take 3%,
I'm gonna simplify. Hold on.
Yes.
Let me simplify it for you, baby. Okay, you're talking about a population of less than 2%. Okay, less than 2% is
actually 5%. Actually 5%.
Okay, 5%.
Less than 5%.
I know more about your community than you know, Conscious.
No, I'm actually just giving it to you because I'm not about to argue with you like that.
Don't give it to me. Don't give it to me.
5%. We can round.
Don't give nothing to me.
Hey, from 5. We gave you 5. From 2 to 5.
You don't have to give it to me. That's what it is. It's 5%.
I just gave it to you, Jay Lethal. Now,
you don't have to give it to me.
I'm not going to ask for permission to complete a point.
I'm just saying you don't have to give it to me. That's the fact.
From 2% to 5%. We are the LGBT community in general, whether white or black, is a minority. Is a minority, and then to be a black queer person is a minority within a minority, and then if you're a woman, a minority within a minority within a minority, and then it just doubles on the fuck down. Any statistic you look at in one of the smallest minority groups in the country, you cannot compare. There's no compare. That's not a comparison, sir. Like, we're not beating each other's ass at more of a rate, okay, than y'all. The domestic violence is still higher in the dominant class statistics, relatively speaking.
Relatively speaking.
This, if you look at every issue in the LGBT community, whether it's HIV, whether it's STI, whether it's domestic violence, it's going to look higher because it's a minority. That's why everything becomes an epidemic.
Okay, so explain to me how Brittany Griner beating her ex-wife's ass and leaving her with a concussion and leaving her with the twins. Talk to me about how that's the patriarchy's fault. Tell me more about how that's the patriarchy's fault.
I did not hear that part.
I bet you didn't. Of course you wouldn't know that part because the media is protecting them.
But why are you asking us about somebody's individual affair? Like speak to that.
Because
speak to that.
I'm sorry?
How can any of us speak to?
Well, because you can't speak to it because the fucking narrative is that if you leave black men, you go do some other dumb shit that you're gonna be living happily ever after. No.
That narrative. So
what's your name?
You keep moving the goalposts in the.
My name is Joshua.
No.
Joshua, was your father in the home?
The goalpost.
My biological father was in the home. Then my mother, because in America, my mother has the legal authority to do what she wants. My mother took me once I was about 2 years old, and then my stepdad came into the play. That's a whole nother conversation. But to answer your question, I had a father and a stepfather.
Brittany, what's her name?
Well, by your analogy, you're not acting like it because you seem right. You said that men bring that emotional intelligence, and you can't even sit through a conversation with Conscious.
Wait, I've never said that men bring emotional intelligence. That's not my language.
That discipline. You said he need that discipline from a man.
Discipline, yes. Discipline is different. I'm not showing a lack of discipline. The fact of the matter is, we're having a discussion in which everyone, this dude is laughing right here. Look at this dude. I mean, come on.
Talking over everybody, talking through everybody. Can't even let.
Because listen. Because okay, wait. I'm talking over everybody, but it seems as though most people on this panel with this point. So I'm the only one on the opposing side of the argument.
To be rude and to overtalk people. It doesn't matter how many people on here agree and have the same mind. It's still a discussion, and everybody is eager to talk and to interject and to provide them. Just like
but we have to be fair.
More unique in that way than anybody else on the panel who is passionate and got stuff to say.
Conscious, can I step in?
So what about Brittany Griner beating her ex-wife?
I got to answer this. So I looked up Brittany Gardner. Well, it's Gardner. Grainer is Griner.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're talking about. Okay, so this is a lesbian woman that's damn near 6 feet tall that play basketball, and also wears locks. You're talking about a lesbian that also participates and actually adopts the culture of patriarchy. Once again, this is what we're talking about when we say that a minor class adopts the customs of the dominant class, as in since she is a stud and she identifies as masculine, of course, what the men do and identify as and what they do, she's gonna agree with and she's gonna adopt to.
So now the studs are on our team, right?
They
created their own team.
The studs are on our team, right?
With y'all, they been on the block with y'all. What you mean? They been in black men's spaces. Y'all been adopted them. Y'all then made them supplemental homeboys. What you mean?
Like you said, young and me.
The studs have always ran. What do you mean? The studs have always had access to black spaces. They had more access spaces that same gender loving women.
I thought we were homophobic.
Yeah, hold on, wait a minute. Wait the damn minute. Masculine presenting as black.
Oh God!
Had more access to black men's spaces than black same gender loving men had to.
God.
And that's how black men love Young and May. Look at the way she acts and the way she speaks.
Black men do not fuck with Young and May. What are you talking about? Real black men want Young and May off the team.
Yes, they do.
Real black men. I've been exposing Young and May since 2017. I've been exposing her on my platform since 2017. Young and May came out.
Jay Lethal, what is a real black man?
A real black man is one that understands that the first human being was black. Black being the definition meaning absorbed with light. Light meaning information, righteousness, God, however you want to call that. The original human being was black.
And we gotta stop right there because you have to say woman, and y'all keep trying to make like it's the man is God. Like, let's calm down.
What a black man
The first
was.
person on this planet was a woman. Period.
I said, you asked me what a black man was. I said the first man on this planet was a black man. That's what I said. You asked me what a man was. Why did
I didn't know? I said no. You said no. She didn't. Miss Nico didn't say that. Nico didn't say that. I asked, what is a real black man? Because you said a real black man, and I want to know what is a real black man.
And I said, and I'll tell you again, a real black man is one that understands the first man was a black man, aka absorbed with light, absorbed with sunlight, absorbed with information, absorbed with righteousness, absorbed with God. We were the one that was given dominion over this earth. Us and our black woman as our side. She is on our side with us, and it's not about fucking damaging her. We protect her. But that's a whole other story. You asked me for my definition. If you don't agree or if you think that's a laughable definition, fair enough. But that's how I operate with my life. So when I say a real black man, I mean Dwayne Wade. Now let me talk to my sister at the bottom. I'm gonna go there because what is the sister's name at the bottom? Can you move that comment real quick? What is her name?
You talking about me, Anya?
Yes, Miss Anya. Now, this is one thing I wanted to mention because I didn't want to mention it, but since I'm here now, I'm going to mention it.
Here we go.
You might want to talk. Yes, you might want to talk to your son about has he been touched? Because when you talk about a Dwayne Wade, he said his son. No, hold on. Dwayne Wade said when his son was 3 years old, he came and said, I'm a girl all of a sudden. And then Dwayne, instead of sitting there and talking to him and asking him vital questions like, where did you hear this from? Have you been touched? These are realistic questions. Instead of doing that, he said he embraced his son and let his son become whatever he wants.
Well, to address your point, the point that you're trying to make.
My point is,
know what Dwayne Wade and his wife had, like, what would you know about?
Because they told the world, Conscious.
No, they told the world that they were dealing with the manifestation of transgender.
No, Conscious. I studied this.
For all we know, Zaya Wade might have been and communicated that, and we just don't know it, or she may have not ever.
Conscious. No, I studied this. Dwayne's already talked about this. It's easily findable.
He never asked those questions to his trans daughter.
But
she said the Conscious. Listen to me, please.
That him and his wife excluded that question from whatever questions they had for their child growing up.
He said specifically that the moment his son told him that, he embraced it. That's what he said. He embraced it. So my point.
What that got to do with molestation? What that got to do with molestation, Jay Lethal?
So my point is. Back to the sister who called about her son changing out of nowhere because I have sons.
How you know that they don't? Hold on, no. My question to you is how you don't know that this man and his wife don't regularly and routinely check in with their children about the people who are in proximity to them? How do you know that they don't routinely do that before Zaya even started identifying as Zaya? When Zaya identified as whatever, how do you know what they know about their children and what conversations they have and don't have? Because that's a whole, you trying to like conflate things that are completely
because
you are. No, because that's questioning that any average parents could ask their children irregardless of their child's sexuality or gender identity. The fact that the question should come up only because Zaya is now identifying as trans. These conversations could have been had far before this situation, and whether Zaya was molested or not, still don't have. Do you know? What do you really know about transgenderism? What have you studied about that? Because you studied a lot about Dwayne Wade, but what do you actually know about gender? Dysphoria, dysmorphia, body dysmorphia, transgenderism. What do you actually know about that subject?
I know that none of it exists outside of the human brain.
What does that even mean, Jaylee?
What does that mean? You're a smart gentleman. You know exactly what that means. None of what you just mentioned exists outside of the brain.
I want to say this. Can I say this? I think it's very interesting, especially when we enter the conversation of queer people, that molestation and sexual assault always get put on queer people. But however, whenever we
I didn't mean to disrespect the sister. Let me say that. Hold on. Let me say this. I did not mean to disrespect the sister. Let me just say this. Just so you know, sister. Just so you know, sister, I just want to throw it out. I didn't mean to throw in your child as a means for some type of sensationalist claim or anything. I was actually going somewhere with it.
No, you could say that I wasn't offended. I know that was deflection. It's okay.
No, not deflecting, because I have kids too, Anja. That's the thing. See,
it was a deflection because we were speaking on one thing and you reverted back to something else deflecting, but it's okay. I'm not offended.
You asked me what a real black man was. You asked me what a real black man was, so then
You're talking about Younger May. Me asking you what was I authentically wanted to know what did you think a real black man was? Had nothing to do with the previous content of me asking the question.
No.
But that
okay,
was
so I'll be
cute. It's cute. I ain't offended. It's all right. That's
I wasn't trying to be cute. That's the thing. That's why I'm showing you my face. I'm not trying to be cute. I'm telling you that I brought that up for a real reason. I have kids of my own. And when you ask me what a real black man is, that's why I brought up Dwayne Wade. That's why I brought up his child. And that's why I remembered your statement about how your child began to act differently. All of that has...
But you do know that in general, people can go through something traumatic that does not involve sex, right? You do know that, right?
Of course, but there's always that possibility as well. You said you don't know what's wrong. You said you don't know what's wrong, man.
That itself is very small-minded to think that will be the case that he has.
Again, it was my mistake for bringing your child into it.
And that's what we're dealing with from the men in our community on a daily basis.
Can I chime in? Can I? Hello, hi, Conscious. Hi. This is Catman. Hey, everybody. Okay. So I've been listening for the past 45 minutes to an hour, and oh God, this is why I have divested. This is why I am married to a non-black man. Yes, I am married to a non-black man.
Lawrence Smithfield.
Because we are the only. It just seems like we are the only ones having this conversation with our men, and them. We're trying to get them to understand that they have rejected manhood for the longest. They have abused their power. They have.
And so you got a white man, huh?
No, I don't have a white man.
Hold on. Please allow her to have the floor to complete, because she's just not getting here to speak.
Yeah. He just because he's not black doesn't mean he's white. There's other races in the world, and black women. There are other races in the world besides black men and white men. Just in case y'all need to know that. So this is why we are having this conversation about black men's failure. This is a failure of black patriarchy. You guys have abused you have abused the black women and the black children in the black community for decades. And so when black women are now saying to you, hey, this is a problem. You guys are a goddamn problem. You have been a problem since the longest, since my grandmother was a young woman, a young girl. You guys have been a problem. And you want to blame it on white supremacy as if you're the only one, as if, you're the only one that's suffering from white supremacy. You blame it on everything under the goddamn sun instead of just taking responsibility and saying, okay, we need to do better. Black women are surpassing you in all areas of life, as far as education, income, in all areas of fucking life. We are surpassing you, and you guys are being left behind. And again, it's frustrating because you have all this smoke for black women, and yet y'all have none for the so-called white man that has the foot on your fucking necks. You have no smoke for that motherfucker. But you come on here with all the smoke for Black women. This is why I say I divested. This is why I don't fuck with Black men. I have Black men in my family. I deal with them, but I haven't dated y'all since I was fucking in my 20s, and I'm damn near 40. And I'm not married to a Black man, and that's purposeful. Because in order for me, I'm an educated Black woman. For order for me to meet someone who is my equal or better, I had to step out of the Black community. I had no other choice but to find a non-Black man who was my equal or better in terms of education, in terms of income, in terms of sharing the same values as me. So
educated by who, ma'am?
I'm sorry?
Who, when you say educated, who is the proprietor? Educated by who? You mean by white institutions, by patriarchal institutions? Yale, Harvard.
But you want to know the college that he went to?
No, I'm saying.
What did that matter in the conversation? So I'm going to finish my point, and I'm going to get off because I'm tired. So what I was saying was, basically, this is what I'm talking about. Is you have all this damn smoke for Black women, and you have nothing for white men. You have nothing. It's not like you're gonna wake up tomorrow and what are you gonna do tomorrow? You're not gonna do much of anything. I'm not saying you. Maybe rephrase that. You in particular, the collective of Black men. And I'm talking cis hetero Black men. I'm talking about the collective of cis hetero Black men. You're not gonna do not a damn thing to dismantle white supremacy or anything like that. You're not going to do it. You haven't done much of anything. Okay,
and
let's be fucking real.
If we start tomorrow, will you support us or will you call us fake? Now, mind you might be a little older, sister, but in maybe 20s, 30 years old, you know, they have a term for Black people who, particularly Black cis hetero men who call out white men. You know what they call us? Fake woke. Fake hotep ass niggas.
I don't care what they call y'all, but you're not gonna do nothing. I just know that for sure. And I'm still in my 30s.
I was asking him questions in reference to her son, and I didn't want her to do that because she's gonna meet that a lot, and she needs to know that she has this. We are moving forward. She just has to do the work a little bit and understand that she has this, and then she has to actually get with her son emotionally so he can understand he didn't do anything wrong. It's just our community is built like that, and it's okay to be himself. She has to teach him to tune out Black men.
Right.
Okay, so let me say this. No, never mind. I'm be quiet. Zip.
No, I'm sorry. I'm gonna say this last thing, and I'm not gonna jump off. I'm gonna let y'all. I'm sorry, but just like I said, it's very frustrating. Again, it's very frustrating because you guys you want to put the blame on the condition of the Black community, and you want to lay it on the Black woman's feet. It makes no sense. Black men, as a cis hetero Black men, as a collective, you guys are the least educated. You are the poorest. You have no wealth. You have no resources. So
name me one Black man that speaks against white supremacy. Name me one Black man because there are many that speak against white supremacy. So you're talking. There's no Black
speaking and actually putting in the work to do so. I don't give a damn about y'all speaking because all y'all do is run your damn mouth. You're not doing anything.
How about the Black men that actually like Micah X? How about Micah X who went on a whole crusade to kill police? Is that not enough?
Where were y'all? Y'all didn't even back him up.
No. But again, you're avoiding the ones who do to say that we don't. And so the whole point is
you don't.
When do we support? Do Black women support Micah X?
Why would you bring that up when Black women actually created the Black Panthers?
Right.
Ma'am, listen to me. What I'm saying is, in modern day support system, where do you see Black women stepping behind Black men that are
down everything? Now y'all stepped in for white men and you're not acknowledging that. What do you mean? You're weird.
There are people trying to be revolutionaries out here in 2022. You don't remember 2020 George Floyd? You don't think there's Black men out here being revolutionaries, and you're telling me.
Okay, what industry do you own, sir? What industry do y'all own? Are y'all taking over any industries? You're not doing nothing.
I see. Okay. So you want us? Okay. So I just want to be clear on this. You want us as Black men to take over industries and combat the whole system of literally white men. And you want us to take that back over from them, literally debo that shit from them, and then you'll give us all this stuff.
It'd be nice. Y'all been complaining about white supremacy and all this other shit. It could be kind of nice for y'all to fucking do something. I mean, I don't know. Y'all been complaining about the shit, but it'd be nice for y'all to fucking.
Right. When you got into the music industry and you were the Bloods and the Crips, it would have been nice if you not had A-list all the white women, B-list all the light-skinned women, and C-listed the women in your community. It would have been nice if when you got a little bit of wealth, you actually acknowledged the women that held you down. It would have been nice if instead of actually having accountability for what's been happening in our community, that you actually defend us sometimes.
The rap industry, I love that you mentioned that. The rap industry, the hip hop, y'all don't own that. Fucking football, NBA, y'all don't own that. I think there was a book that was called $1 Million Slave. Y'all $1 Million Slave. You don't own anything. You don't own anything.
Okay, ma'am. How about a Nipsey Hussle who was assassinated for trying to own and trying to spread wealth to Black American men? You don't even. How about Nipsey Hussle? You'll call that a conspiracy theory. You'll call that a conspiracy theory before giving it genuine thought that a person like Nipsey Hussle was literally transforming his community. I'm from Crenshaw.
Right. I used to go to Crenshaw High. Go ahead.
Okay, so then I went to Inglewood. I went
my mom went to Inglewood. Go ahead.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, I speak about a person like Nipsey Hussle, who I believe to this day, and I've made a valid argument that man was assassinated by government agents because he refused to sell his property, because he refused to stop teaching Black American youth about STEM programs and generational wealth. And Nipsey Hussle was killed in broad daylight. Kicked in his head.
Yeah, we know.
We know. Guess what? With a woman getaway driver, that's the part that they won't really go into. The woman getaway driver knew that he had killed somebody, so it was just some nigga shit. But my point is,
fuck her too. Fuck her too. Yeah, absolutely. Fuck her too. Yep. Fuck her too.
So my point is, when y'all speak about Black men not doing shit, okay, fair enough. A large percentage of us don't, but we don't see the support of the ones who do. And don't say that Nipsey Hussle. I'm only using Nipsey Hussle because that's a household name. You have ones who
we've been supporting y'all. We've been supporting y'all since I don't know when we've been supporting, but we tired. We tired.
Let me say this.
So if people like Nipsey Hussle exists, why does it sound like y'all are? Where's the disconnect?
Okay, so
Nipsey
the disconnect
was Lauren's baby dad until he died. Nobody, other than the people on the West Coast, nobody knew a Nipsey Hussle.
That doesn't mean that he wasn't making a difference in his community. Do you hear yourself?
Okay, here's the thing.
That's one man.
Here's the thing. The thing is, and this goes back to what
until he died.
No, but here's the thing. But here's the thing. It goes back to what you said earlier of as in why when Black men are actually quote unquote doing the work, they're called fake hoteps. Because here's the thing, even though you may be doing the work, you're very selective about which Black folks you are willing to save and willing to protest for. Because the thing about it is Black trans women, next thing you know,
skipping over all Nipsey Hussle light skin privilege.
Queer people, when it's Black queer people, we get no support for that. When it's Black women, we get no support for that. So
we didn't ride for Sandra Bland. We didn't ride for Sandra Bland.
But let's not forget.
We didn't ride for.
Did, but how? Once again, let's keep in context. Here we go again. Let's keep in context. Yes, we did do for Sandra Bland and also for Breonna Taylor. But however, let's not forget they was also put into the background, and people eventually forgot about them. And eventually, we Black men. That were also assaulted and also killed by the police. But however, we ain't never hear of them.
So you think that's Black men's fault? You really think Black men are saying, yeah, no, wait, just listen for a minute before you do all the goddamn animations, brother. You're laughing so much. Just calm down.
I'm gonna stop laughing.
Just look at me, brother. As a Black man, look at me in my face right now. What I'm saying is this. Are you telling me that Black men are literally sitting around saying, oh, we heard about Breonna Taylor, but let's just not talk about her and talk about George? Do you really believe when niggas are around smoking blunts and playing 2K or whatever niggas do, that we hear about a story about a black woman and we say, you know what? Fuck that bitch. Let's talk more about this black man. That's a fallacy, sir. It's a complete
no, it's
fallacy.
not.
Stop that shit, nigga.
Even in this conversation, it happened here. As in, when women were talking about their experiences with black patriarchy, the first thing that came out of your mouth was, "Oh, don't you think there's some issues that black women do that affects black men?" You didn't even take it took us to grab a and a nail up out of you just to be like, you know what? Black men do this. Black men do say this. Black men yada yada yada. But however, the reason why y'all get called fake woke is because
how did he just walk away? How did he just walk away and bothered by you laughing?
My God.
I have to get some water.
Reckless, you better smile and laugh and cut cartwheels just like Jay Lethal frowns and walk and roll up.
I had to go get some water. I'm fine. I had to go get some water. My point still stands. I never shied away from what black men have done wrong in the community. Just for anybody who's listening, who's like, this guy's crazy. Because every time I come on Consciouztv, the comments go crazy. Oh, this guy, he's a bitter. He's probably broke. He's probably undercover gay. They give me everything. That's fine. What I'm saying is, just listen. What I'm saying is this. I never came to this stream in bad faith. I actually was listening for about 30 minutes before I even left the comment. I want to come to some conclusion. I don't like just yelling and screaming. But the fact of the matter is, if I could come and name 3 things off the bat that black men are doing wrong in our community that has nothing to do with women, I expect women to at least come to the table and say one thing that y'all are doing wrong that has nothing to do with us. I think that's a fair thing.
Issue.
But here's the thing. Wait.
Because otherwise, hold on. Because otherwise, what you're saying is everything in the black community, every little thing is our fault. That's what you're saying.
Hey, hold on. I'm gonna speak to this.
That's literally what they're saying.
Jay Lisa, the problem always, and I've had to get on black women's asses on my panel for doing the same shit. For some reason, when it comes to a conversation that's not relevant that's not centered around everybody else, we attempt to turn a cancer rally into a pep smear rally, into a sickle cell rally. When we talk about trans women on this platform, black cis women, go out with what about cis women? This ain't about cis women, sis. Okay, we're here to listen exclusively to trans women's issues, or we're here to exclusively listen to black same gender loving men issue, or we're here to exclusively listen to cis black women's issues, etc. I don't understand what is so hard, because all men do this when it comes to these issues, but it seems to be a dominant class thing, and it just trickles down. Every fucking community does it. I don't know what's so hard about sitting before people who are telling you their experiences, whether they're anecdotal, whether they're historical, etc., and just having compassion and being like, look, these people who I care about, right? Because this is what I don't understand about black women and black men. Black men and black women clearly need each other. They exist in families together. They commune together. They exist in communities together. They fuck. They get married. They produce families. Clearly, these sexes require each other. They're attracted to each other. I don't get why black men are just afraid and defensive when it comes to the women they love and the women that they dwell in homes with and the women they make love to and the women they marry and the women they make children. I don't understand what's hard about sitting in front of people, letting them tell you their experiences, and instead of even defending self, literally just find a way to make any community who's crying aloud about hurt feel better. Because black men expect the same level of empathy when it comes to any of their plight. Here it is, you're here, Jay Lethal, fighting on behalf of what about the way black cis hetero men feel, because you also expect there to be a level of empathy and openness and just a willingness to hear black men out. But the reason you're specifically getting clapped back in this conversation is because this was not a conversation. Well,
Originally.
This originally was a conversation about black men's feelings, but then it's led
right?
But it's led into a conversation around women and
our fault. It's back to our fault. That's the problem, Conscious. You just said it. You walked yourself into it. No, you just said it.
I can't finish what I'm saying.
You just said it, Conscious.
You ain't got that pen and paper out yet. You ain't learned that emotional discipline yet. You just can't sit still.
Because you go on to
I done sat here and let you and Miko have a whole conversation.
I know you.
I just sat here and let you and Cat Mouse have a whole back and forth. I ain't saying nothing. I don't understand why I'm always the only person who knows how to literally just wait a turn and then talk my shit and then let other people speak. It's literally easy. It is so easy to do. It's very easy to do. I want to go.
Because you should be able to debunk me easily, Conscious.
I want to finish. I want to finish what I was saying. It's a deflection. Anytime there's a conversation around people being hurt, particularly when women are saying the way that they are injured in a world that men are doing the injuring, it is not to be interpreted as men are just the problem, but somebody is the problem when somebody has a problem. Therefore, women are talking about their problem with black men. The only thing black men need to do if they want to reciprocate, if they want some reciprocity, if they give a fuck, that's not going to be reflected in saying, I generally agree. It's going to be really doubling down on listening and actually affirming black women when they go to speak about the way they are bulldozed over by men in whatever way. It does not denounce toxic femininity. It does not denounce that black men don't have their pain and their trauma. It does not take away from any of that. It's just that those don't be conversations. And then men use the what about us as a way to just not hear black women. They use the what about us as a way to not have to acknowledge the patriarchy or the male privilege or the anti-blackness or the misogyny or the whatever it is. Because when that's your go-to, when somebody is bleeding out in front of you and literally telling you this shit got me fucked up, and the only thing you can say is, well, what about me, bitch? That is literally the embodiment of deflection. It's literally so emotionally insensitive, which is not shocking since we raising these niggas to be emotionally insensitive any fucking way. So it's just a receipt regarding the socialization. It's just a receipt when black men double down on the emotional sterileness and don't know how to reciprocate the emotional labor that everybody else is bringing to the table but black men. It's just a receipt that the patriarchal socialization has in fact fucking worked. It worked because you niggas don't get up here. Nobody. You don't really care about anybody but black cis hetero power. That's it. If that wasn't the case, it would be so easy for black cis men to sit before black trans women, before black queer men, before black queer women, before a black cis woman, and just listen and take notes and help us to hold other cis
blanket that was in here? Just spread the blue
it out to the highest of the highest pistivity. I have to double down on helping, on affirming women because I'm a fucking man myself. I would be a fool to sit here and to say patriarchy don't fucking exist when I've been socialized under the same shit, when I have access to the world that black men are mirroring back that they get from white men shit. And look at how you get to roll your eyes and be reckless logic and do all of that and then have the nerve to talk shit and be a hypocrite. And see, it's the bullshit for me, but I ain't even phased, brother man, okay? Because the reality is, as a man, you know exactly what the reality is about the world that black women fucking talking about. And the only thing we want you to do is stop playing in our motherfucking face and testify to the truth and nothing but the motherfucking truth. And so God help you fucking please, because no better, Jay Lethal.
Pass around the collection plate. I'll go ahead and donate. Go ahead.
I feel you, because notice how Lethal said his mom moved to the U.S. and suddenly got some authority, because in most underdeveloped places, she had the authority to leave your dad, or however you worded that. But the point I'm making, wait, let me finish my statement before you listen. I pop children.
Yeah. Okay, but you're talking about my mother, and you.
So the point of me saying that is
I'm not gonna let
because
you speak on my
even
mother, and you
when
don't have nothing to
book
put up with
conscious,
it. You
when you was
have to
interviewing the girl, what I wanted to say was, even in
I don't care
Africa,
what you got to say.
black
I
men
don't care
created a
what you
new
got to say.
pandemic because they started beating on their women. And you can Google it. It's called the
You can
shadow
keep on saying
pandemic.
what you
And
but
most
nobody gonna hear
underdeveloped
you.
places, like I was saying with my son, my second son's father being from Jamaica, they have a
Because a woman can keep
sense
on talking. All the reason the goddamn
of
women
superiority
talk,
over women.
it doesn't
And they
get
want to
slapped
bring
in
that
that
to the US.
motherfucking face.
And this
It's
is why
because
most black women are trying to come over here as well.
The patriarchy is protecting you from getting slapped in the motherfucking face. That's what it is. The patriarchy protects y'all women from getting slapped in y'all
Where
motherfucking
we
face.
from, we shoot pieces of shit like that.
With a gun made by a man, you were gonna get a gun made by a man.
And Harriet Tubman handled it best.
Did somebody
Bitch
mention?
niggas where we from, we don't get slapped by beta males in our matriarchy family in the South, sweetie. And if you ever put your hands on a woman where we from, one of the real men is going to handle you. Real men don't hit women. Real women don't hit. Real men don't hit women.
About the definition of a real man, you don't even like men. I don't give a fuck about your definition of a real man.
So
Women have to go to a man to protect themselves. You talk about the patriarchy.
Not black women. We have to go to the police.
Black men don't protect black women.
Wait. So you
said men. The guns are made by men.
By black men, not you.
Jay Lethal, I want you to wait.
Y'all got like 10 dildos under y'all bed right now talking about men. Y'all got 10 dildos in your fucking dresser drawer. Y'all are taking antidepressants. Come on. Let's be real. Your kids don't.
Yeah, wait, sir. You said you had 3 kids. Then you said you had 3 kids.
Antidepressants is because they're doing the work on themselves. They went and got help. How many
the white man and got antidepressant chemical pills that's gonna help their body?
Jay Lethal, wait, I want you to repeat what you said. You said that
professional help. How
wait.
many black men go for professional help?
I'm sorry?
They went and got professional help.
Oh, from the patriarchy, right? You went to the white man professional. Who's the professional? Who's the goddamn professional? You're the type of person that would say
black men.
So I don't know, what
Do black men go to medical school? We ain't got no choice but to go to the white man for fucking prescriptions and for our medical and shit. Y'all ain't going to medical school.
That's fine. Like I said, everything that you do to protect yourself is from a man. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, I have a question.
Hey, you've been talking the whole time. Let somebody else talk. The problem with you black men is y'all sit here, y'all bitch and complain about black women. You talk all this shit about what's wrong with us. We have leveled up. What have y'all done?
Thank you.
Y'all have not done nothing. You sit here.
You are the least educated, the poorest.
What have y'all done? I'm sorry. Say it again.
Wait a minute. When y'all do fucked up stuff, the first thing y'all want to do is talk about your mental health, how don't nobody listen to you, how you beat down by a system, but you never bother to go see a therapist, go talk to a doctor, or get your shit together and in order. It's always a bunch of complaints. So you can't sit here and talk about how black women do this all of the time, and y'all never want to take responsibility for anything. You're talking to a group of women where you have a bunch of men and they literally want to have sex, don't wear no goddamn condom, shoot up the goddamn club, and it's the woman's fault because she knew he didn't want to have a child, that it's okay for him to walk away from his family because he said he didn't want to have a child.
And you sitting here attacking us for having dildos, really, bro?
Right.
Let's talk about that.
No, he didn't want to have a child. It's her fault. So why would women respect a group of people who have that fucking retarded ass ideology? It does not make sense.
And this is what I want to say to black women, all the black women on the panel. This is your typical black man. He comes from black male culture. So when are we going to, as women, as black women, when are we going to leave these bastards the fuck alone? When are we
And the
just going to
reason why
walk
he
away?
mentioned the dildos is because they're only selling you their penis as a magic wand. And it's no longer working for the intelligent women that want to level up.
Right. So when are we as black women going to leave them alone? Because they are far behind. They're the least educated, the poorest. They have no resources, no wealth. So when as us as black women who are leveling up and have leveled the fuck up, when are we going to finally say, leave us the fuck? Because when black women, it's not just me, when black women start walking the fuck away and start choosing themselves and not deal with y'all, the black community will just cease to exist. The minute that black women start to walk away and not deal with you motherfuckers and take our education, and because we've already been doing it and we're going to continue on doing it. So when we start leaving y'all the fuck behind, continuing to leave you behind as we've been doing for the past 25, 30 years, leaving y'all behind as far as wealth and education goes, it's just going to be damn near no black. Well, actually, no, because you always going to have the mammies and the pick-me's for y'all to fuck around and impregnate and shit. But the black women who fucking are choosing themselves, they will choose better, aka not choose you. We're not choosing you. That's how we choose better.
Hey, hold up. Let Jay Lethal respond. Jay Lethal, go.
Thank you, sir. What do you guys think? Listen, I mean, you said a lot, and I don't want to deny your truth, you know, but the fact of the matter is, yes, like she said, I'm your stereotypical heterosexual raised man. If you want to call that a bad thing, call that what you want. What I will do is I'm going to throw a monkey wrench in here. I've been doing a survey. Guys, and I want everybody, I don't know how many people are in the chat right now, but I want everybody to be honest and don't just lie because you don't like me, okay? Don't lie right now because you don't like me. How many so-called heterosexual black women would date a man who sucked a dick before? Now stop right there. Now wait, hold on. Hold on, just so everybody in the comments is very clear on what I'm asking.
You mean just say bisexual. You're talking about a bisexual man?
You've already answered that question plenty of times on this.
Wait, because I just
very little, Jay Lethal. I can answer that.
Can we let Adam talk, please? Adam been waiting.
Yeah, Adam. Yes.
Wait. Jay Lethal was in the middle of speaking.
All I want to ask you,
he keep cutting us off.
Right, fair enough.
Because he's trying to go somewhere with this, so we need to know what's going on.
Well, that was actually one of the first points I was going to bring out when I called in, was that I've been doing a survey and I'm actually doing a documentary on it. And the question is, are black women homophobic? Because my belief, no, seriously, my belief is that, okay, but my belief is that the heterosexual black American woman utilizes the gay black man for her best friend, but when it comes down to a man she would actually respect as far as marriage or serious consideration for a relationship or breeding with, she would not want to be with the man who she knows has a history of sucking whatever or bending over for another man. And I'm sorry for being so vulgar in the way I delivered that, but I asked, no, but listen.
But aren't black women, as far as HIV rates go, aren't we like the fastest?
Okay.
My apologies.
Yeah, we're not going to.
Allow me to put a pause in it. We're not going to conflate sexual orientation or dude who's bisexual just automatically leads to HIV. I will say this.
Hold on. Let me answer this. Because women need to take accountability when it comes to that particular HIV conversation. If y'all letting niggas shoot the club up and get y'all pregnant, then what else are you letting him shoot up in you? So it seems that both cis hetero women and cis hetero men ain't even participating in safe sex, which is why there's all these delinquent children, unwanted pregnancies, and then have the nerve to double down and blame the LGBT community, particularly the bisexuals, on the HIV rate in the heterosexual community. Don't even make no
Right, I wasn't doing the HIV road. What I was saying is that when I asked the women in my videos, an overwhelming amount of women said, when I asked them right off the top without giving them a warning, I just asked them, hey, would you date a man who was with another man before you? Overwhelmingly, the women said no. Now, when I asked them why, they gave different answers. And then later they tried to say, okay, I guess maybe, when they realized what I was asking them. But immediately when I asked them just off of shock value, would you date a man who was with men before you? Overwhelmingly, the Black heterosexual women said no. So what that lead, and then a lot of their answers were going into the same things I say, because a lot of women say, oh, I just couldn't respect a man that was with another man or that did this to another man, and I just couldn't respect him as my man. A lot of women are saying that. So you can blame that on the patriarchy too, but when you,
it's a result
because
of
I know you're gonna.
I'm sorry. It is.
So let me ask you this: if I was a lesbian and you asked me the same question, would I date a bisexual woman? And my answer is no. Then what?
No. Well, I'm not sure what you. Okay, wait, hold on. I want to understand, but
If I was a lesbian and
but
you
no, wait. I
asked
want to
me,
be clear though, because no, but we don't need to do hypotheticals because I was. Oh.
You just did hypothetical.
Oh no. What I'm saying is I specifically said to the women that were heterosexual, I asked them first, are you heterosexual? They said yes. And I said, okay, so since you deal with men, would you deal with another man who's been, because when we're talking about men, we're talking about this masculinity thing. So a lot of Black women admitted that they wanted their man's masculinity intact. They want his manhood intact. They don't want him to be gay.
my point is this though. What you said when you first proposed your question is Black women befriend gay men for their good duties, but then they don't want a bisexual man. So my question to you is, if I was a lesbian and you asked me would I date a bisexual woman and my answer is no, then what?
If you were a lesbian, I'm just trying to understand it for real though. If you were a lesbian and you asked a
question in reverse, except I'm gay. Now I'm gay. I'm not heterosexual. I'm gay, and I refuse to date a bisexual woman. It's the same thing, except I'm a lesbian. What's your response to that? If I can.
Well, my response is that traditionally women do not view sexuality in the same lens that men do. So this is why you'll wait. Hold on. Let me say it, Mr. Logic. This is why traditionally in maybe 6th, 7th grade, you see women just undressing in front of each other. They might compliment each other. Hold on, man, but you know that happens. Let's just be real. It happens in the Black American women community. They look at each other's tits. Some of them even grab each other's asses. These are things
that happens in the Black cis hetero males community in sports and locker rooms. And
but what I'm saying is traditionally the woman does not view, like, again, if a woman experiments with her friend, she doesn't look at that as her being gay, versus if a man does something with his friend, traditionally that's gay in our mind. So this is why when she gave me the example of her being a lesbian, I said, well, it would be a little different in my opinion, because traditionally women, they don't view sexuality as strictly as men do. Black American men view our sexuality in a very strict term. It means man on woman, and if you ever do anything with the man, you're gay. That's how we look at it traditionally. So it's different. So that's why the women that I'm asking, they're talking about men that view sexuality in a very strict lens. So she's not going to be with the man who's supposed to view sexuality in a strict lens, who's now very gender fluid, for lack of a better term. So when you ask these women, it turns out that they're giving homophobic type vibes, because they're saying the same thing I say. They say a man shouldn't be with another man.
That's your point. Hold on. So is your point that Black women have internalized homophobia?
Yes. I was going to argue with this point. Thank you.
Well, that is my point. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Can I respond to that first, please? Please.
Hold on. Before I do, but can you tell me how that came into this discussion?
I can tell you.
Well, no, because again, the whole conversation is about the big bad patriarchy, and when you're talking about men not allowing men to be gay and stuff like that, the fact of the matter is women don't want men to be gay either. So you can't criminalize us.
And he was referencing his documentary, which means he was trying to imply that black women are homophobic, which means we don't have a valid argument against the patriarchy when it comes to gay black men, which is not even if his documentary was done right, he would have got, remember Conscious, we did this on your panel before. Remember he glossed over the responses of the black women. Most often it's because we don't like deception. And that's what you're not saying where you say women gave different answers. We had that discussion here. So basically, we're implying that we're homophobic when we're saying,
not deception.
Y'all. Because
it's
hold on, wait, because you're about to appreciate just a daily JD.
Get him.
You about to appreciate this. Because we've had this discussion on this platform. Black women, and we've said it here on this platform too. Black women participate in patriarchy as well. They reinforce it. I mean, we've all been indoctrinated with this shit. Black women have internalized transphobia and homophobia too. To Nico's point, it's just not completely true that black women, that what's being mistaken as homophobia is deception, because black women still make the exception to deal with lying ass niggas when it comes to infidelity, when it comes to them having multiple affairs, when it comes to them having multiple mistresses. But the strong barrier is resurrected when it comes to black men being bisexual, even if that's something that doesn't even show up in the relationship, it just shows up in his identity, in his intersections. I have to obviously agree with Jay Lethal that yes, black women, because black women are participating in patriarchy. Yes,
it is.
Yeah, because women are taking their cues from what it means to be a man from
and a woman doesn't have any ability to decide for herself. Yeah, I don't want this man who was sucking dick. That's not her choice, huh? That's the patriarchy telling her that.
I definitely appreciate your point, Conscious, but where I was going with that one was, had he done the documentary the way it should have been done, he would have noticed a lot of men aren't emotionally mature to come out of the closet, say what they want sexually. They're doing a lot of hiding, and therefore you can't really put that on a woman except unless she, like you said, is unprotected, not taking care of herself, trusting these people, putting their life in her life in their hands. And this is why I said it's most of the time the fault of the woman for trusting these people.
I'm gonna have to provide some pushback. Don't worry, Jalitha, I got you. I'm gonna have to provide some pushback only because of the simple fact of, even when we had the panel, what Conscious is referring to, there was huge conflation that was going on. As in, we were talking about bisexual men. The thing that kept coming up was deception. But the thing is, what we were referring to was openly bisexual men. And that is that keeps getting conflated when it comes to bisexuality when it deals with men, is that it's always, first thing is deception. But however, let me say this. Now let me jump back to you, Mr. Jay Lethal. Jay Lethal, here's the thing. It's not, once again, like Conscious said earlier, toxic patriarchy does not only affect women, it affects men as well, queer men in particular. So since we are men and we do participate in certain type of sex, that's why we are looked down upon, because that is not what a real man does. And since toxic patriarchy is a system uplifted and ingested into the system of men, you're going to have that same ideology when it comes down to your own sexual orientation. And since we socialize women to follow the lead of men, aka you must submit, aka you must read the Bible, aka the man is the head of the household, they're going to digest that same system as well too. So yes, it goes back to patriarchy.
Can I say this? Can I give you pushback? So to the women in the chat who honestly said, no, I don't want it, because I read a few comments that said, no, I wouldn't want a man who's been with a man before. Are you saying the women in the chat right now who would not be with the man because he was with another man before. You're saying that they're saying that because they've been subconsciously indoctrinated by the patriarchy?
Definitely.
Yeah, because the thing about it, we can't sit up here. Because here's the thing that gets me is that we can't sit up here and talk about. Wait. But here's the thing: we cannot sit up here and.
Y'all answering yes or no question.
Hold on, Jay Lethal, hold on.
You see how y'all always telling me to hold on when I'm just be asking simple questions?
Yeah, nigga. We see
yes or no.
Jay Lethal, hold on. So you can do that. As many times as you've interrupted, I'm sure you got a few hold-ons in you, okay? Reckless.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so here's the thing. The thing is hell yeah, they've been indoctrinated. Because the thing about it is because even someone in the comments said it's a competition thing, and we all know that we socialize women in a patriarchy to look at other women as competition for who? A man. And so let's also be very clear as well too, is that when it comes down to toxic patriarchy, you mean to tell me black women in particular already talk about men are not all they're all locked up, they don't have no jobs, they're not available, they're doing this, they divested, etc. And you mean to tell me you're gonna sit up there and completely dismiss somebody just because they're openly bisexual, not knowing their motherfucking character, not knowing if they take care of their goddamn kids or not knowing if they are a good person or not, but just on the basis of them being bisexual, it completely eliminates them? That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. I'm sorry.
Let me just add on to just simplify this, okay? We know that women are taking the lead of men because we can look at the different aesthetics and mannerisms of black men throughout the decades. We can look at the black man with the jerry curl. The black woman was willing to marry and see that as masculine. When the black man entered into the 70s and was willing to be in bell bottoms and willing to be in high-waisted pants and willing to be a bit more flamboyant, women saw that as masculine. When niggas wanted to be a part of the NWA and Tupac it up and shoot them bang, 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 women saw that as masculinity. Women are taking their cues from whatever the dominant black men's community is putting out and putting forth. So yes, black women have internalized homophobia. If in this current age, the trend is to be masculine and barbaric in this way and to be rough and tough and street and hood, because we see the way that these rap hip-hop concerts are set up and women throwing their damn draws at these toxic niggas rapping this toxic shit. Women clap their ass, bounce their ass, participate in misogynistic rhetoric in the form of art, media, whatever it is. Like, yes, women are participating in that. They're participating in that. So men of today are establishing that this now is what man is. So women are doing what they always have done, saying, okay, this is what we're looking for in men. So yeah, I don't want a nigga who sucked dick, and I don't want a nigga who on the soft side, and I don't want.
Damn, boo, you just proved Lethal's point.
Nigga to whatever. I want a hood nigga. I want a nigga who rough and tough. I want a nigga because I associate all of that to protection. When the feminine, our whole concept of masculine and feminine and sexuality and gender, all that shit is so fucking warped and ridiculously. Like, it's not even true. It all gets conflated. It's all mismatched. It don't even make no fucking sense. One ain't even got to do with the other. But that's the fucking confusions we're living in. But I don't think anybody is being honest if we're saying that women don't participate. Why would, like, there wouldn't be a such thing as the League of Mammies if women were not participating in patriarchy. If women were not internalized homophobia and transphobia, there would not be what we call mammies. There would not be what we call women setting the women's movement back if there was not this other percentage of women's community who was with all of the toxic patriarchal shit. Of course, yes, that reality of Black women's community, it fucking exists. It's in the form of our grandmothers, it's in the form of our aunties, it's in the form of our sisters, it's in the form of our mothers, it's in the form of our homegirls, it's in the form of some of the pop star chicks. It's all plastered out there. It's not, this is not a hidden reality. It's just as prevalent and pervasive today as it always has been. Jay Lethal, yes.
I know
So
y'all.
is that what you wanted women to acknowledge, Jay Lethal? That what he just said?
Well, again, I love Conscious, but he has a great way of intellectualizing his points that are quite perplexed. And that's what I wish, Conscious, you would get like better at telling us exactly, because I want to know very simply, you know, because I get it. I do get what he said. He's saying that by women.
I agree.
You know, so you agree? Okay, so okay, yes, that's what I wanted to know. And again, I don't agree with why he said that or why he said that, but yes, at least we can come to the table and agree that Black women are also homophobic. So from right, wait. So we can all agree that Black women are homophobic, right?
No. What we're gonna have to do is get you to open your mind a little bit, because, like I just said, with Conscious, if you remember that panel, I was one of the. I think I probably was the only woman that said I wouldn't care. I would want to know because I'm already close to that person. I'm in love with them. You have to think of relationships different. That's your partner. Y'all against the world. And if you already bonded with that person, then things like that shouldn't hold that much weight. But we live in a different culture. I don't know how old you are, everybody. So you can't just use that as your, goalposts to like judge, because there were different answers. That's what I was saying. If you went through your documentary appropriately, you'd have noticed different women give different answers, and there are a community of women. I even spoke on some of my friends that date trans men, or like that date men that date trans men, or that have bisexual baby fathers. There is a small community of women who actually are catching a lot of wreck from the hotep men and other straight what we're calling toxic men, from saying, oh, like that, and then there is guilt on part of the patriarchy, and then there's women who are participating in guilt on the other side. So you're not acknowledging it for what it is. I wasn't one of the women that have an issue, and I don't actually make a big thing about my sex life. Doesn't run me like my forefront. So it's like, even when you're using that as an issue, we have so many other issues that being piled on top of that level of insecurity, because other women also felt like the bro code is so strong, then you don't have a chance with your guy. It's a lot of things that went on when we had that discussion. So it wasn't just a group of us saying, oh, we find that unattractive, we're homophobic. That's the majority of the women who act, like you said, the mammies. And thank you for putting that in perspective in my mind, because I only speak for myself when I make these statements.
Well, yeah, of course. And that's what I always, and just to make it clear, somebody put it in the comments earlier, he's not making no documentary. Actually, the funny reason why I met Consciouztv is because he came to my channel first. He had 20,000 subscribers. Oh, by the way, shout out to you, brother, on what you had, 33, 34 now?
Thank you. Yes.
34,000 subscribers. Big shout out to you. Yeah, he came to me at 20,000, and I checked him out, and we did our discussion. This was a couple years ago, maybe now. And so I have my own platform. My first channel was deleted by YouTube from the actual World Health Organization, because I was making actual information about these injections. I don't know if you got your third, fourth injection yet, but I was making videos about the CDC and stuff. My channel got deleted. So I had to create a whole new channel. So yes, to whoever that was in the comments talking about, I'm just some nigga talking, there's no documentary. I'm actually an independent journalist and activist and filmmaker, but that's another story. But yes, I'm doing a documentary that takes multiple, which is why I didn't just ask one Black woman. I'm asking multiple Black women over time to see the consensus. The word consensus means the general observation from a group of people. So that means if we have 100 Black American women, maybe 85% of them said one thing, we could say that's the majority. So again, this is not about just every single person. When I'm making this argument, I'm talking about the majority. The same way when we make these arguments about Black men, we talk about the majority. Today, we're talking about the majority of Black women. The majority of Black women that I'm asking, not in 1995, in 2022. I just am asking them this a week ago, 2 weeks ago, a month ago. I'm still asking them. The woman at my job, they make a face. It's not about the oh, they want to be, they don't want,
like you really don't have to go down the rabbit hole because like we've already like the proof is in the pudding. Like most like the mammies of the Black community, okay, they sometimes don't mind homosexuality as long as it's not in their home and in their pussy. Okay, they don't mind a gay friend, but they don't want their nigga to be gay, and they typically don't want their son to be gay. But gay the mammies are the Black women who we challenge, who reinforce all the toxic shit that toxic men establish in the community. Okay, they are the ones who leave behind the toxic men, and they.
Is that a pick me contest? Is that a pick me?
Yes.
Yes, a pick me, a man.
Okay. Okay. I'm learning.
Those are our AKAs. So yes, so I'm still trying to figure out what. Okay, so we have.
So again, my point was that now again we disagree on why Black women are homophobic, but the majority of Black women are homophobic.
Why do you think Black women are homophobic then?
I just told you because they wouldn't date them. For the sole reason that they've been with the man before. Even if they said, I'm in love with you now. I said this, I even gave them context. I said, what if you started dating?
Okay, so can I just jump in? Okay, so let's just your argument. Okay, Black women are homophobic. Can we do anything about that homophobia? Like, are Black women killing trans men, trans women? Are we out there and shooting up gay clubs? Like, what exactly us being homophobic? What are we doing with that phobia? Are we actually turning that into violence in the way that men turn their homophobia into violence? Or
well, if we're talking Black community, you can't talking about shooting up gay clubs. That's something that's completely foreign to Black American men. Black American men don't shoot.
It definitely killed trans.
Okay, but what I'm saying is lethal. Is that if you can make the argument that okay, Black women, we're the more homophobic compared to Black men. But what are we? Wait. Well, what are we doing with that homophobia? What?
No, that's
are we turning that into violence? Because when you talk to trans and the trans community, when they express their grievances and talk about violence against trans community, they're talking about violence from men, from cis hetero men. So us women being, you say, oh, Black women are homophobic. Okay, we may not prefer our men to be bisexual, but that's a preference. If you want to call it a preference, what are we gonna do about it? We're not going out there and killing trans the way that the men are. The way that men are.
I get that. What I'm saying is, my point wasn't necessarily about the violence that's associated with it, but to be fair, what my point was is if Black heterosexual, now this is really my point, because a lot of people talking about in the comments, he's just going on, what's his point? This is literally my point right here. If Black women are also homophobic or also have the same reasons why they don't want their men to be with men, one, how is it that we could blame men for having that same ideology? That's really I have more questions, but I'll just make it simple. If our own women in their heart of hearts and soul of souls are saying, I don't want a man who was ever gay, how is it that you could be mad at us for gatekeeping masculinity, as it were? Our own women don't want it. Our own women don't want a man who's even experimented in college. So when we tell our sons, listen, hold on. This is literally it. I'm done. This is literally it. If our own women are saying we don't want a man who even experimented in college, how are you mad when I tell my son, don't experiment in college? Go ahead.
Did you miss the part
that don't do what he wants to do?
I don't understand, Jimmy.
No, don't miss my point. Don't miss my point.
You said you were
no, the point is this.
Wait.
I made my point.
Are you going to listen for it in response? Okay. A lot of people here, I know I have been literally saying again and 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 again. Women bite the apple of patriarchy, okay? And that this shit comes so second nature to us that sometimes we don't even realize when we are subconsciously participating in misogyny and patriarchy and toxic masculinity. That goes for the LGBT community, that goes for Black women's community, that goes for Black men's community. So, I mean, easily, women are being hypocritical, and that's why we also push back against those women. And when we talk about patriarchy, we include the entire Black community that's been socialized under this ideology. We talk about everybody has bitten the apple, and we call out all the ways in which Black gay men reinforce misogyny and patriarchy, the way that trans women internalize patriarchy and misogyny, the way that Black cis women, Black cis hetero women, like we've all socialized in it.
Is it a fact or is it an opinion that Black women are, I don't know, I feel like there's an echo in the background, but is it a fact or is it an opinion that Black women don't want a Black man because of the patriarchy? Is that a fact or is that an opinion?
That's a
fact.
I
know you know I need you to as a person who has a platform with multiple thousands.
And somebody who studies sociology and understands the way and how we build and construct our societies and where we get our ideologies and philosophies from, the things that inform us, whether it's Christianity, our social norms, who introduced those things first, how those things trickled down, like the complexity of how information is disseminated, etc. Yes, it's a fact. The issue is most people are not introverted about why what's happening in society is and why it looks the way that it is. So if you just ask the average person, why are you homophobic? They're not going to say patriarchy. They're going to say, I just don't want a nigga who ain't taking it in the ass. I just don't. Because most people are not sociology. Most people aren't even like getting into why our society even looks the way it is. Where do we get these ideas? Who has been grooming us? Where do we get our worldviews from? These things are not happening within a vacuum. Like these things come. It's the way we show up, how we think, how we see the world is being shaped by information that exists outside of ourselves, whether it's information that's coming from the communities we're raised in, the country we're being raised in, the religions that are being shoved down our fucking throats, the social customs and norms and social constructs that we're all being socially engineered to be in agreement with. All these things, like this shit comes from somewhere. Most people don't know where it comes from. They just walk it out. They just perform it. They just behave it. They just live it, but they don't understand where. What is the origin? Most people aren't even naturally that introspective about their existence. They're just walking around as Americans, walking around as a mayonnaise American, walking around as a Black American, walking around as a Black Christian, walking around as a gay person, walking around as a trans person. They're not thinking about their existence, but yes, it comes from the fucking patriarchy.
Yes.
Learned behavior.
Learned behavior. These are all man-made institutions and constructs.
And okay, learned behavior. See, this is another thing y'all love to do hurdles over. Learned behavior. I'll tell you
one thing about Jay Lethal, he go swing and windmill. I can tell you that much.
Listen. One thing about learned behavior. You talk about learned behavior. Listen, there's in heteronormative. Can you stop using heteronormative? Listen. I'm gonna break something to you guys that might break your heart. Listen, are you ready?
Oh my God!
It's gonna break your heart. Conscious, clutch your pearls. Listen. A penis goes in a vagina. Now listen.
Oh my gosh.
Wait. A penis goes in a vagina. Wait. It gets deeper. A penis goes in a vagina and then it ejaculates in there. And then guess what? A new life is born. So this heteronormative. So all this heteronormative narrative bullshit that we're pushing down people's throats, actually it's called what human beings teach other human beings to continue the whole human race. That's what we're doing over here. It's not heteronormative narratives. It's telling your child that we need to continue our fucking.
I'm trying to feel bad for you. I'm starting to feel bad.
Now, Jay Lethal. Now, I watched that whole 10-hour live. You mean to tell me you went to the whole 10 hours and you ain't learned shit?
I learned a lot.
Not a damn thing.
What's not going to happen is, me and Conscious respect each other a lot, but what's not going to happen is that I come to a discussion and I walk away the dude was educated. You have to educate me, and I'm not saying I'm just bringing up Conscious as an example.
Hey, someone in a comment actually said, and that's literally as heteronormative narrative.
Yeah, listen, it's not a heteronormative narrative to tell your child, hey, you have a penis and you need to find a person who has a vagina
find it's the heteronormative narrative.
Yes.
You need to be with someone of the opposite sex.
No, listen.
You should only engage in sensual, sexual, and emotional intimacy with someone of the opposite sex is the narrative part.
Because you also
Marcus, I'm always trying to tell. Marcus told me to come.
Yes, and plus you also have to keep in mind not everybody in this world is heterosexual and not everybody in this world is cisgender. So yes, it's a narrative because when you are the dominant class, you try to make your politics the only politics, despite well-being.
What I'm saying is creatures. Fuck human beings, creatures. You know we're creatures, right? Creatures teach their children to reproduce.
No, I don't.
You have creatures that are hermaphrodites.
None of us
we are here to reproduce.
None of us were taught by our parents how to fuck. Like nobody had to tell me. Hold on, wait, because I be trying to make it hook. Don't find this level for you, Jay Lee.
Please, I'm dumb. I'm stupid.
Nobody taught any of us who to be attracted to. Our attractions are natural. My mama and parents didn't have to tell me to be attracted to a man. That was inherent and normal and natural for me. My parents didn't teach me how to didn't teach me to fuck, didn't teach me to have sex, didn't tell me what to do with the vagina, that if there's a place for an asshole in a sexual encounter with someone of the opposite sex, none of that tutorial came. No mammal needs an instruction manual on fucking. We've been fucking before we had language. We've been reproducing before we had oral language, written language, before we developed language. These are not things.
With heterosexuals. Only heterosexuals have been reproducing.
And people been same gender loving and queer since the dawn of time. They also manifested amongst society. This is why you can find queer people dating back to your Dead Sea Scrolls, written in your Qurans, written in your Bibles. Queerness, same-sexness, been here since the literal fucking beginning. Like fucking cave paintings of same-gender romance. So like before a man literally had written language. Like nobody has to be taught this. And that's the narrative part, is that whoever makes up the dominant society believes that they are what's normal, and everything outside of what looks like the general population is othered and put into some freak show category. And the consideration that other people coming into the world might not be a reflection of my normalcy, might not be a reflection of my identity, might not be interested in the religion that I serve or in the women that I'm also attracted to. That my child coming through this womb may be trans. They may be a fucking Satanist. They may be a fucking atheist. They may be transgender. They may be whatever. They're literally they still practice this. Asian families practice the same thing. They already have a script for what the child gonna be. That you're gonna be a doctor, you're gonna be a scientist, you're gonna be a fucking lawyer, you're gonna go to school. They're literally children of all communities suffering because of this parental narcissism that exists. We project our vision and we project our values. We project whatever those values is, whether they're positive, good, bad, it don't matter. We project them nonetheless on our children and on the governing society. This country has had to almost have its entire fucking legal system turned upside down because it did not have nuance, because it was not intersectional, because it was weaponized against Black folk, against queer folk, etc. Anti-queer legislation existed in this country. Racism existed in this fucking country. Sodomy laws still fucking exist. Like, literally, because guess what? The dominant class tried to create society in the image of its likeness, okay? So whoever has the power, whether it's their personal household, whether it's societal power, will always naturally attempt to project themselves out onto everybody else. That's why we call it heteronormativity, because literally what you just said when you said need to, it's that's what makes it the narrative. That's what it lacks nuance. It lacks intersection. It lacks open-mindedness. It lacks the reality that everybody's not going to come to the world, not going to come into the world as Jay Lethal. That everybody's not going to come into the world with your orientation. Everybody's not going to come into the world with your gender identity politics. Everybody's not going to do that. Okay? So it only makes sense to not have a narrative, okay? Sometimes it makes sense to just fucking observe and to love and to affirm, okay? Because people are going to be who the fuck they are. Just like queer people, despite all of the indoctrination from the dominant class, still turned out gay as fuck. Despite all the control and representation of heterosexuality from Beauty and the Beast, Jasmine and Aladdin, Mr. and Mrs. Pac-Man, Mr. and Mrs. Bunny, all of the fucking Adam and Eve, all the fucking hetero projections that's been shoved down our throats, every fucking movie, cartoon, coming up from the 80s on up was hetero-driven. Hetero. And then religion doubled down on it. You're gay, you're going to hell. You're trans, you're going to hell. You're bi, you're going to hell. You're lesbian, you're going to hell. We don't want you, we don't want you, we don't want you, we don't want you. We love the person, we don't love the sinner. We love the sin, don't love the sin. So all this shit is driven by the dominant class believing that they've always been on the right side of everything and trying to force their hetero agenda, their Christian agenda down motherfuckers' throats. Let's talk about those agendas. Let's talk about cisgender supremacy. Let's talk about
You can wait to use that word.
Let's talk about Christian supremacy. Let's talk about those agendas. Let's talk about how what it is. A reckless. What are the riots? What are the riots? The LGBT the Stonewall riots was literally the result of queer people carving out a space just for them. Didn't want to be bothered with heteronormativity, heterosexual society, minding their fucking business, creating their own gay ass villages, their own gay ass bars, their own gay ass barbecues, their own gay ass apartment complexes, their own gay ass spaces, willing to be to themselves. And then guess who comes bombarding in the form of a SWAT team? The hetero supremacy. Guess who comes minding and finding queer folk, even when queer folk want to do nothing but just be gay, dance, vogue, and be colorful and do them and suck dick in the dark and leave everybody out of it, honey. Guess who had to come hunt down LGBT folk, baby, to insert hetero supremacy, girl, the dominant society, okay? Guess what happened in post, okay? Gay people dancing under the disco light ball, baby, enjoying them motherfucking selves for a night out, baby. Couldn't even fucking do that, baby, without a goddamn counter agenda coming in taking the fucking lives of queer people for no reason at all. Like, literally, history bears this out. This is the problem, okay? Okay.
Can I ask a question, Conscious?
That heteronormative word is not going anywhere, Jay Lethal.
Okay, Conscious. So now here's the question. and I'm gonna ask it very simply because I'm gonna see who could ask the more simple questions and who could answer the most simplest. Here's my simple question. You know, when Black people, fair enough, this stuff is nuanced, but let me give you an example that's not nuanced. When Black people talk about big bad racism, you got real Black people who say, listen, this is what we want. We want land. We want reparations. We want to police our own people, ... Okay? So there's a real thing that you could give Black people to at least put them on the right path, right? Now, if I were to ask the whoever, how will we know that the patriarchy is dismantled with, like, in the same realistic physical way? Like, what do you want? The same way you can ask a black man like myself, what do I want from white people? I want to ask women, what do you want? Don't just give me some stop being deadbeats. Don't do that. Don't do that. Give me something real that can give me something real that you're gonna stop complaining about our patriarchy. That we can do like in the next 3 years, 5 years, for real. Can you do that? To where you're not.
Listen. You call us nags when we tell you what our issues are with y'all, and you don't listen. What we always say about black men is we want y'all not only to be accountable for yourselves, but be accountable to your fuckboy friends who you're high-fiving and bumping chests with and condoning the nonsense with.
Ooh.
That's not hard. We also sit here and y'all talk about women pumping all this stuff into their chest, their lips, their face, and their butt, but y'all don't seem to realize that y'all over-sexualize those attributes about women, and you sit here and you say, oh, you look like a boy because you ain't got no titties, you got a flat ass, you got this, you got that. You don't think that does something to a woman's psyche? To the point where she's willing to go sit here, put herself in jeopardy and get cement pumped into her ass? You think we want to do that for each other? Like, we don't even like you. Females don't even like females like that. So we damn sure ain't doing it for each other. And any female that sit there and say, oh, we do this for ourselves or for other people, that's a damn lie. They do it for men because that's what men like. You know what I mean? And that's the thing. Y'all like to blame every single thing.
There's an echo.
Women.
It's an echo in your device.
All right. Okay, go ahead. I got it. Y'all like to blame everything on women, and that is exhausting because it's never your fault. Nothing is ever your fault. Bad kids in the household for single women. Oh, that's their fault. Well, why isn't the man there? Oh, well, she should have chose better. You know, you got men who sit here, coach women into having kids with them, and then the minute she get pregnant, they're no longer interested. But when we tell y'all this stuff, y'all don't believe it. Y'all sit here and think we like delusional. We just making stuff up because we just want to have stuff to bitch about all day. Right. You know, y'all sit home, you want to play video games, you want to talk all this smack, or you want women to be fit, you want them to pay half on the bills, you want them to raise kids, you want them to be acrobats and all this other stuff. And then you think because you contribute 50% towards the bills, when you come home, you're off duty. You ain't got no other responsibilities.
Can we just start?
It's something going on.
Okay, I'm gonna get out and get back in.
Okay.
Can I spit my thoughts?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, Jay Lethal.
Yes, sir.
What was the real reason why you actually allegedly said that Brittany Griner actually beat up her ex-wife for?
Can you say that one more time? I'm sorry.
Why did you say that Brittany Griner actually beat up her ex-wife for?
Who, Brittany Griner? Because Brittany Griner did beat up her ex-wife.
What?
He's talking about a stud that actually participates in toxic patriarchy herself.
Oh, but she identified with the LGBT community, but now she's one of us again, right?
No, that's not what I said. What
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that. LGBT in orientation, and she's patriarchal in ideology.
Oh, wow. God. Because
we have her in body, and y'all have her in spirit.
Adam, what do you think about Adam? This is the face I make every time they tell me that Everything is the patriarchy's fault. I make this face right here. Does it anybody find that funny? Nobody?
No, we don't find it funny
No,
because
Guess what? Guess what? I'm glad you don't find that funny because guess who you do find funny? Tyrese when he cries, Will Smith when he cries, Michael Jordan when he cries. But guess I made a meme out of this woman. That's my favorite meme now because this woman fucked up. She brought drugs into a country and that we're in the middle of a war with. Then she admitted that she pled guilty. She packed that weed inside herself. Now she wants the whole black community to drop all of our bags to come to her defense. But when you look into her history, she beat her ex-wife's ass. She left her ex-wife with the child support. And nobody has nothing to say about that. But that's the patriarchy. That's the patriarchy, Adam. What do you think about that? Isn't that crazy?
Okay. I get the point.
Hold on. We have protested and marched for
Get the hell out of here with that.
For black men who have done fucking worse. Okay? Ms. Garner is going to get the support she needs. we stood up for black men who've done much fucking worse.
Like who?
That's why I was mentioning lack of foresight. You keep trying to use moments to weaponize in this conversation, and you're dealing with the wrong people emotionally. You just used homophobic women earlier, and then you started talking about the sexuality of the men that's on the.
Because what you guys have over here, I don't know if you've ever heard of this, but I hate to tell you, and I tell my audience about this too all the time. What you guys have over here is a successful echo chamber. You have 10, 12 people here who can just bounce ideas and you're all in agreement. And that's good every now and then. That's
People who understand history, Jay Lethal.
Yeah. Fair enough. But what happens is in an echo chamber.
You are still at like a base level when it comes to these conversations, Jay Lethal.
Right.
20 light years, like the things that you're trying to figure out and make sense of, like, are at this point now considered elementary. Like, these are things that most people understand who are willing to take an honest look.
Let me ask you this. Is this okay? Kids at the Pride Parade watching this, is this okay?
Oh, don't do that.
Hold yes on. Or no? Yes or no?
Can we focus?
Yes or no question. You can't even answer a yes or no question.
No, hold on, wait. Tag me in.
Conscious.
Very funny.
That's the reason.
I find it very funny, Mr. J.
No. That's the reason, Conscious.
I got to hold on, but it's.
I love you, Conscious, but that's the reason it's hard for me to have a conversation with you because you guys cannot answer yes or no questions. I'm not about. That's why we debated for 10 hours because you can't answer yes or no question.
Excuse me, sir. Just excuse me. Okay. I think it's so.
I went there too. I did go there.
Wait, because I'm about to share. I'm about to share my screen. So
please.
Iggy Azalea, right, is culturally appropriating in this video. This was her music video for Pussy, which came off of like a mixtape or her. This was like, when she was on a rise to fame or whatever. Okay. Obviously, she's culturally appropriating. She's in the hood. She got two black girls beside her. She's on a porch. She has an adolescent black boy gripped around her back, legs wrapped around her waist. And her song is titled Pussy. And she's talking pussy and hypersexualization in this entire video. Now, let's go through the comment sections of the black community, okay? As this hypersexualization of a young black boy is clearly in plain sight. This is an inappropriate video set for him to be on. This is a completely inappropriate song for him to even be listening fucking to, yet alone have his ass wrapped around her backside like this. Wow. Oh, and they also got him riding a horse too. Where's the little horsey, to pull all the little subliminal cues in the video. Hold on, okay. So we see Ass and Daisy Dukes and Ash. Oh, there he is. He's on the horsey, honey. And they zoom in real close sometimes, you know, when they really want him gyrating on it real good, okay? And now, but let's look at the dominant society. I'm sad this isn't on Spotify anymore. This is the original WAP. This song was before its time. I used to sing this with my best friend when I was 14. This explains a lot about how I am as an adult. I mean, she's on the radio and whatever, so good for her. But this underground dirty Iggy is what I love. Nobody even gave a damn. Nobody even gave. There was no outrage, baby. Black men didn't protest. Black cis hetero men didn't protest. Black cis hetero women didn't. Black community dominant society didn't protest, baby. And once again, see, I don't have a problem with us calling out the hypersexualization that also goes on in the LGBT community, but my problem is the exception is always made for queer people. The exception is always when LGBT queer folk do anything is the problem. Just like the fact that we had to have a congressional fucking hearing when Lil Nas X came onto the stage, came onto the screen. The exception, now we got to talk about, oh, it's too much sex in music, and oh, what about the children? Like, the issue here is the hypocrisy of our democracy. We can talk about that, but to be honest, we don't really be fucking here for it because y'all don't do it and y'all don't want to be on y'all righteous shit and y'all don't want to talk about the fucking children until it comes to gay folk. When it came to same gender loving entity, just like Lil Boosie can have the unmitigated alcoholic alcohol gall to sit here and talk about the fucking children while he admits to submitting his 11 and 12-year-old fucking son to a fucking neighborhood prostitute who he rewarded him with oral sex and then passed her around to his cousins, okay?
Yeah, no, that's out of line.
And then he gets to be held up in the black community as preaching the truth when he's talking that LGBT shit and preaching the truth when he's talking about Lil Nas X. And there's no great outrage, okay, for the toxicity of Lil Boosie's ass, okay, who also has the nerve to make an exception for homosexuality as long as his bitch is willing to eat the pussy of another bitch.
Damn.
Double down on the gay agenda that somehow becomes manifested when gay black cisgender men are on display. Like, it's just the bullshit for me. So,
well, no.
So hold on. So I just want to go on record and say, you know, over on my platform, we call all the shits out.
Okay.
I'm never here for heterosexuals do it because when y'all do it in the context of homophobia. Y'all do it in the context of collective outrage. Y'all do it in the context of biasness. Y'all do it.
So that's a fair point. That's a fair point.
Wait, but Conscious, share my screen, please. Tag me in.
I
think it's very interesting as well, only because of the simple fact of we have Ice Cube. He's definitely on Sesame Street. We have LL Cool J, most definitely on Sesame Street. We have Will I Am, definitely on Sesame Street. We have Queen Latifah, definitely on Sesame Street. We have Destiny's Child jumping on Sesame Street. We have Bruno Mars on Sesame Street. But however, we only have issues when Lil Nas X is on Sesame Street. Or let's not forget your very favorite person, Billy Porter on Sesame Street. Despite all the music that every single individual has made, despite every single image that they have perpetuated within our own culture, that since black men don't quote unquote run the industries ran by white men, that they help perpetuate within our own communities. But however, we are so willing to have this big giant uproar about a little Nas X and a Billy fucking Porter. Make it make sense, because it's not making sense right now.
That's a very valid point. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Now listen, Lil Nas X, the outrage on Lil Nas X. Admittedly, though, let me say this about Lil Nas X, because I completely stopped saying his name on my platform altogether. I don't even say that man's name on my platform. But since I'm here, I'll say that Lil Nas X is a problem for not just his homosexuality. I won't even say it's really the homosexuality, because in 2022, Frank Ocean was very highly respected in the black community. Okay, so we're talking about the antics. We're talking about the antics. So when you talk about a Lil Nas X, a lot of his controversy in the black community came from him selling devil shoes with blood in it, regardless of how authentic that was.
I've seen that shoes before.
Hold up. Yeah, what the hell?
Hold on, I think he hit.
Oh shit.
I disconnected. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, regardless of how authentic that shit was, Lil Nas X came out with devil shoes. Lil Nas X had a video that went #1 where he's twerking on the devil's dick. So if you're talking about, now listen, if you're talking about a level of protection, my channel was deleted for much less. Lil Nas reached #1 on YouTube after pulling that stuff. So there's a lot of
because if we're gonna be rational and sane here, Lil Nas X has a religious right to worship in the Church of Satan. He doesn't have to be a Christian. He doesn't have to participate in any other Abrahamic faiths. He can be of any African spirituality he wants to be. He can worship Satanism. He can. That's his religious right.
But you're talking about the black community, and you're talking about his reception in the black community. See, the problem with the LGBT community, y'all want to change.
Ajedi, the problem with the Lil Nas X outrage is that T.I. not only represented violence and drug lording in his music, but he was arrested continuously in his actual career for those drugs, for the distribution or the possession of those things. The Lil Wayne, how many times have Lil Wayne been locked up for gun possession, for drug possession, etc.? Y'all led a congressional hearing against a man who utilized art, who utilized art, caused no harm to nobody, utilized art, his right to do like every other heavy metal band, every other rock star has done. He ain't the only person who done had Satan in his music videos, who done been gothic, who done been emo, who done been whatever. He ain't the only person who has relied
y'all seem to forget. Y'all seem to forget.
Only person who has used outrage, but y'all have completely fucking overlooked a toxic ass hip hop fucking artist who, in real life, in tandem with the music, live the shit. Isn't Young Gunna and Young Thug got their ass locked up right now, and motherfuckers is hashtagging free these motherfucking niggas? But y'all led a congressional hearing against a nigga who literally was being an artist and doing music, but the other black men, the cis hetero black men, whose music was misogynistic, violent, pill popping, rapey, etc., and who was living that mystical, got his motherfucking ass locked up on sexual assault charges. But no congressional hearing, no motherfucking community outrage, no fucking virtual town hall meeting. No,
there was actually, you're skipping over all of the 1990s. Black men already went through that in the 1990s.
Equivalency. Lil Nas X didn't cause no motherfucking harm to anybody. He had a right to do whatever type of fucking music, talk whatever he want to talk, write whatever he want to write, do whatever kind of music video he want to do. And people have a right to not like it, but y'all completely overlook the niggas who were still out here damaging the actual fucking community, actually out here destroying the fucking community, being indicted and persecuted and imprisoned for the actual criminality they were, the actual real life criminality they were perpetuating. But yet a congressional hearing was led against an artist for being an artist. That is a false equivalency. Homophobia is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And the black community looks fucking ridiculous for prioritizing homophobia over the niggas who out here actually killing women, killing each other, and selling crack and coke to our mothers and our sisters and everybody else.
Where's that energy towards the deadbeat fathers?
Say it again, bro. Say it again, Mama. I'm sorry. I didn't hear that part.
Where is that same energy toward men that don't take care of the children in the community? Like, while we're sitting here policing, like you said, the LGBT that straight black men are not a part of, but you're a part of the community that abandons children, and you don't make documentaries about that.
Well, actually, I do, because the fact of the matter is, it's unfair to take me off of a conversation that we're having here and minimalize whatever else I've done. Sure, you might not think I've done anything, or you might not accept what I tell you. That's different. But I actually have conversations with white people, the LGBT community, fellow black men, black women. That's one of the things that I hold near and dear to my channel, is that I try to talk to every different aspect. But to answer your question more thoroughly, yes, I try to be as accountable to black men as I can, the same way black women can only be so accountable to their black friends, their black women.
Consciousness said y'all made a whole political movement behind Lil Nas X, but y'all won't get up to save your own life. What's the energy and the motivation when it comes to being a hater? That's why I asked, where's the foresight? Because you're sitting here continuing to use weaponization of hate to be divisive. That's mayonnaise patriarchy, and you're not understanding what's going wrong. Everybody's confused now.
Telling me that I'm using hate, but okay, let's ask this: out of 10 black men that are not with the mother of their children, how many out of those 10 average black men, since you're talking about us, how many of us ran away? Literally said, "Oh, you're pregnant? Fuck you, I'm leaving." How many of us did that out of 10? Would you say? I know you can't give a real answer, but hypothetically, if you're speaking so sure, how many out of 10 or out of 100 would you say ran away from the child, as you put it? Because the fact, okay, I'll ask you that first.
99.
Wow. Okay. Miss Brother Logic, you seem like you have a little logic. Out of 100 men, 100 Black American men, just realistically speaking, how many of those Black American men that are not with the mother are the ones that left? The ones that said, "You know what? Oh, you're pregnant? I'm leaving." Literally just straight up leaving. Or like a lot of narratives say, your daddy just got up one day and he just didn't come back. Let's go with that narrative. How many black men really, like their mother said, got up for milk one day and just never came back? Out of 100, how many would you say, Brother Logic? Just went to milk.
I'm gonna say 70.
Okay, 70. Okay,
wait. But however, let me say, okay.
I just want to done with my point. So 70, but there's still exceptions for the 30, right?
No, yes, because you also have to keep in mind, once again, even though I don't know why you guys think that just actually physically being there is enough. There's a lot of children within there's a lot of children like myself that when we are with their fathers, emotionally, they're not there. It's
making a different point that I was trying to make. I was saying this because she asked me, why aren't we accountable for the men who run away from their children? Okay, first we have to identify the men who ran away from their children versus, listen, because here's the part that's going to rock you guys again, versus the men that actually want to be for their children, but they are being systematically kept away from their children due to many of the forms that are kept away, that they're used to keep away from. So this is the part where the situation gets tricky, because the women in the comments and the people on the panel are probably going to tell me that there's no men that are being systematically taken out of the households. And if they are, you're going to tell us we need to fight harder. We need to get a better lawyer. We need to just do what we can. But see, the same people that tell us these things, they've never been through the family court system like that. You don't know anything about
what Brother Rex is trying to say to you is that even when there are men in the home, for example, in the South, most men do not leave their children. That's not our culture. But I see when I go home, 70 to 80% of these kids, like Reckless said, their kids don't read, they don't write, they have the Kardashian energy with their mothership. And then it's like in the urban areas where women actually do get an education, the men are more inclined to leave. So you can't really use it like that. And what Reckless is actually saying is when the men stay in the house, it adds an additional child to the woman. Most often he's not adding anything to the educational growth, the emotional growth, the development. He's usually taken away from the woman and taken away from what she needs to be doing for her children. That's why I kept making that statement in the beginning. It's like a lot of lack of foresight from black men. It's
Yeah, because a lot of us, unfortunately, had our trifling dads in the household, and
I did,
and it was equivalent to being in a single parent household because of everything that Miss Nico just said.
And you know what?
A lot of children pray for their moms to get a divorce so they can be happy.
I was one of those kids.
No, that's really not the case.
Now, Jaleel, now I have a question for you.
Actually, kids are historically devastated by divorces. Historically, statistically, kids are devastated. It's almost funny that you would have the nerve to
That's
mention.
mayonnaise children in mayonnaise society that loses the basic of her resources and their mother become a single mother. That's not what that is.
And let me speak to that as well.
Black kids are not destroyed by divorce.
Hold on. I want you to hear this because this is really important.
Ma'am, the level of delusion.
Jay Lethal. Unfortunately, people have lived the hypotheticals that you're talking about, and I'm one of those people who's lived it. That's my situation. I'm about to give it to you.
Go ahead.
A lot of the people, a lot of the children who were devastated were probably devastated because, unfortunately, they did not have personal or intimate access to the distress that went on in the relationship. So as far as they were concerned, mom and dad was happy and they have no context for why there is a separation. But for children like me who actually got to see my father put his hands and his feet on my mother, who got to see him cheat repeatedly on my mother, who would go missing for weeks on end, and we would have to call around to every member of the family to see if you seen him, having to spend month after month calling around the hospitals when nobody who knew him had seen him to figure out if he was dead. A father who was strung out on coke, on crack, an alcoholic, a chronic cheater. I absolutely begged my mother to separate because because I could not sustain love for a man who I saw intentionally bring emotional, psychological, and physical affliction upon my mother. And I saw what it did to her showed up in her parenting to me and my brother because of everything she was being taken through by my father. It curbed her ability to show up as her true happy full self for us. We inherited her aggravation and her depression and her heartbreak and her anger for doing a two-person's job on her own. So yes, there may be kids. Hold on. So there may be kids who are devastated, but I guarantee you a lot of those devastated children just did not know the reality of what was transpiring in between their mothers and their fathers. And by very right, they have a reason to be devastated. But for those of us who got to see it, it was a no-go.
Fair enough.
I do want to add this too. It turns out Zendaya Coleman was forced to be cheating on me with Tom Holland and all those other men, including, allegedly Travis Scott. But it turns out Zendaya wouldn't want that to happen, though. She didn't want that to happen at all.
Jay Lethal, I have a question for you. Now this is gonna be kind of off the wall, but I'm trying to pick at your brain. So how do you feel about Roe v. Wade being at once upon a time being overturned?
Oh, that's a conversation that I'm trying to stay out of, mainly because it, regardless of how I feel about it, it's like that's almost out of my domain. And yes, I do have whatever feelings about it. Like there are some extreme cases. If you're asking me particularly what I feel about shmishmortion, I would say that, a lot of, I do personally feel like a lot of women use extreme circumstances to just, all right, see you later, Adam. Some women use extreme circumstances to justify, their shmishmortion, I believe, like, clear rape and incest and whatever the case, if the baby's gonna harm you, like if the pregnancy is gonna harm the mother or the baby is gonna have some extreme deformity, I understand that. But personally, I do believe a lot, like, okay, let me throw it back at you. Have you ever heard of the City Girls? No. Have you ever heard of the City Girls?
Yes.
The City Girls, and I'm sure you guys know Conscious, you know the City Girls, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
So there's the girl Carisha, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the other girl, JT.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So one of their famous songs when they first came out, I don't know the name of it off the top of my head. Some of y'all can go look up the lyrics. The girl JT, she literally raps and she says, "This nigga acting crazy, I'm finna get rid of his baby." So when I heard that lyric, I was shocked and appalled. This was some years ago. I couldn't believe a woman was literally rapping, not only bragging about it, but made a rap about it to a hip hop beat. She admitted she's going to get rid of the baby. She didn't call it a fetus. She didn't call it a lump of cells. And she didn't say she would take, she said the nigga that she's already dealing with is getting on her nerves and she's going to get rid of his baby. And that was the lyric. Now, somebody can hear that and make an excuse for it and blame the patriarchy and everything else. But when I heard that, I said that is completely off the wall, to say the least. So if you're asking me, so I'm done right now. So if you're asking me about Roe versus Wade, although it's not my place as a man, I will say women who are operating under that frequency, and there's a lot more that we're willing to admit, those women are completely out of line, should not be encouraged, should not be supported at all. That's what I believe.
Okay, so men should make better decisions.
I was gonna ask you this. I was gonna say, so do you believe that it's a woman's job to like pick better or something like that? Like to pick better?
I'm sorry, say it again.
So do you believe it's like a woman's job to pick better?
Is it a woman's job to pick better? I would say it's both people clearly have, like, right, it takes two to tango, right? But the fact of the matter is, yes, a woman should decide. A woman should make a vetting process for a man that she's gonna let ejaculate inside of her. Yes, I do.
Okay, so now the reason why
I want you to be a complicated opponent. You are too predictable, sir. Like it's like I can see you coming a map 330 miles away.
The reason why I asked you that because I think it's very interesting how men want women to pick better when it comes down to them and having relations to men who aren't the best fathers, and when it comes down to relations, all these things. But however, that mentality and that ideology does exist, I think men should pick better when it comes down to knowing if a woman wants to keep your baby or not.
Well, I mean, yes, clearly. My thing is this. We can, again, I'm not here to defend men's honor as if we're just some shining example that have no chinks in our armor.
All that you've done.
That's all you've been doing.
No, because I wouldn't have said that we need to stop gangbanging. I wouldn't have said that we need to stop pimping. I wouldn't have said that we need to stop doing a lot of stuff. If I was just here to represent men and not admit our faults, the fact of the matter is, if you listen, Logic, you asked me a question about Roe versus Wade. If you heard the lyric, "This nigga's acting crazy, I'm finna get rid of his baby," is that not an absurd statement, sir? Like, do we have to go into the patriarchy and make some big spiel about it, or can we just say that that's
art and fiction? You've used Boys in the Hood, you've used Martin, you've used the City Girl lyrics. Like,
why shouldn't brother? Have you not you used the comments on a goddamn Iggy Azalea video?
Real people.
It's real people. It's real people.
You're talking about an actual product of an actual artist. You're talking about the intellectual.
It was women.
Artists.
It was women who were singing the goddamn song. Who made the City Girls popular?
Jelly, you are lying to yourself and highly ill-informed if you believe that women just are walking into Planned Parenthood, throwing goddamn abortion parties and making these decisions over damn night without it costing them their damn sanity, their spiritual integrity, without their goddamn morality. You are highly mistaken if you.
I didn't say that those things are not being.
Women just wake up and just catch an Uber to Planned Parenthood and
I didn't say that.
Go back to twerking the next day.
I didn't say that, but
you are saying that because you're
no. I'm saying that a lot of women. I'm saying that a lot of women.
Women tell you that that's not what happens, and yet you still be like, No, that's what women doing. Women tell you.
So okay, go ahead and explain that verse to me. Go ahead and explain that verse to me.
Can I please, as a woman? Okay, so do you think that
this is why I didn't want to get into that abortion thing. You asked me my question.
I want to address that. Do you think that as a woman, if I'm with a man and let's say he doesn't have kids, I don't have children. I'm with the man, everything is coochie cool, we doing good and everything. And this nigga starts to show me characteristics and traits that he's toxic as hell. I'm gonna want to have his baby. If I get pregnant, I want to have his baby be tied to his toxic ass for the rest of my life, because even when the child gets of age, we still gonna be dealing with each other on some form or another throughout the years. Do you think that I should continue to allow myself to be tied to a toxic ass man through a child?
I mean, that's a very complicated thing. I understand the situation. It's not easy, and it's not. But there are some ways to prevent it, or at least I won't say prevent it because you can't prevent anything. But like you tell us, we both have to choose better. I mean, there is a thing called marriage and waiting and stuff like that. So we can't act like.
So why does the man have to wait? Why does the man have to wait? Why does the woman have to wait? Why does she have to?
I just said both of us. I said both. I said both. Sister Anja, I said both of us have to wait. I said that's why there's a thing called marriage where we both have to wait.
It still goes to my point of saying, because you can be with someone and you can be with somebody for a long period of time and still not know their true character.
Right, and I understand that, and in which case I'm not saying that. Listen, this is why I leave it, because the abortion thing is a very deep slope. All I'm saying is that personally, now here's the thing though. Like the sister, I think I was speaking to you earlier. I think you were showing your picture earlier. I think, right? But so there's a lot of women who now are in a position. Now my baby mom, listen, I'm gonna put myself on blast. I'm going through some baby mama drama. Y'all can talk shit about me, but my baby mom, she's hit me up like, oh, now she left. Here's the thing. My baby mom left. I guess I was too broke, too toxic, too strict, too masculine, whatever it is. My baby mama left me because she felt unfulfilled. Okay. So here's one thing about the deadbeat dad runaway narrative. I never ran away from my kids. My baby mom left from me. Now, guess what? She came back talking about he's changing. I don't know how to deal with him now. And so my thing is, okay, yeah, the man is toxic and all this, but here's the thing. At some point, it's got to be about the kid. And now I'm not saying for sure, but there's an argument. Should you stick it out to raise the kid, or should you separate and call it co-parenting? But either way, it's looking like the kid might be affected negatively. So if you're asking me my personal thing, now this is controversial, but yeah, I think you can find as many ways and then 10 more ways to figure it out with your man. I think you should get all the way to your wit's end and give it 10 more tries before you go and say you can do it alone in 2022, Black America. That's my personal opinion, because when you look at it,
they lethal across what we do. That's why we telling you that we are fucking tired, because we do. A woman will stay despite all that a man does to her. We literally carry y'all ass on our back, take all the abuse, and we are usually not the ones to leave. It's usually the man to leave. We give y'all chance at the chance. At 99.9% of the time, when you have a child by a woman, she will stay, even if it's just for the child being abused in all kind of ways. It's always going to fall back on the man. It's always going to fall back.
Hold on, ma'am. Do you really believe that what did you say? 99% of the time the man leaves? Do you really believe that, ma'am?
I know that to be a fact from my experience. Yes, I see it in my community every day.
She wasn't throwing out a statistic. And
no, but when you say 90% or something, that's a statistic.
It wouldn't even matter. It wouldn't even matter if you wanted to even talk statistics. We know the reality of this whole conversation is that the Black man has abandoned his family. This is across the board. even when there's separation, even once there's separation in a home, you guys do not go back and make sure. It doesn't matter if you and I cannot get along. It doesn't matter if we can't get along. Your child should still be your number one priority.
But here's the hold on.
Yeah, let me.
Hold on, right? No. Janito.
Now go ahead and explain this to me.
JD, I don't understand how.
That's how we know he weaponized his position against his baby moms. That's why he's trying to basically say to us that he's not going to raise his son because he don't like the way she's doing things.
We see that 70% of divorces.
Can you read it? Can you at least read it for the class?
I see 2015 and I'm in 2022.
Hey. Numerous studies have shown this. In fact, nearly 70% of divorces are initiated by women. This is according to a 2015 research study conducted by the American Sociological Association, which suggests 2/3 of all divorces are initiated by women. Among college-educated women, the number jumps up to 90%.
90.
Okay.
So where is this? Why are you saying that we run away?
Hold on, wait.
No conscious thought.
I have asked you. We have given you the blueprint, buddy. Jay Letho. Okay, so you see the statistic. Remember, statistics have context.
These are your problem. Is you're worried about kids and not marriage. I'm reading the comments. Sorry.
Statistics have context. You have to interpret.
Context.
So what you do, Jay Letho, is wait, because that statistic doesn't prove anything other than women are utilizing their options.
Y'all are leaving and fucking up the household.
Wait. They are utilizing not putting up with shit, okay? But
that's fine. That's fine, Conscious. But the lady said that we're leaving. Conscious. That's fine what you're saying. The lady said we're leaving though. That's false. We're not leaving. We're not leaving.
She wasn't just reducing that. She wasn't reducing that to just marriage. Y'all were talking about children.
This is what I was saying.
You're leaving the relationship.
You're trying to do something. Listen, I'm talking specifically when a person leaves.
Listen, once you leave the relationship, I'm gonna give you the truth. Once you leave the relationship, there's no such thing as a fucking co-parent.
Janita, so since you like, hold on, wait. So since you just like to let numbers be numbers without you just like the numbers to just be what they are. Yeah. Why do black men make up the majority of domestic violence and sexual assault in this country?
Do they or do white men make up it?
You run the statistics. Yes, they do. Yes,
okay,
they do.
Show me.
Okay, so you hold that thought.
Show me.
Okay.
Show me.
Okay, Anya, you talked to Jay Letho. Wow.
What I'm saying leaving is not always about physically walking out the door. You can literally leave, be checked out mentally and emotionally.
Okay, so what are we talking about? I have to know what you're talking about. I have to know what you say.
Listen, you have to learn to listen. When a person is constantly talking over somebody else, that means that you're not really listening. You want to prove a point and you're not listening.
Okay.
And a man walking out, I have known so many men that have walked out of their homes that we can even speak to marriage, that were married, that did not get a divorce, and the woman was later forced to divorce him because she no longer wanted to be tied to him, but he had already left the home. So your statistics means absolutely nothing to the statement and the point that I'm making. Men have left, they have abandoned us. Emotionally, financially, psychologically, that is the point blank period. It's nothing to debate about that.
So,
and you're sitting here attempting to use it as a weapon.
There is something to debate when you're asking black men to hold other black men accountable for running out of the home.
I didn't actually hold nobody accountable. Everybody.
No.
Because have dropped the ball.
One of the callers specifically said that black men need to hold other black men accountable for being deadbeats and running away. But of course, we need to identify who is running away and who is being pushed away. I can't hold somebody accountable as being systematically pushed away from the household. And until at least one of you guys admit that there are a sector of Black men that are being kept away from their children systematically, we can't ever move forward. Yes, what you're saying is true, ma'am. Everything you're saying is true. But there's also a large sector of unspoken Black men that have never been accounted for that are trying their hardest out here on some, wait, hold on. On some, hold on, just wait. There's a large sector of Black men, like on some, wait, just let me finish this one sentence. I promise I'll be done. Because
it's an echo.
Hold on. Envy me. It's a lot of like loud feedback coming from the device. Playback. It's still coming through.
Yeah, envy me. Turn off YouTube and just be in StreamYard. That might be the problem. But what I'm saying is this, guys. Everything you're saying is true. Men have given up and all that, right? But now what I'm speaking for and speaking to is not those men. I'm speaking for and to the Black men that exist in a large number that's not being spoken about, that are trying their hardest, and they are being systematically kept out of their child's house and out of authority position. And this is a real thing. On some pursuit of happiness shit, there are men that really want to do everything for their children, and they're not being allowed to. And until we at least admit that that is a thing, I didn't say all men are just being systematically, no. Until we admit that there is at least a sector of Black men that are trying their hardest but are still being kept away by vindictive mothers.
I don't agree.
I'm sorry?
It's still you still got some negative feedback, boo.
That there are laws for men, just like it is women. Men can go to court and tell the judge that is and what's going on.
I have to remove you, envy me. It's not.
And I think the big mistake that the big thing that I see a lot of men are using is that they being forced away and all these different things when they can go to court just like the woman and fight for the their children.
Okay, let me ask now. Let me push back on that because I'm so glad you said that. I was waiting for somebody to say that. What is the percentage of men that gain primary custody over their children in family court? Do you know?
I don't know, but I know a lot that have.
Right, but the reason why I asked you about percentage is because we're not talking about anecdotal, small little ones. We're talking about the majority, meaning over 90% of women go to court with a man over a child custody case.
What from time or being in your child's life to
Ma'am, I'm trying to give you the alternate perspective. I'm sure you've said your perspective a lot before, but I don't know if you've heard this perspective before. My perspective is from the man's perspective, which is not an excuse. Because do you know how often, let's just say I go to court, like you said, I fight it in court, right? But when you look into the statistics, 90% of the time, the mother by default gets what's called primary custody. Now, I need you to remember this because primary custody is as what the name suggests, the person who has the primary custody of the child. And guess what the father is given 90% of the time? It's called visitation. You're not even called a parent. You're getting visiting time with your parents. So let me just say this, just so you can move forward and you can tell me how you feel about this. When I go to court, and I've been there, I took her to court. I put myself on child support just to see my son's physical fate. And I was given visitation of my son where I could only see him once every other weekend, ma'am. So now I want you to tell me with that same confident voice that I'm supposed to be a good parent to my son every other weekend. And that's enough time Go ahead and tell me. That's enough time to make
I co-parented with a guy. He was there during the pregnancy and this whole time. When we went to court, he got 3.5 days in the week. I got 3.5 days in the week because he was there since my pregnancy. I couldn't mix him up if I tried. The court gave him half of the days was the girl was with him, half of the days she was with me because I could not make him a weekend. I could not make him a weekend parent. He made himself a weekend parent. Men do not. The women cannot make you a weekend parent. If you go to court with the same energy as the mother, the court respects it.
No, because I tried to do it. I did it myself. You're gonna tell me the court. You're gonna tell me
bullshit. That's what you're complaining about.
No, you're gonna tell me about the court. I was the one facing the goddamn judge, ma'am. What are you talking about?
That had to split my custody with the father. He wasn't a weekend father because he was there from day one every day. He was supposed to have his daughter on his day, and he got it.
I'm talking about 90% of cases in America, not your family situation. I'm talking about 90% of court cases involving child custody.
I'm talking about the fact that women always prosper in the court is due to that reason alone.
What reason? What reason?
That we're consistent. We're there. We don't go to court lying. The court has to take a lot of things into consideration before they just hand a kid off over to somebody who probably wasn't there. Who said anything here? The court speaks for itself. They have a system.
Okay, so if I'm in the position where I only see him once every other weekend because that's what the court decided, can you tell me again how I'm supposed to be an effective parent once every other weekend? I don't think anybody hears that. That means
the woman you lay down with, duh.
I'm sorry? I'm sorry?
The woman you lay down with. I don't understand how the kid comes in there.
No, because you're not giving me a real answer. Without going into the past, because I'm not Doctor Strange, without going into the past, how can I today be a good parent to my child that exists today? Don't tell me I should have had foresight. The kid is here now.
But I'm saying,
tell me. I want to know. I want to know.
Janito, I want to say something. I think that the judicial system, as it relates to custody laws and all of that, I think there definitely needs to be a lot of reform. I think that there definitely needs to be more provision for fathers in the course as it relates to custody of their children. I think that it needs to be reevaluated for sure. I do see the equilibrium, even though I know why the equilibrium exists, but it needs to be reformed. What I will say to you, Jay Lethal, and to the men who are in your position, and I know it's a fucked up ass position. I also have homeboys who have baby mamas who have weaponized CPS, who've weaponized the government, who've weaponized the courts, etc., and are using the child in petty ass ways. And
right. So what's the solution?
I don't like. You don't even know when you win it. Like, I'm giving it to you. Sit back and relax.
No, I'm genuinely. I really want to know.
See, now I don't even want you to win now because it's just,
I'm sorry. No. I'm on your side, Conscious. I'm genuinely serious.
He keep cutting his nose to spite his face.
It should be an easy answer.
Did you marry?
I don't want to finish it. Or somebody else.
Jaylee, did you marry any of your children's mothers?
I'm sorry? No, I did not marry her. I'll admit that. I did not marry her. I'll admit that. But again, ma'am, how do I be a good parent to my child that exists today without talking about I should have wore a condom, without talking about I should have vetted her better, without talking about I should have married her because I'm not Doctor Strange and I can't go into the past? Tomorrow, as in, which is Friday tomorrow, how can I be a better parent to my child who I only get to see once every other weekend without telling me something about my dick and what I should have done and I should have married her and all this other stuff? Can you tell me? Can you give me?
And I'm not understanding because we can't possibly understand your full situation. Let me say that none of us was there in court. We don't know your whole end. We don't know her end. So as a mother, as a divorced wife who is the bearer of 5 children by one man, one husband, there are put that money up there. And once you marry, there is no your custody, his custody, that custody. That's why I speak on marriage. I'm not saying what you should have did in the past. I'm not saying that. You cannot change that. But what I am saying, it makes a great difference in both parents being able to make decisions in the end.
Right. And so now, but again, okay, and I respect that. But the question becomes, what about all the fathers that are being called deadbeats? Because when I brought up the marriage statistics, you didn't want to talk about marriage. You said marriage had nothing to do with it. When I brought up
Who said that? I was not here. I never said that.
Well, just so you know, sister, I just brought up a statistic that said 70% of divorces are ended by the woman, and everybody told me those statistics are not relevant to this conversation. That's the information right there.
In my situation, and again, I can only speak in my situation. If the 75% stay out of jail and out of trouble, and the woman at home to left to figure shit out, then maybe they wouldn't want a divorce.
Okay, so another reason why we're talking about your particular statistics not really fit in the conversation, only because yes, women statistically, from what you've shown, 70% of them initiate divorce. But however, when you start to scratch the surface, the question that's going to give us to the root is why? Why do they want a divorce? Right. Why would you decide to stay with somebody that is quote unquote toxic? But however, I will say this, and I will give you and help you out. Yes, like Conscious was saying, with the judicial system, it's very much flawed when it comes down to parenting on behalf of the father. I 100% agree with you, only because simple fact of I have also witnessed my own family members go through the exact same thing you're going through. Now, another thing that I do find interesting, I don't
want to cut you off. I want to ask you though, in which ways, because I just want to ask you, in which ways is it unfair for the father? In which ways? And is that justified?
As in trying to treat fathers like they're second-class citizens, but however, they mutually made an agreement to make that child.
Okay, fair enough. Go ahead.
Okay, so, but here, you already know I'm going to hit you with, I just think it's interesting, and this is another reason why we get rid of that patriarchy and all the other shit. The reason being is because when you have white old motherfuckers that believe in gender roles, as in women should be in charge of the children, now we're mad at laws that they are in charge of that caters to women being in charge of the children when the family separates. This stuff operates in and out through our society. That's the reason why when everything that comes up is patriarchy. Yes, black men are not the ones that created this version of patriarchy. And then let me be very specific. Toxic patriarchy, because there's a difference between patriarchy and toxic patriarchy. This particular version black men did not create, but however, through history, through contexting everything that happened, girl, I'm tired, so just follow me.
Go ahead.
Through looking through the lens of slavery and racism, you black men idolize white men in the way they operate through toxic patriarchy. And that's why we telling you, and this also goes to another reason why we say black men act like the white men in the black community, in the words of conscience.
And I want to add to that, and I am going to complete my point, even if I have to mute the fuck out of Jay Lee.
I can't.
As it relates to the question around what can I do, aside from definitely reforming the system, fighting for reform, and challenging the courts and doing everything that the courts require, outside of that, what I would encourage is for black men who find themselves unfortunately pigeonholed by the way the dynamics are currently set up in the court system is love your child more than your own ego. And what that means is I wouldn't give a fuck how much I hate my fucking baby mama. I wouldn't give a damn how much I think she's a trifling ass, stupid, stank, raggedy, whore ass bitch. I would totally kiss her motherfucking ass if it meant that could create any motherfucking access to my child, or as much access to my child as I would love my child more than I love the hate for my baby mother. I wouldn't give a fuck what she thinks that she got me by the balls. I wouldn't give a damn if she calls me at the last minute and tells me, hey, you want to see your child? Keep them right now. And I already got plans to go smash something. I wouldn't give a damn. I would put the love of my child above my ego. And so I would kiss her motherfucking asshole if that meant access to my child and me being able to have that relationship and have that time and have that whatever. Black men who are currently in this fucked up predicament that the courts have them in with women who are weaponizing child support and all of that shit and custody and all of that shit. All I can tell them is, baby, you sacrifice your ego. Put the love of your child above the hate of your baby mama. Give her whatever the hell she motherfucking asking for, if that means her also handing off your child to you.
That's true.
Because weaponizing the children, weaponizing marriage, and now the kids are gonna suffer. That's all I've been saying.
Yes. How old is your child, Jay Lethal?
Well, I have. Let me give you guys a quick little thing,
Or the
because
one that you're having an issue with. How old is that?
it's the oldest one. He's now like literally 12, and
okay. Let me ask you this question: when he comes to you, do you have him in the program, any league or any activities?
I haven't had access to him in a long time, and it's a very long story that I don't feel like going through right now. But let me just say this to kind of like summarize kind of what I'm going through right now. So I went to court for my kids. Okay, here's the thing. You guys have seen how I act today. Some people would say I'm crazy. Okay. That's fine. I've heard that before. Some people would say, oh, has he taken his medication? I heard some people in the comments today, oh, it's time for his medication. Fair enough. But I'm a black man in America. A lot of people might not understand what that means, raising black sons in America. Okay. So I'm strict on my sons. Okay. Now, my baby mother and I are not together. Now, my baby mother does not like the way that I speak to my kids, although she speaks to him the same way. My baby mother doesn't like whatever. It became a power dynamic. As many people know, in relationships, when you break up, it's a power struggle. So here you have this word co-parenting, which suggests that we're on the same page, but more times than not, you have a power struggle between both parents. So I had to go put myself on child support. I represented myself in court because I didn't have thousands upon thousands of dollars for the retainer for a fucking judge, for a fucking lawyer. So I represented myself in court because I was an honest father, just wanting to be there for my kids. Okay. Now, my baby mom, she literally texts me when I would want to see him for the weekend. She would always, oh, I'm going to Louisiana. Oh, he's over his friend's house. Oh, to the point where she even started just telling me, don't call no more, because she wants to have the powers. And I'm not going to blame it on her, but I'm just going to try to keep it real short and simple. My baby mom ended up telling me, if you text me again, I'm going to block you. We're not even together. I'm texting about the kid. She said she's going to block me. So I had to go to my court by myself, put myself on child support, because in Texas, they say the only time you can get visitation is if you put yourself on child support. So I put myself on child support, had to get visitation. Now, let me fast forward. The reason why I haven't seen my son lately is because when he was about 8 years old, he looked me in my face and lied to me after I was only seeing him every other weekend. He lied to me and I smacked him across the head. Listen to me, guys. I smacked my son right in the face. I said, don't you ever fucking lie to me, boy.
What the fuck you?
I'm sorry?
What's wrong with you? Something is wrong with you.
So let me ask the people in the chat. Has anybody ever been smacked by their parents?
My father's never hit me in my face.
Wait. Okay, fair enough. But there's other people in the chat, and there's about at least over 100 people in the comments. Please put a 7 in the comments if your parents ever smacked you. And and then please tell me if you think that there's something wrong with them for that. If your grandma, you know, a lot of people from the South, you said you're from the South, and something's wrong with your grandparents, huh? If they smacked you in the face. Hold on.
He's never seen him. That's the intent from a grown man to a child. That's one-on-one parenting.
Wait, guys. You have Kota Maya. You have Kota in the chat. She put a 7. She says she's been hit and she doesn't. Now listen, I'm not here to have a moral debate with nobody on if it's right what I do with my child or not. I didn't say I molested him. The way you reacted just now was like if I told you I was messing with his penis or something. Yo, what's wrong with? Are you kidding me? Now listen.
Educational purposes only. Wait.
Listen. Y'all are really in the comments acting like
you feeling how you feel, but guess what? In the court of the law, you know what they saying you did?
I don't. In the court of the law, they just recognize black people as human beings. Now listen, guys. If we're really gonna sit here after I'm being vulnerable and really ask me what my problem is for hitting my son one time in his head
I'm asking you. When your son went to his mother or whoever he went to.
Wow, look at y'all in the comments.
If we hit our children right now, if we discipline our children right now, and they tell us we're abusing our children, and we're not killing them,
right?
They will tell you don't have the right to discipline. Okay, I'm saying to you that those are the things that they will use to keep you away from your child. Hitting your child in the face is automatically abuse to certain people.
Okay, I understand what the white man says about disciplining your child. Okay,
I don't smack my daughter in her face. Okay, nobody smack me in my face. You smack me in my face, I'm beating your ass.
Fair enough, but you can't say that it doesn't happen in the black community and the children. Are y'all kidding me? Y'all are out of line. Y'all are ridiculous. I didn't even get to finish my story because y'all cackling hens got so much goddamn shit to say.
I don't understand why you always saying black communities like these things don't happen in other communities. That's bullcrap.
I promise to God, I will remove every motherfucking person from this goddamn panel. I am not going to fucking yell at 5:30 in the fucking morning when I've been here for 6 fucking hours. I've been here for 6 fucking hours. When y'all hear the voice, respect it. I wanted to insert that I think the problem, Jay Lethal, because you ask people if they have been smacked. A lot of people have been whooped in all type of ways, but I think if you were to ask our parents' generation that question, they would probably say, yes, I have been smacked in the face, and no, I don't think anything is wrong with it. But this generation of people is a different generation of people. And even if they have been smacked, they don't agree that it was right to do so. For instance, my mother and my uncles, they were whipped, but they were whipped with drop cords coming up.
Y'all might not like me.
And that was the way of the land. Now, parenting and discipline has always been a very interesting thing when it comes to the black community, because to your point, we have been raised generationally to have a hands-on approach when it comes to discipline and chastisement, whether that's getting your ass beat with a switch, a belt, a drop cord, whether it's your mama picking up a damn broom. My grandma beat the hell out of my auntie with a broom because on her wedding day, because she knocked over a vase in my grandmama's house, and it broke and shattered on the floor. And my grandma had asked her to to clean the shit up. And my auntie was dragging her feet, and my grandma weaponized the goddamn swisher on her ass and got to mop her ass with the goddamn clothes. So
let me get this straight. The whole consensus here is you're telling me that I was wrong for what I did to my son, to my own child. That's right. The same people who literally are on here advocating for the murder of a baby in the womb have the nerve to tell me y'all are insane.
I don't advocate for that. I don't advocate for that.
I tell you how insane it is.
because I want to have a healthy conversation about this.
Oh, that's far from this. That's far from this.
Like, you are like now triggering me, and I don't want to be triggered.
I understand.
I would like to have and help you out with this conversation.
No.
Are you asking? Are you? So I mean, I'm not gonna. I don't know.
Okay, can I know where I was going?
Wait. I don't think that everybody naturally is going to agree, because parenting styles are very different. Just like there's people on this panel who said that they would not allow their child to transition before they were the age of 18, even if that was aesthetically, like, because parenting is going to be a different thing. Now, I'm going to say for me, I personally am not a physical person unless it's out of self-defense. So I'm not comfortable. Hold on. I'm personally, because I am raising children that relatives don't want. I personally don't yield to physical discipline. I'm personally not comfortable. Now, I do know that I have friends who put the belt and spank and all of that. I don't have a judgment. Now, I will say, hitting in the face, there's a lot. I don't know.
That's fine. That's fine that you're having a whole diatribe about what you personally.
But
that's not my point. I don't give a fuck what y'all personally do with y'all.
You just asked us. You asked us.
I was making a point.
Comment in the motherfucking comment section if you think that being hit in the face.
Okay. Now that I know that, I'm telling you, I don't give a fuck. My point was.
Are wrong. I'm speaking about CT motherfucking V. I have not cast a judgment or a condemnation about how you decided to handle the situation with your child.
Okay, so now that we've got that out of the way, and now that everybody got their initial reactions out, I'm gonna finish what I was saying, because I was mentioning it for a reason. I wasn't just telling you my vulnerable story for y'all over here. These, not you, Conscious, but all the people in the comments to feel like they can feel. I don't give a fuck if y'all don't whip your kids, which I know y'all whip y'all kids. Stop acting dumb. So Conscious, okay, Conscious, I agree with you, and I appreciate you. I respect you, Conscious. What I'm saying is this. Go ahead, buddy.
Let me tell you this before you go further. If you ask this crowd a question, they are going to answer honestly. So I'm just going to FYI you. If you don't ask a question, you don't want an honest answer.
I forgot what audience I was speaking to. I was expecting a different vibration from the audience. I forgot which audience I'm in. That's fine. I will not ask these people anything else. What I'm saying is this. I hit my son in the head and told him, don't lie to me when you look at me, son. And I did that for a reason, because regardless of what all the vaginas in the comments think, a black man, listen, and y'all can call everything toxic and all this. I really don't give a fuck. My question to the chat is, in a natural world, don't talk about the police and all this shit. In a natural world, who the fuck would have the authority or the fucking balls to look at a black man and tell him what he should or should not do with their child? Nobody. But let me say this one last thing, and I'm gonna let y'all go. First of all, like I said, in a natural world without the police and the fucking whoever else to save you, no woman would look at a man and tell him what he can and can't do with his child, because it doesn't even happen in the motherfucking animal kingdom. But secondly, let me say this one last thing. So listen, y'all. So since y'all want to know about my children, I smacked my son in his head. Then CPS got involved. Now I can't see my son because I smacked him in his head. Right? Okay.
That's what I was trying to tell.
Now listen, I'm not clearly, ma'am, there's no reason for me to tell you my vulnerable story. It's not like you pulled the shit out of me. I'm telling it to you. Y'all
I'm
acting like
drop down because I'm not your son and you're not gonna disrespect me.
Okay,
Y'all have a blessed morning.
Cool. Y'all have a blessed one. So Consciouztv, like I was saying, I smacked my son in the head, and then guess what? CPS got involved. I can't see my son. And do you know what my son has been doing, Conscious? Can I tell you? My son has been trying to reach me from numerous spam accounts, numerous YouTube accounts, numerous Instagram accounts. The same son that I spanked, he's been trying to reach me because he wants to be with me and he knows that I'm not abusive and his mother treats him worse than I do. And guess what, Conscious? Can I tell you one last thing? I just saw a video of my son on his Instagram stories waving a gun. My actual son is on the internet waving a gun. And when I asked him, he said, I need it for my, mind you, this boy is 12 years old, but I am not, I CPS and I can't be around and all this other shit. So here's this the reason why I brought up me hitting my son for y'all cackling hands in the comments is because what's worse, smacking your own son with love behind it, and you might not agree with that, but smacking him in the head because he lied to you and you want to raise an upstanding, honest Black man in America, or me not being there and now he's waving around guns. And you know what now listen,
that work out for you?
Now listen. When I asked him about the waving around guns, he was scared he knew he was wrong, but his mom's not paying him any attention. So what I'm saying is this narrative of the masculine, bad Black father, that's actually a lot better than the motherfucking alternative, which y'all don't understand that shit. And so now y'all are telling me I was wrong for smacking him, but I was smacking him to prevent him walking around with a gun. Now I have no authority in the matter. And if I show this to the courts, they're gonna take him away from the mom too. So he's gonna be away from mom and me. So go ahead and make a fucking excuse. I don't give a damn.
Can I make the excuse if you don't mind, Conscious?
Yes,
okay, and sir, would you have a problem like not interrupting me? Because I just got into the chat, but I said, would you mind? Because I might say some things that might be triggering. So would you mind not interrupting me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I was never spanked. Okay. We grew up in the projects. My father had enough respect for us and enough control to be able to actually discipline us, which is a derivative of disciple, which means teach us how to behave. Now, if spanking worked for us so much, why are we in disarray as we are as a people? But instead, I can look at my sisters who grew up in the projects with me, all educated, no teen pregnancies, no drug use. We didn't get spanked. I look at people who getting spanked, and not just your son, waving around guns on the internet, impregnating people, using drugs, going to jail. These are people who have all been spanked. When you go to jail, you're going to hear people when they're talking about their spanking stories and their beating stories and their popping stories.
Yeah.
There's nobody in jail that doesn't have a beating, popping, spanking story because they were so-called disciplined. Okay? That is the problem. Rather than parents admitting that they're out of control and don't know how to, and don't have the proper tools to raise their children, as opposed to having them grow up, they beat them the way that we've been taught by our slave masters. And that's all I can say.
Fair enough. But again, that's not a fact though, because again,
those were facts. That's the facts of my life, love.
Okay, the facts of your life are not the facts of the Black community at large.
Exactly. And I wonder why. I wonder if more people in the Black community raised their kids the way my parents did, if their kids would have the same story.
Ma'am, every community is spanking their children, maybe except for the white community. And the white community,
it's not working well for us. It's not working well for us.
So why are you making?
Hold on. I have a question because I do think that some forms of discipline, people are disciplining out of habit. They doing what was normal in the culture. We know that things are changing in the culture slowly but for surely, but people are carrying what they know. They're using what they know. They're using how they was raised. That happens. So my question to you, Lady T, is, since this can be a informative conversation for those of you who were never hit, who were never smacked, who were never spanked, when y'all got on y'all parents' last fucking nerve and y'all were lying and y'all was on y'all bald-headed whole shit of growing up, how did y'all parents handle that in a non-violent way? I'm curious to know.
You know what? I've gone over this in my mind quite a few times because I never tried my mother to start with. You understand what I'm saying? Like too much. But I do recall just them speaking to us, letting us know how disappointed they were, letting us know their expectations. But the other thing was we were active. We were active. We had something to do. My mother used her resources like I've never seen people use their resources before. She would, when for like a little bit of time, I think my father might have been laid off or something. I don't know why they had to go on welfare, but this was prior to me being born. My mother found a voucher and put my sister into some sort of private school from the time she was in kindergarten all the way up. She found a convent who would give free piano lessons to the kids. She had my sisters in piano lessons. She found a school for me to go to take ballet, and I went to take ballet. We learned our discipline and our from our activities a lot. The responsibility of being responsible for your team, being responsible for yourself. They were on. They constantly. If we were watching the news, I heard their views on stuff. My opinion mattered. I think that's a big part of it. What I had to say, reasoning with somebody, being able to negotiate things that get taken away when you take away kids' voices. We were able to learn how to negotiate and navigate, and we'll go into a office and have no issue making sure our salary's okay. Like I can't explain it. Like
I get that, I get all that, but because I want to be.
I mean, we went in our room. Like, yeah, we had to go in our room. We couldn't watch TV. Mm-hmm.
I get it, but to speaking exactly to Jay Lethal's circumstance, if you had a child, if your child was repeatedly on some bullshit in a particular area, whether they had a habit of lying, stealing, bullying other kids, etc., these weren't like little, just like one in a run, one in a mill, isolated incidents. What if you're not going to take a spanking whatever route? What way do you deal with a repeat offender?
I would have questions, because my questions is, what have they seen? What is their environment like? Are they in an activity on a consistent basis after school? Are they in the activity on the weekend? Are they being taken to the museum? Are they being taken to the water park? Are they like what? I need to know what their routine is, because how do they have the time to do this stuff? It sounds like
it's something. No. It's something. Okay. It's something that kids are kids. Kids are gonna lie. Kids are going to try to get away with stuff. Kids are gonna try to
do. Kids who don't have anything to do will lie. When I got in trouble, when I remember
hold on. Lady T, what he is saying is, look, the cheerleaders and the fucking captains of the football team were on their ball-headed whole shit. It didn't matter whether they was in activities. It didn't matter that they were star athletes. It didn't matter that they were in every school program known to man. That has never kept someone from being on a fuck shit. They ain't kept people from fucking. They ain't kept people from stinking out the house. They ain't kept folk from getting pregnant. Like, yeah, there's a place for definitely like occupying a child's time and giving them activities and etc. But to the point, that does not necessarily beget unruliness or inappropriateness on the young person's behalf. Now, to JD's point, I don't know how hard this smack was. It doesn't sound like he smacked the child into a damn wall and caused him to go into urgent care, but he's kind of talking about like a passive smack upside the fucking head or whatever the case may be.
It doesn't sound.
He had to hit him in the head.
I do understand.
You could change.
I do. Hello, I'm speaking. Sorry. I do understand that people are just not going. Everybody's not going to agree that any level of anything is the problem, and I can see what the problem is, Jay Lethal. What I want you to consider about the philosophy of any type of physicality when it comes to discipline is that this bleeds over too into men justifying yoking up their women when they get out of hand, smacking up their women when they get out of hand. And some people also believe that violence begets violence. That if you introduce physical violence in a form of discipline, then kids pick that up and they utilize that to resolve conflict as well, because they're going to take their cues from the way they're being disciplined. So if mommy or daddy smacking me, spanking me, then when I'm having an issue that I can't reconcile through my words or then I'm going to introduce violence as a conflict resolution as well. We know that a lot of the data and studies around childhood bullies is that a lot of those bullies are physically abused at home. They're emotionally abused at home. This leads to them introducing and utilizing that violence upon other kids. Now, one community, I'm really glad that you're here as another cis hetero man yourself. I know that you have kids. What do you think about the predicament that JD was, or what do you think about just men and their role as disciplinaries in a household? Like, do you also take a, hands-on approach when it comes to discipline, or
no? I'm gonna speak to a couple of points. I think this is a good conversation, and it's a conversation that we all need to have. Me personally, I don't hit my kids. I came from a house like my parents, being from like other countries, like what's in the Caribbean, all type of stuff. So that's kind of like natural for like the parents like in my time that was doing. I don't think that it really helps kids though. You know what I'm saying? I think that it made me stop some stuff, but maybe it also gave me some traumas too. Who knows? But I think that when we do that, I think that it sometimes it makes our children or just makes people in general more violent. You know what I mean? If you're hitting a person, it makes people more violent. You know what I mean? So me personally, like my sons, I have 2 sons, you know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna even speak to one of Jay Lethal's points too, because I'm going through a custody case with my baby, with my youngest son. But so especially with my oldest son, I never really chose that route, you know what I'm saying? Because I just didn't think it would help. He gonna lie, he might do this, he might do a bunch of things, and he be acting a fool. And I just try to talk to him, and I try to talk him through it. And that's something that I bring up to him. Like, other places and that people are probably want to hit you and do all these things. I think communication and us really getting to understand and know our child, you know what I'm saying, a little bit more can help with some of those things. Me personally, so I don't stand for us like hitting our children. You know what I'm saying? That's it. You know what I'm saying? It's not an attack on Jay Lethal or whatever. Because I'm going through a case too where my son was choked actually by his mom. You know what I'm saying? And I ended up trying to take her to court and stuff like that. And she ended up lying like I'm harassing and all type of other things like that. So I could get how the system does work and does favor women as well. You know what I'm saying? But us as fathers as well. So, me, I was seeing my son like 1 time a week and stuff like that too, like through video calls, through like the COVID-19 and stuff like that as well. So, but it's a fight though. You know what I'm saying? We got to keep fighting for our children. And we need to create more of a culture where us as Black men are going the right ways, are trying to do the right things to fight for our children. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times when we think about it, that's like a system may say, that's why women win because we in there. You know what I'm saying? And we rocking. You know what I'm saying? I don't agree with it all the way. But you know what I'm saying? It's about us going about those routes, us taking those measures to really like be in our children's lives and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So me personally, I don't agree with hitting our children. You know what I'm saying? I'm not crucifying him right now for popping his son or whatever, because that's his child, and whatever he's going to do is whatever he did. And if he feels that he's right for doing, that's his own feeling. And sometimes, we can't change what people think. One person said in the chat, though, you know what I mean? I don't think that children are removed just because of a pop. Who knows? Maybe it's possible. Maybe it's not. Who knows? Different situations require different situations. You know what I'm saying? So we don't know. What you say, Conscious?
Well, we probably got to consider that this is a mayonnaise system that's out to demonize and villainize Black men. So of course, a pop would be into an entire damn domestic terroristic attempt on the child. I could definitely see them exaggerating and that's what I don't like about a mayonnaise creator system, is because it doesn't understand nuance and culture. It creates the system from the perspective of the white gaze, and then we all have to inherit it, despite the way our cultural norms are set up. Even if some of those cultural norms can be considered unhealthy, toxic, or whatever the case may be, but the system, the people who have the power to create the system, don't consider any of that nuance and intersection and any of that cultural difference, etc. Because white folk, we know, they do believe in timeout. They do believe in putting their children on leashes, on a doggy leash and shit, and pumping their kids with antipsychotics and all of that in order to end shit. It can be argued that shit is fucking toxic, absolutely. But I ain't even gonna get into that. But
Can I say something?
Hold on for a minute, because I really want to get since this is a man, I'll in this conversation first. Reckless, and then I want to get a knockout to speak to this, and then give it back to the lady.
Okay, so I'm going first or knockout.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna say for me personally, that is something that I'm actually working on. I grew up spankings and stuff, but however, with me going to the military and stuff, I actually learned other ways to be able to discipline without actually having to put your hands on the children, kids, or whatever. Now, I'm not doing all that slapping, all the other stuff. I do a traditional belt or whatever, but however, I have been working on not using the belt because that's what I grew up around. Actually, what I do, I make them exercise. I make them go into the push-up position till it hurt. I make them go into 6 inches. You kind of have to get creative, and now it's kind of to the point to where they actually prefer to get.
And you also tell them, sit your motherfucking ass down.
Yeah, he actually heard me on the phone doing it. And so, but another thing as well too, just so you also don't have to worry about, I guess, them trying to be defiant of not getting in the push-up position. You have to start very young with them. So as in, like, since it's my sister's children, I'm kind of like the authority figure because I'm always watching them and stuff. So what I do personally, I always started young, as in, you're not going to disrespect me. We can talk, but chill out. So a lot of times too, when I tell them get in push-up position, they know I'm serious and they do it. It's not even a second guess. You're going to have to get creative.
I would agree with the push-up.
But I got
Sheesh.
Yes.
You sure you want me to speak to this?
That's up to you.
Well, okay, so as far as spankings and disciplining and shit, bro, I was getting my first spankings when I was like 1.5, 2 with a wooden spoon. You know what I'm saying? If I was to be acting crazy or like throwing toddler tantrums and shit with my parents. And then that transition, of course, to like me getting spanked with a belt immediately. I mean, I'm talking about probably like 4 or 5 or something like that, 3 or 4. And it had been like that probably. I think I got my last like ass whipping probably when I was like 9. And then after that, I was like, okay, yeah, I'm good. Because my dad is a big ass man. And my mom at one point in time was like doing it. But then she was like, yeah, nah, you're getting too big. So now your dad's going to whip your ass. So it's like I would get twice the ass whippings and shit. And that's not cool.
It's not.
But the thing was about it was I was a very respectful kid to my parents. I never like deviated from anything that they had told me to do, especially after 9 years old. The fact of like getting punished like that, and my parents are old. My parents are like to the age of like they were getting go outside and get a switch type shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
They're old, so they're very old school in that way, and they were old school in the way of like there was no handbook for parents or whatever. So what they did was they did whatever their parents did, and that may not have been the most effective or the best ways or whatever, but they were going by how they were raised. So I can't blame them for whipping our ass or spanking us or whatever, because that's how they were taught. You know what I mean?
Well, I do.
That after about 10 years old, my dad was like, yeah, nigga, you're not doing no more ass whippings. Like the belt's gone. Like you're gonna have to fight me type shit. And again, my dad's a big ass dude. I'm not fighting my dad. So I was very much in lane with everything. I graduated high school, all A's. You know what I'm saying? I didn't get in trouble. I have no felonies. So you know, it worked out in that way. So what's your question?
My question, was your dad wrong for imposing on you that if you stepped out of line at a certain age, he would just fight you straight up? Was he wrong for that?
Yes.
Yeah. He was wrong for that.
Just smacked you in the face, out.
Yeah, so I wouldn't. Did I get punched in the face? My dad used to whip my ass, bro. There was no fighting my dad. My dad's 6 foot, 250 fucking pounds. I'm not fighting that man.
So he was wrong for disciplining you physically.
No, there's not. It's not discipline. He was wrong for beating my ass.
Hell yeah.
There's a very thin line between beating somebody's ass and discipline.
Okay, so you feel like your father was abusing you.
Yeah, you can say that for sure.
Okay, so see, that's different. I'm not talking about abuse. I'm talking about discipline. So where is your line on physical discipline versus abuse, sir?
Discipline ends with the lesson being earned. You don't go past the point.
When we're talking, you said, hold on, you mentioned a spoon at 1 year old and a belt. You mentioned a fight. So at what point is discipline okay and that it becomes abuse? At what weapon? What form of striking is abuse versus
striking your son in the face, like punching your son in the face, is definitely abuse.
Punching him, yes. What about smacking him in the head?
That is the same as punching. So if somebody comes up to you and slaps you in the face versus punching you, are you going to take it any different?
Hold on. It's CTV speaking.
If I get slapped in the face, go ahead, CTV. My bad.
I've been, I was not a child who endured ass whippings. That was my brother's role, to absorb all the ass whippings. I was also like, knock on me, I was a good child, but on a few occasions when we were like as kids, we got pops, we got, smacked upside the back of the head. If you ask me, do I consider that to be abuse? No, I don't. I don't consider that my mother
shot in the face,
smacking me upside the head, or that my grandmother abused me. That's not gonna be my personal interpretation of what took place. Now, to an outsider, yes, they can say, "Oh, that was abuse," etc. For me, as the experience, that wasn't the con.
But see, Conscious, this is the thing. Most kids that grew up in the 80s and 90s, that was the thing. You got your ass. I got spanked by my babysitter. I got spanked by you know what I'm saying? Like, that was a thing. It wasn't like a.
Even spanking was allowed in the school system. Even spanking was allowed in the school system.
Yeah, nobody. It wasn't.
Shadow and spanking all that.
So how are we here on this panel tonight?
Hold on. I'm going to control the shit out of this panel from this point on. Just hold on. Jay Lethal.
Yes, sir. Oh, I was just gonna say, so if this has been going on, and I understand, if we want to sit and have a conversation on if if physical discipline is wrong or not, we can do that. We could have a panel on that. But for the way I almost felt, and I'm just gonna say it, maybe I'm emotional or whatever you want to call it, I almost felt attacked for the fact that I said I smacked my son in the head. Immediately somebody said, "What is your problem?" And it's almost weird, like, you mean to tell me all 100 and however many people are in this chat tonight, I can't see how many people are in the chat. You mean to tell me all of y'all disagree with smacking him in the head?
Let me speak to that point. Let me speak to that point. Let me speak to that point real quick. I'm gonna have to get off. But this is the thing. You smacking your son, like, you open, like, how old is your son?
He was 8 at the time.
8 at the time. How old is he now?
8.
At 12.
Okay. So would you say you smacking your son made a good impact on his life, or would you say that traumatized him?
I would say that, now you're asking me, I would say that at the time he was scared, he was fearful of me, all that stuff. Mm-hmm. I would say that if you ask him right now, he would agree that that's what he needed at the time. And he's only 12 years old, and he would agree. This is the thing. We're discounting. How about, is there anybody in the chat that was whooped and feels like it was a good thing? Let
me finish my statement.
That's why I said to you. it's a generational thing. If you probably were asking our parents and that generation of people, they would say, yes, I got my ass whooped and it made me the man and woman I am today, because we hear that type of talk from the older generation, which is why I said to your point, yes, we know that people were disciplined based upon how they were disciplined. Whatever was the form of righteousness.
Wait, what is that in the background?
It was the right way generationally for a lot of people. This generation, because of CPS and all of this, and really it was, and I'm gonna be honest, it wasn't even spanking that was the problem. The issue was that abuse was being disguised as discipline, and that's really when the policing of parenting really accelerated, because a lot of people were actually beat to knock out points, were actually beating their children. Children were coming to school with black eyes, webs on their skin, open sores. They were coming to school visibly wounded, and of course the state had to step in, the government had to step in to rectify that on behalf of children who don't have the means to stand up for themselves.
Well,
so,
Conscious, let me say this real quick, and I'm gonna have to hop off the panel. But to bro, Just Lethal, I mean, you're a man. You raise your kids however you want, bro. I don't have any kids, so I can't really tell you how to do anything, and I wouldn't tell you how to do anything. I'm just gonna say when you had smacked your 8-year-old and you're raising him that way, don't be surprised if he smacks his 8-year-old. You know what I'm saying? It's something. But hold on. It's something that is going to definitely stick with him, and it's not even going to just transfer over to his kids. It's going to transfer over to real life. You know what I'm saying? How he's going to deal with people in life, period. So the whole hands-on people and everything, and putting your hands on somebody to emphasize your point, your son's going to think that, and he's going to think it's going to be okay to go in life and put his hands on people, and that shit is not going to earn him anything good, bro. Like, it's not.
But here's the thing, and I respect that viewpoint. But if that were the case, then that's how I would operate with my life.
Well, no, you can't say that, because everybody's different, and you grew up different.
No, you just told me what my son's gonna operate like, and
I'm telling you that because that's how I grew up, with a father who was like that. Well, hold on, CTV.
It might turn out that way.
He has potential to turn out that way, but I'm saying when you were raised, or when you go through traumatic experiences, abusive, domestic violence experiences and stuff like that, those things subconsciously exist in you. Like, you may not have them at the forefront of your thoughts, but the way you handle things and everything is going to result, like, it's going to go right back to how you saw those things being handled. So what I'm saying is that putting hands on somebody is not always the answer. It may be the answer sometimes, but not always, especially not when you're kids. Like,
but look,
that's all I'm saying.
I want to know. I just want to say one thing. I'm gonna be quiet. You know, I be quiet all the time. I just want to say this one point, right? So when we're talking about, especially when we're dealing with children, right? Because there's a thing called adverse childhood experiences, right? The things that we end up acting out in life a lot of time comes from our childhood. That's how come when we go through therapy, we always think about childhoods, right? So you made a comment, and this is not an attack on you, Jay, because I don't know you, Jay Lethal. Right? Yeah. You said, like, if you ask my kid now, because your kid was 12, then your kid would say that he would agree with it, right? I don't think that a kid could really agree with that, because a child is still growing up. And you know what I mean? Sometimes it takes us to get to a certain age and a certain time, because even as adults right now, we still go through things and don't know why we're doing it, right? So I don't think like a child can understand that that is really good for him until he grows up more and becomes like a man, and then see if that really helped him. I don't think a child could tell you or anybody or me or my son to say, if I was doing these things and he's 12 now, that he could say that when I was beating, or if I did something to him, I'm saying that it's okay. The child is still growing up, you know what I'm saying? So I don't think that a child is in a position to say if whatever their discipline thing is the right way for them to be handled or something like that. You know what I mean?
Sure, that's a solid point.
That's it. I ain't attacking you, bro. That's one of the things.
No, that's a fair point. That's a fair point.
Can I speak, Conscious?
Yes. And welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, baby. What's your name, Jay?
Jay, yeah, Josh.
Hi, Josh. How you doing this morning?
I'm beautiful. Thank you for asking.
Yes, I just wanted to say this. I'm just part of Generation X, And that's what we were. We were beat. And all I want to say is, with just like I do with my mentees, the reason why you beat your son is because that's the only tool that you knew to use in that moment. And the only thing I'm saying is, beating changes the scope of the brain. When you smack me and then tell me you love me, I don't believe you. And so all I'm saying is this: we as the Black, African American Black community have got to get away from the initial instinct of doing what our parents did. It wasn't right. It wasn't ever right. He's 8 years old. He just got in the world. And if whatever now that he's doing in his life, he's doing it for a reason. Attention, negative or positive, from his parents. So all I'm saying is this: the next time you have your son, think about it. If a big man walked up to you, standing over you, and smacking you, in the eyes of a child, that's very frightening. Not the eyes of a grown-up, but the eyes of a child. My dad was just hugging me, and now he's beating me. And a smack is the worst because it's close to the brain. See the face, the muscles, right here. Move up a little further, and that's your brain. No, smacking. My mother smacked me one time, and I saw Jerusalem somewhere. And in that moment, I hated her. I hated her.
So was she wrong? Was she wrong for when she hit you? Was your parents wrong for hitting you?
Hell yeah! Cause you know what I did?
What?
I went outside and I started fighting, and I fought until I was like 19. I fought like 19. To 19, I got beat till I was 15, and I fought till I was 19, and I was angry at the world. I was angry at the world. So me going out into the world angry is not a good thing. You know, I could,
I said I could understand that.
Yeah, and all my friends, we all used to talk about the beatings and the whips and who got beat the worst, extension cords, not just belts, sticks. Go pick out a switch, wet rags. It was horrible. And I don't want to say it was the only, they were lazy. They didn't want to incorporate another tool. They just wanted to use the tool that was passed on to them. And that's the part I didn't appreciate, is you take the time out and use another tool with your children. There are a lot of disciplinary actions, like take away a game. You know what I'm saying? You could take away his favorite dish. It's several discs. I'm not with the corporal punishment. We were beat in school as well until the 6th grade when they called it corporal punishment because a white child in Florida got spanked with the paddle and his mom decided to take it to court.
Ma'am, what is it? I'm sorry.
Huh?
May I ask you, said you're from Generation X, right?
What'd you say, baby?
You said you're from Generation X, if I may ask. You said Generation X?
Yes.
So how do you feel as a Black woman about the Bible?
Well, spare the rod and spoil the child. I don't agree. I don't always think that's right. That's right. Exactly.
A sheep herder uses a rod to get his sheep back in line by just taking it to the side of them and pushing them over. He's not beating the sheep. He's getting them back in line. He's teaching them that this is the way to go. This is the path. That's what he meant. That's what he meant by spare the rod.
Jay, and in that moment, Jay, you became massa. You became massa.
Did I?
You became massa, Jay. Yeah, you became massa.
So that's why I asked how you felt about the Bible. Do you follow it or no?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so then the Bible speaks many times about physical chastisement, physical striking. Jesus Christ, listen to me. Jesus Christ himself. You need the chapter and verse of when Jesus Christ physically struck somebody?
You don't want to use the Bible to justify.
That's the same thing I was using.
I understand it's a strong. I understand most people don't agree with the Bible. So I understand most people are going to say that's the slave master's religion. That's why I asked her specifically how she felt about the Bible. She said she follows it. You said you follow it. Okay, so if you follow it,
I don't have to wait, man. I don't have to follow everything in the Bible.
Jesus Christ with a man.
I want to ask you a question.
Wow.
Because I think it's better to take this conversation elsewhere. Like, okay,
I wasn't going to.
Clearly, you believe that physical discipline has a place. So I'm curious, like, can you explain to us why? Like, what do you think that the redemptive quality?
Well, it's very simple, and I'm glad you asked that. If you're going 90 miles an hour, you might not see anything wrong with that until you hit a pole, and it might be too late by the time you hit the pole to learn from it. However, if you do hit the pole and live, I guarantee you're not going to go 90 miles an hour like that anymore. Because guess what? The pole in this instance serves as a physical consequence to your being out of line. And so let's just take it out of parenting. Any creature by trial and error is going to probably not do a thing that physically hurts when you do it. So my implementation of the whooping is not the first. It's not the first fucking option. It's not even the third option. Okay, I talk to my children. I punish my children. All of this is the third. But again, when I only see them once every other weekend, it gets crucial when they start lying to me. So yes, I'm going to utilize the same thing that every
you
other.
act like you never lied to your parents.
And I got my ass whooped as well. And I got my ass whooped as well, and I deserved it. And I deserved it, and I'm glad I got my ass whooped.
Deserve it.
No, I didn't deserve it. It changes the scope of your brain. I didn't tell you anything about your experience, ma'am. You cannot tell me what I do and do not. I deserve the ass whoopings. I'm glad I got them. They made me into the strict person that I am today. I'm glad for that. If y'all aren't, that's fine. But what you're not gonna do is into this little square. I have a very small square. Please don't come into my square telling me that it wasn't okay for me and all this. The fact of the matter, he asked me a question. What do I see the purpose of whooping? I see the purpose of whooping as to show a physical consequence, because if my black sons go out there, here's the funny thing, y'all talk about the judicial system. If my son goes out there with that fake gun, they're going to shoot him like Tamir Rice. Tamir Rice was my son's age, 12 years old, with a fake gun at the playground. The police didn't show him no love. The same police that would take him out of my custody for spanking him, they would shoot my son or George Floyd my son. So I don't want to hear anything about the judicial system telling me what's right and wrong. That's a complete argument that's not even in my fucking jurisdiction.
But that's the point of what we're saying. The point of what we're saying is not this whole right or wrong or beating your kids. That's going to be something that's going to be up to the heavens. But however, once again, if we enter the conversation of the judicial system, the same system that black men literally sit up here and talk about how they have pushed them out of the household, how they have implemented abortion, how they have done strategic ways to be able to get people out of households. But however, you're still going to go down the path where they can use you disciplining your child, and once again, not having cultural context and being able to weaponize that against you. And guess what? You not having access to the child that you love. So that's why, for me personally, I understand what you're talking about, because that's something I had to deal with as well too. But however, you also have to get creative when it comes down to this disciplinary actions if you want to have access to your children.
So hold on. And I really want, I want you to listen to this, And because I think that I kept asking detailed questions to everybody on the panel, but nobody had.
I think you have some static, brother. I think you have some static on your mic.
Hold on. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Because nobody has really been able to answer it effectively, so I've had to get into my own brain. Oh, I don't know why this is. Okay, hold on, wait. I don't know what the fuck this is. Is it me that's static?
I'm on mute.
I don't think it's me.
Everybody mute up. We're gonna figure it out.
Real quick.
I'm muted.
Yeah, it wasn't me. Okay. It never is me. Because I'm like, okay, because I agree with everybody that there's a difference between because first of all, it's a semantics thing. Some people are triggered up by the word beating. Some people are triggered up by that word. So I think it's a semantics thing for one. I think that there is a difference between beatings and discipline. Now, do some people believe discipline can incorporate some type of physical force as long as a lesson is attached to it or perspective is attached to it? Some people believe that they can work in tandem together. Some type of physical cause and effect along with some type of philosophical or verbal lesson attached. Fine. But let's say we strip physical violence away and you're dealing with the child in your case, Jay Lethal, who has a habit of lying at this point. If that's going to be dealt with in a non-violent way, I think that one of the ways that can be dealt with is by telling the child that, look, your willingness to lie to me is going to cause a breakdown in our relationship because lying leads to the breakdown of trust in a relationship. So you tell that child that, you get them to understand that. The way that you get them to really contextualize it is then every time I see you, I'm looking through your book bag, I'm looking through your phone, or when you now are aggravated by the fact that I don't trust you with your room door closed, etc., I'm now showing you what not trusting you looks like. As you begin to be frustrated by the ways that now you have to now deal with a helicopter dad, you're going to start to now understand the consequences and repercussions in a non-violent way regarding your lying. Your lying is going to break down the trust in the relationship between you and I. The child then is either going to make one or two decisions. They're going to continue to lie for whatever reason, or they're going to really understand that and they're going to use the boundaries you're putting in place in order to motivate them to start telling the truth and trusting you. And then you can alleviate having to be a helicopter dad. You can give them back certain privileges. You don't have to look through everything and look through their backpack. You can let them go with their friends. You can let them have a room with the door closed now. And so those are like the non-violent ways that you can really get a child to understand the lesson and to really understand what that looks like in a relationship on a practical level. Because even to Reckless's point, doing push-ups and all of that, it still's not teaching really the kids anything per se. Now I do understand the practicality of that when they are at a very young age and don't understand concepts. They don't have the cognitive or intellectual capacity to really understand that. So maybe when they're really fucking young, yes, you know, push-ups, all that shit, sit-ups, I get it. But 8 to 11, they're in a place now where they can really start understanding those things. So I just wanted to insert that because I was looking for somebody to make it practical. Like, so what does non-violent parenting look like? What does non-physical parenting look like? What does that look like from the child's perspective? How do you instill a conviction in a child? How do you get them to understand the consequences of their behaviors if you take a hands-off approach? And nobody really
I didn't understand. I didn't understand exactly. Like, I couldn't put it into words because it was so part of my day that it's not like it was done in a way to where, you know, like, okay, I take a cookie I'm not supposed to take, and I, you know, hey, smack. Like, it wasn't like that. So I didn't recognize how they might say, listen, you're taking that cookie. I spent this amount of money on food. I have this amount of money to, maybe it's the honesty and actually dialogue to the end of the week. If you eat up all those cookies by such a time, you're not going to have cookies until such a time. And you already had it, but it would be a conversation. Like, I would understand why it was a problem. Like, when I took 75 cents off the table, I was thinking to myself, how poor do you have to be for y'all to recognize 75 cents is gone? I was about 4 years old. My father and my mother, just to have them sitting in my face talking about how disgraceful I am for stealing. You know what I'm saying? It was enough to see my father's eyes, to see my mother's eyes, and how disgusted they were with me. And they told me where people still ends up. And then they would show me, like, there would be times when they would literally point to people in the street. This is what happens when you do this, and when this is what happened to people who don't listen to their parents. It would just be examples. If I was getting on her nerves, I had to go do my workbook. Shut up and do some schoolwork. I don't know how
They can write, like, you can give them challenges like write 100 times. I will not do this. You can use writing.
I remember that too.
And can I speak? Can I talk to Jay real quick, please? Because I'm about to get off. So Jay, your situation is similar to what my brother's situation was. Although it wasn't that my brother had his baby mother just basically kept his son away from his oldest son away from him. They went back and forth to court, and it was just like, she did all types of semantics. Where when his visitation days would come up, she would just find all type of excuses, stop answering the phone, even move. So, without telling him all that type of stuff, right? When my nephew turned 14 years old, his behavior was so out of control that she had no choice but to get in contact with my brother and ask my brother to come and take him. So when he moved in, we were all living in the house together, 3-family house. When he moved in, my nephew was extremely rebellious. I'm talking about extremely rebellious. My brother had never physically disciplined him, but we grew up getting whooping, right? So my brother got to a point where he wanted to whoop him. My mom intervened. And my mom said, these are the things, because my mom worked in the public school system. My mom said, these are the things that you need to do. Now you're talking about somebody that's older kid, because your son is now 12 years old. So he's coming into an age where, maybe whoopings, it's not going to even do the thing. It's not even going to work anymore. You understand what I'm saying? Because he's up there. What Reckless was saying is what my brother had to incorporate into his discipline. On top of that, the push-up positions and all of that, he had to stay with us. He had no freedoms. He couldn't go play with friends. He didn't have no video games. He didn't have a TV in his room. He could only read certain books. He had to go to the library, all constructive things, productive things that most average teenagers don't want to do, because they want to, play video games, want to, be on YouTube and things of that nature. It was a process. And when I say a process, I mean, his behavior didn't change overnight, but we stuck with it. Everyone straight across the board, it was a team effort. When my nephew turned 16 years old, we decided that we were going to do a family therapy session. And my nephew said that was the best thing that could have ever happened, because when he was with his mom, all they did was physically discipline him. No one ever talked to him, asked him why his behavior was like he was stealing, he was lying. Of course, if you steal, you lie, right? He was doing so many things that were just very destructive and toxic. But because he came into a household and he had to learn to respect his father, because he felt like his father didn't save him from his mom. He didn't understand, what was going on, why, he didn't see his father, all that type of stuff. That most kids, when a household is split and there's a toxic relationship between the parents on co-parenting, most children tend to have a lot of animosity towards the father. And my brother had to learn to not demonize his mom, the mother, and not, use the tactics of what we were basically taught to do. I want to encourage you, because I saw that you felt attacked, and that's why I didn't jump on the bandwagon and start coming in or whatever. because I want to encourage you. You know, there's really parenting. We don't always get it right. So everybody needs to, you know, whether it's through physical discipline or whatever, we don't always get it right. I want to encourage you to just try to find other ways. I know you say that you already do, but I mean other ways, and just even in your way of thought. Because I'm not saying you're wrong, but as a child that was, like Knocc said, I got my ass whooped, and I'm talking about real, like he was saying, stitch a cord. I got my ass whooped. It didn't help me. It actually made me more rebellious. But the people in my life that helped raise me, that did not physically discipline me, they didn't have no problems out of me
at all.
Anything they told me to do, I was completely obedient to. So I just want to encourage you. I don't think that you're a bad parent. I think that you're learning, and you're going to continue to learn. And I just want to encourage you to just, you know what I'm saying, just try to find other means. You know what I'm saying? That's all. I love y'all. It's been a good panel. I want y'all to have a good day. I'm gone.
Thank you for that, Anya. I don't know. Watch it.
All right. You too, babe.
Muted.
Oh, my bad. Thank you so much for calling in.
I wanted to also say this too. My younger brother was bad as hell, and my parents used all of the physical discipline against his family. And I can't say whether, I don't think it made it worse, because I really believe that with or without my parents physically disciplining him, he was going to be off the chain, because he was off the chain before spanking was even introduced to his ass. So, I mean, you know, I can't say that physical violence created his off the chainness and his rambunctiousness and all of that. I think I don't know. This is a interesting topic.
Well, somebody, can I just say this real quick, Conscious? Somebody in the chat, and the comment probably went away by now, but somebody in the chat said something important.
Somebody got some heavy breathing going on too.
Yeah, please get that person. I don't know what's up with that. It's sounding real suspicious.
I need to do a roll call real quick. One Community, are you there?
Yeah, I've been on mute.
Okay, so he's here. Auntie J, are you there? Auntie J, the one that's asleep. I thought it was Nico. Nico, boo, you still in the chat, girl? Come on back up here. I dropped the link. Okay, go J Lethal, and welcome to the platform, Black Girl Magic.
Okay, so I was just gonna read this comment by Black Swan B1. Black Swan B1 in the comments says, no, hold on. That's not the right one. I wish I could pull the comment up. I think it went away. Basically, Black Swan B1 said something to the, and I think it was you. If it wasn't you, please forgive me, Black Swan B1, but I think it was you who said that, yeah, see, Jay Lethal smacked his son, and now he can't see his son, and now his son is waving guns on the internet. And it's like, yeah, duh, that's literally what I said. And secondly, isn't that going with my point that he wasn't doing that shit when he was with me getting his ass whooped, and now he's
for people who believe that violence begets violence, they're using the fact that you did smack him as a way to suggest.
Right. But again, these things see, that's a stretch. That's something that no. See, that's dangerous though. To sit here and be like, yeah, see, because you smacked him, now he's walking around with a gun. Because no, you're overlooking the fact that my hypothesis, okay, since we're talking hypothesis,
the mother's not watching him. That's what he's saying.
My hypothesis is that he's waving the gun around because I'm not in his face with the threat of smacking him. He told me, if I asked him about it, I said, what would you do if I showed you this video of you holding a gun and I was in your face? He said, I would admit that it was me. I would say, I'm sorry. I would this, that. He said he would straighten his fucking act. But when he's with his mom, just getting talked to, because that's what you said, right? Just let him talk. He's with his mom getting talked to. There's no physical threat of any type of consequence, whether it be a fucking ass whooping or otherwise. There's no physical threat for him. So he's out there just literally wilding. And you got people in the comments having the nerve to make it seem like, yeah, it's because you smacked him. And because you see, are you kidding me? You're making my point for me. My point is that the kids start acting up without a strong Black father in their life, possibly whooping their ass. That's my point. Go ahead, brother.
Okay, so another part of what we were talking about, at least if it wasn't said, and plus it probably was said, I'm saying it again, is that with not being hands-on, as in resorting to violence, it also has to be a consistent thing. As in what Conscious was talking about, even if I go through the whole thing. Okay, so for me, because I ain't really explain it in depth because I'm kind of tired. What I normally would do is that, yes, while I have them in push-up position, I'm also telling them and letting them know why they're in push-up position, what's the consequence of being in push-up position, and I'm actually explaining to them and talking to them. And not only that, I'm having them repeat it back to me. But however, the thing is, it's a consistent thing. It's not like, okay, you just got digital push-ups, bye. No, it's a consistent thing of, since now you want to lie, I'm not going to trust you. I'm going to be overbearing. I'm going to check everything that you have. And then every time you mess up, you're going to continue with the push-up. And then when your arms get tired, we're going to go with 6 inches. Then you're going to make your abs tired. And then after we get done with that, you on punishment. You can't be with your friends. It's a consistent thing. Because even if so even if you look at the Beyond Scared Straight, I don't know if you ever seen that. And when they have the officers messing with the link with kids, they never put hands on them, but however, they make them exercise. They do it until they, I don't want to say break, but they do it until they like just get in, as in like, yo, do the right thing. Do the right thing.
So would you say that the scared straight, let's just use that as an example. Is this, let's just say a scared straight.
I was using for example.
Yeah, no, I get it. So let's just use that as an example. Is the scared straight method better than a physical hit? I mean, are we saying that? Are you saying that's the a proper method, the scared straight method?
I'm saying it's a healthier method, only because of the simple fact of, once again, you have to keep in context of the system that, once again, is trying to get Black men away from their children. And then you also have to keep in mind too of the physical trauma that children do experience, and in the way they actually internalize what actually happened to them by getting smacked by them, by you and stuff. So it's a lot of different factors that play a part.
Well, see, and somebody said earlier, I think it was the brother, I don't know exactly who it was. I think it was the brother that
I want to say this. Hold on. I want to say this. For a lot of y'all who are acting like Jay Lethal deserves to be on death row because he hit his child upside the head for perpetually lying. A lot of y'all still allow your mother and your father to have custody and to babysit your kids, knowing that they whip the shit out of you and you're not declaring their ass to be separated from you or from their grandkids. So please stop all the fucking capping in the goddamn comment section.
Thank you, brother.
Which is another reason I'm not gonna sit up here and lie and be like, I don't hit the kid. Girl, I'd be lying if I did that. I was looking on the phone.
It's all about just a little fairness. A little fairness.
Yeah, and plus, I don't look at it.
Not like hitting my kids. I want to let it be known. I do not. I don't know. I don't know if I have to let this be known. I feel like this is evident, but just in case anybody's in the comments is wondering, I do not enjoy hitting my kids. I have countless times spoken to them. I take them to Chuck E. Cheese and everything else. They're my best friends. My children, after I've spanked them, have cried because they didn't want to go back to their mom's house. And this is another thing that I haven't even talked about. But yes, a lot of kids cry when they got to go back to either the mom's house or the dad's house because they would prefer one or the other. My children, historically, I used to have to, when I dropped off my kids to their grandmother or to their mom or whatever, I used to have to run alongside the car as she was pulling off so that they knew I wasn't forgetting about them. My kids used to cry when I had to leave for work. They would cry when it was time to go back to their mother's house after I would spank their ass. Because what would happen is I would spank their ass after giving them a good talking to, and then I would talk to them again. Then we would go play. Then I would show the balance. So I just want to let it be known. I don't know if I've said this throughout the conversation, but a few people have alluded to maybe you should just talk to him and find different methods. I have tried many different methods. Whooping was one of the methods that I do find still to this moment effective. And yes, I understand that the judicial system and everything else does not allow that. But that's why I asked the question again. In the natural world, I'll ask it again. And I've been asking the same question since the beginning of time. In the natural world, who in the hell would have the audacity to tell a black man you should or should not or can or cannot do with your kids? No one has that authority at the end of the day. So until you find me literally molesting them, literally choking them like on some, he came home drunk and start beating. Now, see, here's the thing. CPS does exist for a reason. There are men who come home drunk, beating on the kids, touching on the kids, or whatever the case. That's not what I said I did. I said I was very, very particular about why I spanked my son, why I hit my son, and it was to prevent him from lying to me further. And my last thing I'm gonna say is this, I'm gonna move it over. I was able to see my son once every other weekend. Y'all can call that an excuse. You can say whatever the fuck you want. You don't know about the court system. It's called every other weekend visitation. So when I saw him once every 14 days, I didn't have the consistent time with him to build a rapport of, okay, I'm going to go through your bags and I'm going to punish you. I only got to see him Friday and Saturday, and I work in the restaurant industry where that's the most busy time. So on Friday and Saturday, I'm going to make sure he's not lying to me. And if I need to, hey, smack him upside his head to get him to shake back to reality, to look me in my face and say, hey, this is daddy you're talking to. You're not over your mama's house no more. This is daddy. You don't look at me in my face and lie. Then I don't see how anybody could, because here's the thing, again, something could be.
It's the double, and I gotta call my audience out. It's the double standard, because ironically, the whole motivation behind this particular live was to talk about the way that Black men's emotions are. The fact that Black men can't even have an emotion without being looked at as Osama bin Laden. It makes sense to me why you as a Black man are here being transparent, admitting that you smacked your 8-year-old upside the head because he was lying, and they're treating that as if it's capital punishment, because this is what's projected onto Black men. It's really kind of fucked up, because Black men also like create a culture that reinforces this like normalcy of violence just being a way against anybody and everywhere. So unfortunately, Black men a lot of times don't even have the luxury of being properly understood in situations like this, because of the way that this has all been so fucking warped. But I also wanted to say that I forgot what the fuck I was going to say, but I just wanted to add that. But go ahead.
Well,
is there a reason behind?
As a grown up, I want to say this as a grown up, right? Right, when we lie as a child, right, and they chastise us, and we get grown and lie, then who chastises us? You see what I'm saying? You want your child to tell you the truth at all times, right? But it's a way you have to have, I know you said every other week, but every other week that you get to see him with consistency, you have to do something to make him trust you. He might not trust you. You see what I'm saying? It's about him trusting you more than you trusting him. He's a child. You see what I'm saying? Him trusting you, he won't lie to you. He'll trust you with his thoughts and his truths. You get what I'm saying? Because as a child, when you feel safe with an individual, right, you're not going to lie to them. You're not. You're going to tell them the truth because you trust them with telling the truth. I'm going to tell you the truth because I know that it won't invade. I won't get a spanking.
I won't get, repercussions because I trust you with my truth. It's not
Well,
like
it can still be repercussions, but they have to be healthy repercussions. They can't be voluntary because you can't create a double standard. You can't say, tell me, be transparent, be open, tell me everything, and then completely like introduce humiliation and shame
And then
or
right,
physical
that's
violence, and they tell you something that you don't like. But yes, if they are telling you and divulging something to you that does require action, it requires discipline, it requires perspective. You have to do that, and that's the tedious line. But the other point I was going to make to Reckless's point was, let me ask you this question, JD. Was your relationship to your baby mama rocky before this incident?
Yeah, we weren't together, and that's what I want to. Again,
hold on. Before you insert that.
Yes, sir.
That's what Reckless is also trying to say. Unfortunately, and this is what you got to remember. This is what every Black man with children got to remember, especially when you're not with the baby mama and the situation is already complicated and she's an asshole. And then you got mayonnaise court system. You got to keep that in mind because you have every odd against you in every way. So that's what you got to remember is that as unfair as it is right now, all those odds are stacked against you. So you got to play your cards really, really, really right.
I mean, I get it. I'm like, again, I'm in a stalemate position. I'm actually using my platform to bring awareness to the issues I'm talking about. A lot of Black men, and this is something I want to say real quick, and I'm gonna push it over to y'all. I know this name is gonna go crazy right now. I know somebody's gonna make a noise, and I know the comments are gonna literally eat me alive. But this is and I'm gonna say it in this space.
We already know who you're gonna say, so nobody gonna go ahead.
Yeah, we know it. It's okay.
Why Kevin Samuels was important?
Already
because
Explain.
Because listen, we all know Kevin Samuels died, right?
Everybody muted, let him speak. Everybody muted, let him speak.
Okay, this is a very serious thing. Kevin Samuels died, and the Black community laughed. As a collective, the Black community laughed. Okay, you had Vivica Fox, Amanda Seales, most recently Kari Champion with ESPN. They laughed at this Black man's death. We haven't even ruled out if it was an assassination, but let's not go there. Let me just keep it real simple. When Kevin Samuels died, and I mentioned my frustration about people laughing at that Black man's death. You know what somebody came on my comment on my live stream and they said, oh, now mind you, I was just talking. They said, oh, you're crying. Mind you, not one tear dropped. You're crying about your Lord and Savior, Kevin Samuels. And I said, wow. And mind you, that wasn't the first time I heard it, but that was the first time I heard it on my comments. So here's the thing. You got Black women saying that Kevin Samuels was our Lord and Savior. When in actuality, if you really just take it, if you really just cool your horses a little bit, have you ever thought that Black men have no actual mainstream representative for our voice? Regardless if you agree with Kevin Samuels or not, I need you to answer me, who is the main, don't tell me Tyler Perry or something like that, Barack Obama, who is the average Black American's representative? And I'm going to say this one last thing and I'm going to push it over to y'all. She told me Kevin Samuels was my Lord and Savior because I didn't like that he died. I didn't like the fact that people laughed at him. But then I asked her a question. I said, okay, Kevin Samuels is my Lord and Savior. So that must mean, right, Oprah Winfrey is the Black woman's Lord and Savior. And I'm going to say this one last thing, and I'm going to let you guys jump on this.
The lies you tell.
Well, because regardless how you feel about Kevin Samuels, Black men were in large part agreement with this man. Now, when it comes to Oprah Winfrey, who was given just free range to say whatever she wants to say about Black men since the 1980s, no one would ever
ever have the gall to laugh at this woman when she dies, especially not in public spaces. No, when Oprah Winfrey dies, nobody's gonna, the first thing out of their mouth isn't gonna be how she was such a controversial and, you know, I didn't agree with every. So why do I bring that up? I bring that up to say, what I'm saying tonight, I know is not popular, but what I'm trying to get you guys to see is that there are some truths in what I am saying. I'm not saying that I'm right on everything, but to sit here and be like, men are the problem and that's the end of the conversation, it's not fair. It's not fair. And my mom told me life wasn't fair, so I get it. But the reason why I brought up this Kevin Samuels thing is because name for me, if Kevin Samuels, you don't want him, name for me what show Black men have. And I really want you to think about this, because women have The View, The Real, The Talk, this and that. You have Oprah Winfrey, Gayle King, a lot of representatives for you that get to speak. I remember when I was young, there was a book called All Men Are Dogs. And Oprah Winfrey used to have book clubs and Get Over Him. And we have A Waiting to Exhale and all this. What movies, what talk show, what mainstream Black American man is allowed to speak freely on his experiences without being shamed? You know, where do we get to go? And don't tell me ESPN, because if you watch, I don't know if you guys watch ESPN or Sports Center at all, but in 2022, the main anchors are women. You got beautiful women on ESPN now. So I need to know what channel, because Kevin was too extreme, what channel can we go to that y'all would like us to go to? Is it Steve Harvey, who's on his third marriage? Is it Tyler Perry? Is it Tyler Perry who many have alluded to the fact that he doesn't even like women? Is it who is that? Is it Will? Wait, hold on. Last one. Is it Will Smith that he can't do right in this way or that way? Which Black man should we be like? Barack Obama, who hasn't done a goddamn thing for the Black community? This is the question I have.
So,
well, that's an argument that you cannot see.
I'm gonna speak, and then I'm offer the floor to a Black girl and diva, etc. So a few things. I think the best teacher for I think the perfect way to model the life you want for yourself is to just use your own experiences of abandonment, your own experiences of abuse, your own experiences, like just be informed by your own hurtful experiences. Like this literally is what we all can use. I do agree that there obviously is a lack of.
Can we name any?
I mean, if we're talking about like the influence of media and pop culture and
mainstream media.
Hold on. I allowed you to speak uninterrupted.
Sorry, sir.
I agree that there seems to be a lack, but also it's interesting that the issue with Black men's community is that if Black men need Black cis hetero men need representation, fine, but there does seem to be, maybe comparatively speaking, less of that for Black cis hetero men in media than women, just looking at it at face value. However, once again, if to make it very simple, we can all use our own betrayals, our own hurt as a way to inform us about how we would like to be. Like the old adage, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. So if I have been hurt, if I've been abused, if I've been cheated on, if I've been lied to, and I know how painful those experiences have been, I can literally use my own experiences as a way for me to create my own model citizen blueprint, my own model citizen profile. If I've had people steal from me, take money from me, deceive me, etc., we all have to really do, men and women, pop culture don't even have to play a role. Our own literal experiences can shape the way we want to show up in the world and make sure that I'm not reflecting that, I'm not putting anybody through that, and that I'm only going to tolerate and allow people who are not willing to do that to me. So that's just on a simple level. Now, I thought it was interesting. Jazzy Main's intuition said, honestly, I spanked my son and lost full custody of him. The court will take your kids if you spank them, so be careful. My heart goes out to you, Jazzy Mains. I think that that's very unfortunate. It also, the lack of reaction to that also reinforces the double standard and the sexism that is the root of this conversation, because y'all chewed motherfucking Jay Lethal ass. Y'all ate his asshole inside and fucking out. He needs to be in a federal fucking penitentiary. And yet this black woman who lost full custody of her son, this comment been sitting up here for the last 10 fucking minutes, and there has been no fucking crusade, no witch hunt, no nothing against her, and her comment and her truth and her honesty and transparency has been plastered up here. That's what I'm talking about when it comes to the over projection and policing of black fucking men. Y'all don't keep that fucking same energy, and that's the shit that we have to be mindful of. Jay Lethal still has partial custody, or had partial custody, or whatever it is that he has. This woman lost full custody of her kids as it relates to her using a hands-on approach, spanking her children, using spanking as a disciplinary route. No, y'all, I don't want to hear she's wrong now too, because y'all had the opportunity to make her wrong 10, 15, 20 damn minutes ago. You had the opportunity to then genuinely assert a crusade and to find a cross for her, and you didn't do it because you didn't care to do that, because the only people who can be filled with violence and intentional malice apparently is black men, and always deserve the highest goddamn penalty for something that they didn't even do, or something that is also practiced by black women as well, but for some reason it's amplified when it comes to the black man. So we need to, that's what I want us to be mindful of. Like we need to fucking check and call out these double standards everywhere they fucking are. Everywhere they are. Keep that same fucking energy. The only way that we're going to wrinkle out the wrinkles in the system is case by case and by being fully upright. Okay? Fully upright in both directions. There was something else I was going to say that I wanted to say beyond that comment. I don't lost
something about Kevin Samuels.
Well, maybe so. I've said this before. I have looked through Kevin Samuels shit. I do understand that Kevin Samuels said a lot of practical things outside of the shit that was used to gaslight the audience into like an anti-Kevin Samuels point. If you just look beyond that and you get into other shit, we did give traditional practical relationship advice and traditional practical life coach advice. So I can see why men were able to take the meat, spit out the bone, or whatever it is, like they do with everybody. Hell, I wrote Clock. He did do that, and I saw it for myself, and I feel like I'm a very sound judgment of character. I look for myself and separate my own bias. Yes, he in fact did. But he also, like everybody else, he had flaws in his politics. He said problematic shit. He reinforced misogyny, and it is what it is. So was
it okay to laugh at that man when he died?
Now, here's the thing about the whole laughing.
But we're not going into that. We're not getting into that.
Here's the thing about the laughing thing.
Jesus.
Because of the way that patriarchy has literally led to the damn death of women, I also stayed out of telling women how to feel, because ultimately black women Black women would be the ones to suffer from any of the consequences of that, of a lot of that misogynistic shit being as publicized as it was. So if Black women were endangered, if it amplified aspects of Black men that they were already terrified by, were already being terrorized by, that Kevin Samuels was stimulating and arousing this misogyny that can translate as abuse domestically or sexual assault. I'm not going to tell Black women to not dance on his grave. I'm just going to neutralize my judgment of Black women because I'm not a Black woman who has to live in a misogynistic culture. I'm a man. I get to walk outside knowing that I'm not going to be raped. I get to walk outside not having to worry about what I'm wearing. I can walk through any crowd not having to worry about a person touching me all on my ass between my legs or entitling themselves to my body. So I'm not a fucking woman. So I'm not going to tell women how to feel living in a misogynistic culture. I listen to women. I empathize with fucking women because I can't imagine what it's like to be walking home from the bar and see a gang of niggas at the like in proximity and not have to worry about what may happen to me because patriarchy.
I understand that. I understand that. Let me ask this.
No, please. These are things that every cis man, gay or straight, just cannot relate to because our male privilege allows us to not have this fear and to not have this paranoia and to not even have to worry about these things happening to us and our autonomy being ripped from us in this way by every left or right turn or every walk down a dark alley. So when women are get paranoid, when their paranoia is amplified because people like Kevin Samuels and some of the things he said are being used and men are choosing to be informed by some of the problematic aspects of what Kevin Samuels teach. Like, I just gotta let women feel how the fuck they want to feel. If they want to laugh, laugh. If you want to dance on the grave, dance on the grave. If you don't want to. I make no judgment. I'm not a woman. I'm not impacted by patriarchy in that way. So I understand that it's dangerous. It's dangerous for women in this society. It just is. But I'm going to yield the floor to Black Magic Girl and then to Diva Oracle. Black Magic Girl, are you there?
Hey, Conscious.
Hey, Black Magic.
Hey, Conscious. I just wanted to apologize to you from last night because I just lost my crap. It was getting on my nerves. But you know I love you, and I would never, disrespect your panel. You know
look, I let y'all have it. It was okay?
Yes, you did. But yeah, I just want to tell you that, get that out the way. So I want to go back to the original topic when I came in here, which was the corporal punishment. 2 points I want to make. The first point is I am an 80s baby and millennial. So when I grew up in the home, they were still whooping asses, and me and my older sister, we got ass whoopings. What happened was my sister rebelled more and CPS had gotten involved. This is when they really started getting involved in the early 90s. And CPS essentially removed my sister from the home. My mom would not open up to, like, we had to do like therapy and she had to do parenting, and my mom didn't want to hear it because it came from white people, as what I said in the chat. You know, like, I'm not gonna say Black people were not provided the tools, because we were. They were just provided by people who we did not trust. And so essentially, because of that, like, to this day, because I'm not going to say that, my sister wasn't wrong. She was wrong with her dealings too. But to this day, my mother still feels like she did nothing wrong. She still feels like she did nothing wrong. And not only were we physically abused, but we were verbally abused as well. And I want to say something about that because I am a domestic violence survivor. And when I went to my classes, and this is what I wanted to ask Jay, if you have a daughter, because when I went to my classes, they said whenever the door is open to domestic violence, there is a cracked window from the home letting it in. And we all were sitting there and we all had to take accountability as to how we got in the situation we got with domestic violence, and it all started in each and every last one of our homes. Whether it was physical, whether it was verbal, doesn't matter. It was a window that let it in, and it opened up the door for domestic violence. And I'm not trying to down nobody in their parenting, because it's a slippery slope. I get it. You cannot tell Black folk how to raise their kids. I understand that, but I just want you to be clear that these are residual effects of slavery in our community. I understand what Conscious said. There are other corporal punishment, in other communities, but I don't care about their communities. I care about ours. And this started from slavery. It started in slavery, and it has been passed down from generation to generation. I'm still dealing with this with my mom today. I'm still being verbally abused by her. Still, she's thinking she could say anything she want to say to me and thinking I'm not going to say it back to her because of the slave mentality. I could do what I want with my kids, my property. This is it. That's that. And I understand they don't know any better, but we have tools out here. There's information that can, help us learn, better ways. Not saying I'm not trying to come down on your parenting, but I'm just saying from a Black woman and from a little girl, and I ended up in a domestic violence situation because of that is deep. That's all that's all I really, really wanted to say, because I did experience it. They did remove my sister from the home. So I know the residual effects from this, and it's damaging. It can be damaging. Not to mention, I became a violent person myself. I was out here fighting these girls in the streets. I was out here fighting men too. So it made me, the aggression that was put into me, it made me a violent person. So that's what I'm saying. I feel like there is another way. I'm not going to say better. I'm just going to say there is another way. Yes. Right. Like you said, Conscious, don't even care about the kids to begin with. Exactly.
Yeah, because this is the problem with Jasmine's and Jay Lethal's cases, is that this system was created like our police task force to of course it's going to overdo it when it comes to Black and brown people. There's no nuance, there's no intersection, there's no fucking compassion, and then men like Jay Lethal and women like Jasmine's have to be burdened with overly proving their fucking capacity to take care of a child according to its standards. Mm-hmm. And it's not even a system that even truly even gives a fuck, because these systems, like Jay Lethal said, will come and rip these fucking children away, throw them in foster care homes where they're being fucking abused, where they're being sexually fucking assaulted, where they're being fucking mistreated, where they're fucking only being taken because there's a check fucking involved. This is literally all about doubling down and policing on Black and brown fucking people. And yes, that don't mean that there aren't actual abuses going on, but there also is an indictment against the system itself, because the system itself is corrupted and exploitative and insincere as well in its measures. And I just can't. It's complicated.
It is.
Let me say this. Also, so it's a very long story, like I said, but after the CPS got involved, then this lady from CPS, she said she wanted to have a meeting with me, right, at the home. So she came and she sat there with me, and you know what she told me? She told me, she tried to insinuate. Now listen to this, guys. At the time I had my two older boys, this is who they were talking about. So my boys, now here somebody's gonna call me something else again, I bet you. What do you guys think about this? I'm being vulnerable again. Go ahead and shit on me. I used to talk to my boys about their penis. What do you think about that? Is that a bad thing? The fact that I told my boys, hey, you have a penis, this is what that is, that's your wee-wee, This is where you pee. This means you're a boy. This type of stuff. Is that right or wrong? What do you
But
think?
who would have a problem with that? That's you teaching your sons about sex, like
Well,
their you
well,
know,
see,
sexual
It's your
parts.
job.
right.
That's nothing wrong with that. Who would
No,
have a
no, no,
problem
no.
with that?
Yeah, it should be a job.
Right, right. But here's my point. When I sat with the lady from CPS, she brought that up. She said, yes, and you know, I found it. She tried to insinuate that I might be doing something with my son's penis.
Right.
Because that's what they do. Like Conscious just said, they take what you do and use it against you.
Was your work
Right.
That's what they do. That don't mean that what you did was wrong. That just mean that they're using whatever they can use to, like Conscious said, villainize the black parent.
Right.
Can I get into this conversation?
Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, Conscious, thank you for being a light worker, and always giving us the platform to get the stuff. You know, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. You know, I hear a lot of I and a lot of concentration on the parent. Our children, they did not ask to be brought into this world, and when they're brought here, they're vulnerable. And I get it. We come from historical toxic situations, but as an adult, there is, whether you're male or female, there is no excuse for you trying to take your frustration, your mental health anguish, your lack of medication, your lack of self-control, your lack of economy, your feelings of lack of masculinity or your wounded femininity out on a child. A child, you and within our culture, we have to speak to the culture and not to each individual. Within our culture, the reason CPS and them have so much power is because so many children in both foster parent and biological parents' houses are in such danger. They're being killed. They're being murdered by things that we may find as small. You know, I hit the child in the head and it really was no big deal. Well, to a growing child at 70 pounds and you being 200 pounds or over 100 pounds as an adult, you don't know the power or the strength of that smack or that hit or what you're calling a spanking. You could do internal damage that would damage that child. And I'm talking not about the mental, I'm talking about physically for the rest of their lives. And when it comes to Black women, I'm going to go ahead and hold Black women accountable for the amount of abuse that we're wrecking on Black children, male and female. I've seen cases where women have allowed their boyfriends to beat their toddler sons for being too feminine. We've seen that in the news. Children wind up dead from malnourishment. You know, as a punishment, I'm not going to feed you. You know, other parents are doing things like extreme exercise, making children run and not allowing them rest as a sign. See, all of that is a problem with parenting, not a child. A child is going to make a mistake. It's a child. A child is going to lie. It's a child. They're still learning reasoning. They're still learning to grow. When you are an adult, if you organize your behavior and act as a responsible, loving parent, then that child will respond to that. But if you bring children into this world in absolute chaos, disarray, disunity, where they can't feel safe, where they always have anxiety because they're not sure of the next person who's going to punish them, whether it be the aunt, the uncle, the grandma, whether it be a stick, a brick they hand. You know, children, Black children, live under extreme pressure and anxiety. And when we talk about some of the ramifications of it, you know, in Philadelphia, we had 10 to 14-year-olds murder a 73-year-old. They threw a traffic cone at his head until his head was almost knocked out, because that lack of empathy within the home and within the community was taught and modeled to children. And children don't do what you say, they do what they see you do. So if you're acting out of immaturity, if you're acting, again, out of emotional unbalance, and you're taking it out on that child is going to replicate that same energy outside. Women and men, as parents.
Can I don't mean to interject, Diva, but you are really like triggering up like some of my own experiences of being a child and like living and going to school with other children. I would also add that outside of the role of whatever the projection is from the parents, for better or for worse, I think we also have to keep in mind that children, especially when they get to that middle schooly age, on up, that they have a wild, untamed ego, almost like a super ego. And outside of the influence of the household, kids are more impressed upon by the influences of their peer groups. And so kids oftentimes will have righteous parents who keep them in church, etc. And kids will show one face to their parents and then be completely homophobic on the schoolyard or be completely violent to other kids because they are trying to impress and they're going through that stage in their life where peer pressure is really perceived as a real thing by kids. Mm-hmm.
And peer group identification. That's a lot of times why we tend to go into the gangs and go into that cycle of violence, because we don't have that reassuring safe space at home or in the community that the gang can give us. And I agree. I'm not gay or homosexual, but I was picked on when I was a kid for being different. And it can become violent. People, when they see you as othered, or they see you ostracized as a child and you don't have a safe place, or your parents or your school is not a safe place, they know that you're a target for bullying. And I'm not saying that kids can't be held responsible for their behavior, but I'm saying at a certain age, they don't have the reasoning skills to not lie. They're going to make up a story. They're kids.
I understand. And I said that because there's like new data showing that like kids that like the influence of the parents are like 20 to 30% compared to that peer group identification dynamic, social media, the TV, pop culture influences, that the way that capitalism has parenting set up now is that most parents don't even have the time to even do the parenting, which may lead to a conversation that most parents don't really need to be having damn kids unless they actually have a lifestyle that affords them to be intimately involved, because between having to work a full-time job to actually take care of your child, giving your child away to the school system 8-9 hours out of that day, home time pretty much is wrapped up in feeding them, getting their homework done, sending them to bed, and then it's all over again. That this capitalistic system kind of defaults kids to being raised by their friends and being raised by social media and being raised by the TV and being raised by all these other.
But you can't pull them out of that and try to pull them in line by quote unquote spanking them or beating them or being verbally abusive, because you don't have more impact than social media. I'm not on male or female side I'm on the child side, and the child being able to grow up healthy and holistically and able to make decisions as they get older and not be killed or hurt or maimed there's so many cases of child abuse in the Black community right now. It's worse than the 80s. It's worse than the 90s. And when I was growing up, we got SWATs in school. So your teacher, if you didn't, I remember when I didn't know 3 times 4, my fourth grade teacher gave me a SWAT. It was the call of the day. It was culturally acceptable. But when the government saw that even teachers took more liberty than necessary, that they had to restrict the amount of physical punishment that adults was wreaking on children in public schools, they pulled that out of the public schools. It was no longer acceptable. And what I'm saying, as a community of Black people, you don't have to be married to parent. You don't have to be in the same household to be a loving parent, a responsive parent, and give your child safety. You just don't. You just have to be a willing parent and willing to be involved. And we can all admit we need help culturally. Just admit I made the mistake in spanking. My parents made the mistake in spanking me with that broom handle or that extension cord, or that when they made me pick that stick off the tree and all that. It was bad. We have to learn to admit and forgive ourselves so that we can learn new ways to heal ourselves and not keep on the ancestral trauma. But it's somebody in your private chats who says they wanted to speak, so I'm going to go ahead and be quiet at this point.
I thank you for that, Diva. Who is that wanted to chime in?
Salute to you, Diva. Great words, though.
Sorry. I gotta run to get in the shower. I gotta go to work. I just wanted to speak to 2 points. Number one, I'm a little choked up because I have been going through it since my aunt passed.
Sorry to hear this. Sorry to hear that.
And I just had it out with my mom yesterday. When I say had it out, but I'm able to express myself. So I was telling her, give me a chance to, get myself together, whatever, before I have to take my niece again for the weekends, because we have custody of my niece's daughter. And I find it interesting that we weren't spanked. However, my sister chose to discipline her children with spanking. And I do find it interesting that we made certain choices with our lives. And then I look at my nieces and they didn't follow suit. And I can't say exactly what it's attributed to, but I can't rule it out either, And I worked as a dance teacher for years, since I was 14 years old until I was like 37. And I just felt like I wasn't able to do enough. So I went into social work and I worked in what's called a preventive agency. And we work alongside ACS. And we work, and now I am working with adults with special needs. I left out of that field because it is a lot to hear and deal with. And what I do know is, having worked as in the preventive agency, people, the goal is to keep the families together. It's a group of Black women. Most Black women are the ones who are the social workers, who are going into the homes, and no one is pleased. No one wants to remove a child. And I'm not saying anything in regard to this young man's story. I have questions, that I could, ask, whatever, but I don't even have the time. I'm not getting into this situation. I'm just talking about from my experience. Nobody wants to remove a child. And the conversations aren't just, they got hit or whatever. Literally, when you're taking when you have to take to become mandated, they tell you like places to where to look for, but there are places that I'm not going to share it with you guys, but there are places that if that's where the child is hit, you're not going to count it, at the same or whatever, if that makes any sense. So, it's not, no one's desiring to, remove the kids. And most of the kids that are removed, because even the ones who are in the preventive agency, which means that something was founded, but they were referred out to a preventive agency to meet the ACS mandates, which would be the kids are going to school if it was educational neglect. If it was just different things, are they getting therapy? Are they going to take their, are they meeting with their therapist? Are they going to school, just to make sure that they're meeting it's ACS in New York, so CPS wherever else, those mandates. And then now, as working with adults, I just literally was on the phone with my client last week with her crying and telling me about her story of her mom hitting her. These children become adults, and these adults are making decisions that are costing them quality of life that a lot of us take for granted. And just now, what got me choked up is you know, after me and my mom had the conversation, and I was just telling her, I can't right now, cannot. I have to get myself together. It's already cost me having to drop out of I was at Howard for online, and I you know, just having to take care of my niece's, you know, baby and all of this. I couldn't do it all. I enrolled in school as a single person, you know what I mean? And so I was just really upset because this was my second go round at Howard, and this was my dream. And excuse me. But
Okay, it's all
my
right.
mom just reached out to me just this morning, and she's still to this day parenting and saying how proud she is of me and that she loves me. And I think that is so much more impactful than losing control, and that's what it really is. And putting your hands on a little person that you know can't hit, like you're using, like come on, like we can sit there and pretend like it's not what it is, but you know part of the reason why you do it is because they cannot hit you back. They're going to take it, and that's so wrong to me. But you could just take the extra time to talk, to explain, to show them examples. I have to go, and I have to, you know, try to kind of meditate and get myself together because I gotta put on my. All right.
You have good face. You got to put on your face. I know.
And I love you, lady T. I thank you for sharing that, and light and love, and you. I'm just sending you light and love.
May I ask her a question before she goes?
Bless you, though. I just want to say bless you, sister. Bless you for expressing your emotions, all of those types of things. A lot of people, sometimes we too packed in. We can't do this kinds of stuff, especially publicly, especially on a public platform. So I just wanted to let you know, I appreciate your voice. I appreciate what you're doing, but you know who's going to appreciate everything you're doing more? Your niece, man. Your niece, daughter will grow up to understand that, you know what I mean? And trust me, she's going to believe in all the things you're doing.
Beautiful in my life. She's so
I know.
sweet.
I know. So don't think you lost anything, because you're going to still do school. You're going to still do Howard. You're going to do everything you're going to do. But just remember that you're a person that she needed in her life, man. So sometimes we make sacrifices, you know what I mean, to benefit. And I believe your sacrifices will be a major benefit in your niece's life and will even help you in life. So you're just going to keep positive and just stay positive and, you know what I mean, get your game face back on. You got to go to work. I know how I go. You know what I mean? Just don't get low on yourself. Just stay proud of yourself, because we're proud of you too.
I agree. God bless you. Like you said, you're going to meditate and get it together.
Keep reaching for your goals. Keep
But
reaching.
I wanted to ask her a question since she's already working in the field. I'm sitting here doing my homework right now, and I actually just realized what Knocc said earlier before he left, that, you know, we get in trouble for spanking. It's actually legal in a lot of cases if you are hitting in certain spaces. That's what we're not understanding. And when we do lose custody, it's because of certain spots, like she said. I wanted her to acknowledge that before she goes, because I think what I was trying to say earlier is to what everyone else was saying. My reaction wasn't really to the smack or it was to the lack of trust. Like, if you already don't have a lot of time with him and there's like drama between you and the mom, it's counterproductive to take that action with a kid that you're bonding with. That's why I asked what was wrong. It wasn't more so because it was like that, because I had the same situation I wanted to share, and the chat's probably going to drag me. My daughter was 8 and she lied to me about kissing a boy. And I have strict rules with my daughter. Some older kids convinced her to do it in the park and they filmed it. And women watched. So this became a federal child porn situation. And my daughter lied to me for 2 days. So when I found out, because someone sent the video to my phone, I was going to tear her out the frame. And she ran down the stairs. Who's downstairs in front of my house? Cops. NYPD. She runs right into their arms and they're protecting her. The mayonnaise man, he was from the Hispanic community on everything, brought her back upstairs and said he had 5 daughters. He said, you actually have to spank her and I'm going to do a wellness check. And he came back in an hour and he did the wellness check with his partner. The next day, the school had a different opinion. They went and called the marshals. By the time I came in from the market with my baby in my arms, they were trying to snatch him. They was going to take her. I had to call back that detective, those 2 that was at my house the day before, and have them get them out of my house. So everybody played different when it comes to us, which is why we don't need nobody in our business when we're handling our children. And this is what everybody was trying to say to him. It wasn't what you do, is how you do it. And then you're sitting here being combative and acting defensive, when at the end of the day, what you didn't want ended up happening. That's what I was trying to get at. We love our children sometimes a little bit too passionate. And then I also read that adolescent Black children are very close to their parents compared to other children. We don't have certain issues with our children if we actually do the spanking between, like what Knocc was saying, the ages of 2 and 8, because after that, there's a different level of mentality established. Kids, like you said, that are ego driven, you have to like kind of give them a pop. And it's not necessarily, like you said, turn into abuse or letting your anger take control of what you're doing in that area. Because when you're dealing with a group of emotionally immature men that is now knocking kids upside the head, something's wrong.
Yeah.
Can I
say
just
one thing for your
say one more
point?
thing?
Yes,
Let
yes,
you have
yes.
one
Gotta
more.
go to work.
Can I reiterate? I want to stomp down and say I see nothing wrong with spanking the children. I know.
I
If
don't
not,
either. That's not what I said.
and again, okay, well, I see nothing wrong with smacking him in the head because y'all was saying y'all can spank him, but
Hold
it
on.
just stops when you smack him in the head. Like,
I
oh
want
my God, I'm Adolf Hitler.
Hello. I want
on.
Lady T to be able to
Yeah.
get her final thoughts because
You gotta go to work.
Yeah, sorry about that. So, I do get it. Like, for instance, my homegirl, she has an autistic son.
That's
She
what I'm saying. I was going to speak too.
She was blessed with an apartment that God blessed her with an apartment on Fifth Avenue by Central Park.
Okay.
With a balcony. She had to go through hell to get it. So, but she was blessed. And now she's like, I don't have the time to tell him to stay away from that balcony door. She's going to have an alarm on it. But she said in that case, because she doesn't believe in corporal punishment either, she may give him a pop on the hand just because. And I understand people popping their child on the hand listen to me closely, on the hand because, they go to the stove and things like that. But the reality is, my question to those who are advocates of spanking, if spanking worked, why do you have to do it more than once? I gotta go, y'all. Peace. Have a beautiful one.
Bless sister. Bless us.
I wanted
Bless me.
to add to what.
Yeah.
Because I've been listening to everybody, and I think that Lady T added a lot, and Miko added in on that too. So I think that spankings spankings, not beatings, but some level of subtle physical force in tandem, once again, with a loving foundation can make sense to young people as it relates to disciplinary action if there needs to be some type of physical, whether that's push-ups or whatever. So I'm not going to go to the extreme and say that it should be off the table. Now, the safe zones for discipline, I definitely don't agree, should probably be from the waist up, on the ass, on the hand, whatever. Tamiko's point to it. At a certain age, physicality won't even work once the mind starts to mature. It'll just turn into the child seeking expression for that internalized frustration elsewhere, whether that's through bullying or self-injury or whatever. It takes on different forms for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
I will say this because it's right here and I don't want to lose it, that like the times in my life where, because I remember my mom did hit me in the face one time when I was younger. I don't know why she slapped me. I do remember having such an internalized rage toward her afterwards that if it wasn't for the grace of God, I probably could have been a child murderer. Like, right. I probably could have, I had that much rage, hit my spirit when she, hit me in my face. So I just remember going into the bathroom and I ripped the towel handle that was nailed to the wall out of a concrete wall. I was literally filled with that much adrenaline and testosterone, and I turned into the fucking Incredible Hulk. It was a rage I had never even experienced before in my life. I felt like a volcano that was erupting. I don't even know how I leveled myself at that age. I don't know how I was able to work that pure top tier rage down. Thank God that it got under self-control at some point. But now when I think about it, I also remember that level of rage probably accompanied that slap because there was also a lot of disconnectedness between me and my mom. And that was really the foundation for the way that slap translated. Like, I think for kids who the physical discipline turns into something sinister or something, or it corrupts the innocence or whatever the end result is, I think that probably is because that slap for kids who are existing in parent dynamics that they don't necessarily feel seen in and don't feel affirmed in and maybe don't feel loved in, that the slap is the confirmation that my parent don't fuck with me. The beating or whatever the physical disciplinary is probably used as a receipt. And then that creates a chain reaction of either the child bullying or even becoming physically violent toward the parent back or whatever the acting out is. Now, Jay Lethal said something interesting. He said that even though he has smacked his child upside the head because the child was continuing to lie, that his son still desired his dad. His son still was reaching out to him, wanted to see him. His child did not necessarily did not translate the experience as abuse. That then tells me that Jay Lethal's son was like that. His foundation for his dad was ultimately a loving one, and that's why that slap did not cause him to like zip line out of the damn relationship. It was a situation that was weaponized by the baby mama and then utilized in the judicial system to then extrapolate or compromise his parental rights in the situation, but that the child himself, didn't necessarily perceive that because the foundation was there. And it's probably why even our parents, when they talk about the way they was disciplined with switch and beatings and all this shit, probably also don't translate how our grandparents disciplined our parents as abuse because they knew their parents loved them. They saw how hard their parents worked and how passionate their parents were to protect them and how serious they were about making sure that they had a great life, that they had a great education. And so even though they're telling us, yeah, I was beat and I was whooped and I got and my mama, slapped me upside the head and my daddy ruled with an iron fist and they never saw it as abuse because that abuse was in the context of like, I was out of order. My parents were doing the best that they could to keep us in line. I think also discipline. I can also see historically why physical discipline would be something that Black people yield to outside of it also being adopted from slavery, because we also have to remember historically that Black people lived in a world where Blackness alone was seen as prey by racism, aka the Emmett Tills, that literally that a Black body could be subjected to white evil for any reason at all. Whether you looked at a white person wrong, a white person interpreted you as disrespectful. And so you damn right, Black parents went out of their fucking way to almost beat obedience into their fucking children to keep them alive because they were literally living in a system being treated as cattle. AKA cattle slavery, that literally you lived in a white man's fucking world. You can get your ass out there and be physically deleted at the hands of mayonnaise evil in the land. So there's all of that, just even outside of, we get this from massa and we get this from the massa and all of that shit. That's not the only context for why Black and brown people generationally
traumas and stuff.
practice physical like I'm gonna teach you how hot the stove is by putting your fucking hand over it. I'm not gonna talk you to death about how
That was my house.
it can burn. I'm not gonna keep talking to you blue in the face and try to get you to understand intellectually that it burns. Let me hold your motherfucking hand over this iron. Now you'll know not to touch this shit. Let me hold your hand over this stove iron. You'll know not to touch this damn shit. So I can see why that's why I can leave space for why people think that that physical shock has its place, but I definitely think that it has to be within reason. And that the person, if you are a parent who believes that physical disciplinary has any type of place, that to Miss Deborah's point, I mean, even though she's not even suggesting physical discipline at all, but using what she's saying, I think that you definitely have to the execution of that definitely has to you need to be well-to-do, you need to be sound-minded, your own ego needs to be out of it. There needs to be a purpose to why you would even go there, and you need to go there within reason and under the context of understanding, and it needs to be a very, very, very strong emphasis and intentionality in creating a loving atmosphere for your child where they know absolutely that you give an entire fucking damn about them, because definitely the parent bears the responsibility if they're going to yield to spankings, paddling, spanking of the ass, or an occasional slap upside the fucking head, get your ass in here, boy, it's after dark, and pop you upside the back of your head or whatever. We all have had those passive hits, etc. And like I said, for me, me and my cousins and everything, we raised up, those dynamics played out on us. I would never call that abuse. Other people are allowed to see it how they want to see it from the outside in, but these are my parents, and these are people that I know love me, and this was their way of trying to create control. Trying to create boundary and infrastructure in a world that was dangerous, in a world where we can get our ass snatched up in a van by random men and be hauled off and sex trafficked, in a world that was just dangerous, in a world where white people perpetuated evil, where black people also could be a threat unto other black people. And so I don't encourage physical chastisement, but at the same time, I don't demonize it, because I do believe that it can be done in tandem to love and wisdom and dealing with wild egos and unruliness and all of that. But I just think that there just needs to be a lot of things in place if that's a disciplinary act that's going to be taken out, depending on the situation that's going on. Because Nico, I want to ask you, had those police not been downstairs and you got to the back of your daughter's fucking head, well, you already said your intention was to get her ass in formation physically. It was going to turn into the damn WWE. So
facts on facts.
So then for you, does that mean that there's also a place for physical disciplinary, since that's also something you are going to utilize under certain circumstances?
So that's what I wanted to talk about. I've been waiting patiently. It's learning and growing pains working with your children, because I have an 8-year-old I've never had to put my hands on, but I also have a 22-year-old I used to spank a lot, because that's the culture I grew up in. One of my favorite uncles actually beat us to the point where he put us in a hospital when we was 5 and 6, my brother and I, because we ate his bread, and he worked at a factory, and he was mad when he came home. And it was we actually, like you said, we never stopped loving him. He was still my favorite uncle up until he died. And so with my daughter, I had a mindset of, she's going to appreciate this later. But then I realized my daughter, she will vomit if you hit her. She's not that person. You can't put your hands on her. And she's very intelligent. And whatever me and her dad was going through, she didn't trust either one of us at the moment. And this particular friend that I was close to, my daughter had a relationship with. And she was telling her what was going on, but wasn't telling me. So me being anxiety driven, nervous parent, I went to what I know best because I lacked the tools at the time. So yeah, I snatched her up. And then even with the first kid, my 22-year-old, we had a situation where they kept sending me with the ACS situation. I did this investigation because of whatever. They sent me to some Jewish guy, and I was adamant about continuing to spank my kid's ass. And then she had to go get her supervisor. And then these mayonnaise people are trying to convince me spanking my kids is wrong, but they couldn't snatch nobody because I spanked them appropriately each and every time. So she kept saying the whole purpose of this ACS intervention was supposed to be to threaten to remove my children. When I didn't even comply with, I made sure they overstand I was going to beat on my kids. And not even in that aspect, but I didn't understand what not spanking meant. And then I realized after dealing with my kids, they're frustrated. This whole system is stressful on all of us. Hitting them is the easiest way to get them to be afraid of you. I had to work a 12-hour shift, and I worked in Queens, which gave me 3 hours of travel time. So I'm 15 hours gone every day. It was the only thing I knew. And my son was doing things I didn't understand. So only thing I could do in those little bit of hours before we went to sleep was to hit on them. And then I realized if you build a different method, like what Reckless was saying, what the other sisters were saying, when you actually kind of make their life a little uncomfortable, that holds more weight than all that physical trauma. Kids actually have to feel like you have to upset their whole stability mentally. You can't really go to the physical. You have to get in, you got to know your kid in order to know what works for them. That's why spending time is vital. And getting to them to trust you with certain information that you can manipulate as an adult against them when they start to try to play with you on that level is priceless. You don't have to hit them.
Yeah. Can I say one thing to that point, to a lot of the points? I like salute to everybody on the panel. Everybody got their own views. Salute to everybody in the chat. We all got our views. And these are the kind of conversations that we need to get out because these are the type of things that we always held in and hold inside. And that's why we got a lot of traumas and adverse childhood experiences that we all deal with. Right. What I think, whether people want to pop their children or this and that, what I mean, that's up to every parent, and parenting is something that everybody goes through every day. It's a learning process. But what's scary sometimes is that, some people are not really able or capable because some people are not mentally strong. I'm talking about the adults. They're not really mentally, emotionally sound in themselves. Right. So sometimes when we're going into like the beating formations or doing these type of acts, right, just because you had a bad day or something else is happening, then the hits might get harder. Sometimes things get worse, you know what I mean? So sometimes people be disciplining their children, and then next time we see something happen on the news, when we see something, it's because sometimes people are mentally unstable. People have emotional traumas, things that they received from their own personal past. And to speak to another point, even what the sister that was going to work, she was going in, she said she was working with special needs and people like that. A lot of times, like when we want to discipline kids, especially from even the smaller ages, from the 2, like Knocc was saying, when from like 1, 2, and all these times, right? Sometimes we don't even understand, because I've met people, even a girl, right, that has an autistic child, right? And the child is nonverbal though, but even children that have inabilities and disabilities, right? Some people think that their child is just being disruptive and thinking that their child is just acting out and doing these things. But sometimes there's mental issues there are disabilities, there are inabilities there that we may not even understand, and we're using this physical route to try to discipline our children when we need more of a mental, a more therapeutic route of certain things, because we just use things the way we've been taught to do things. And that's why the communication, that's why understanding our children, that's why going through the right things, because we don't know if our child has a learning disability, that they, we don't know if our child is going through certain things, they got behavioral issues or whatever the case may be. Sometimes we got to understand those things too, because you could have a child that's dealing with something like autism or something like that, and we're just popping them and we're doing all these things and we're thinking that the child is being disruptive when they got a chemical balance, or maybe it's like something that's wrong, that for them to understand or why they're doing certain things. You know what I'm saying? So we just got to it's just a fine line, whether at any way we tiptoe around it, it's just a fine line. But it really just comes down to us learning our kids and knowing our kids. And that's why me personally, I just don't hit my child. I never hit my kid ever. I don't hit him. I talk to him. He be acting up. He be wilding. He be trying to act up and all type of stuff. I try my best to just talk to him, try my best to the things that he like his PlayStation, he like that, he like this. Well, you're not going to get these things. Well, you're not going to have that. You know what I'm saying? Start to disrupt your little happiness. If you're going to start disrupting everything else, then you got to start figuring out other ways for us to start to discipline our children too, because popping and beating is just not the only way. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times it makes people frustrated. It leads to a lot of anger, a lot of behavioral issues as well. And then we don't know if our children are dealing with certain mental issues, because you know why? Some of us are dealing with mental issues right now, and none of us want to go to therapy. None of us want to go get checked. Some of us bipolar, some of us got all type of thing going on with us, and we don't even understand that. So the fine line is that sometimes we got more mental and emotional issues and traumas that we dealing with that we could start to take out on our child, and sometimes we could be a little overbearing, and sometimes we could be too hard with the hits. So we just got to be mindful, make sure we checking our own emotions at the door, make sure we checking our own mental health at the door, and make sure before we even checking our child emotion and our child.
Right. I noticed when the spanking came from my lack of emotional health or lack, of discipline. And most of the time, that's what it's stemming from if you're checking yourself correctly. That is so true. And more than that, when you're doing that to a kid that's still developing and learning, you're teaching them how to manipulate the truth to not get in trouble. So it makes it worse. So that's what I learned. Even with my oldest, he actually learned to avoid spanking by learning to lie better.
He lie better. See what I'm saying? Yeah. The defense mechanism go up. Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
but this is the thing, like there's a lot of parents, including my parents, and there's a lot of people in the chat throughout this conversation who don't take a nonviolent route, and they still had to deal with disobedience, because nonviolence also doesn't create obedience in children either, because something because something that we're kind of doing in this conversation is putting all of the onus on parents, as if young people don't have a mind of their own, irregardless of you being a healed parent or a non-physical disciplinary parent. That does not translate in terms of the child totally, because young people have their own egos, they have their own minds, they have their own desires, they have their own curiosities, they have their own wills. And just why most kids live a double life. They live one life in the home in front of the parent, and then their peers see a whole nother face, or the school system see a whole nother face, or, they're living and existing and showing up and saying all the cuss words that they won't say around you, and talking in all the grown up ways that they're not talking about you, or they outside hunching on the side of the building and being fresh and being sneaky and being all of that. And most parents actually have no fucking idea. Really, they don't even really see a full scope of their kids. And I know two parents come to mind right now, particularly Larry and Elisa Dunn, his ex-wife. They have a whole reality show called Reading Things My Way, and they're on season 2. And both Lisa and Larry have a non-hands-on approach to their children. And ironically, in this season, there was an episode where Lisa, there was a physical altercation between her and her youngest daughter. And it was like very physical. I'm talking about like a whole tussle, like a whole like pulling hair, like rolling on the bed, rolling on the floor, like they had to be pulled off each other, the whole nine. And this had came after Lisa just, for a very long, like just basically enduring long suffering. Like it just created, like she just like repeating herself over and over and over again, like using her mouth, using her words, taking away the game, taking away the cell phone, taking away the Wi-Fi privileges, got them in private school, they got family counseling. The girls go to personal counseling and go to family counseling. They go to counseling as a family. All of the so-called right tools and all of this is all there. Open communication, transparency. The parents tell all their business. They answer all the questions that the children want to have. They don't, but they have an open door policy, the whole nine, and yet it was still difficult, and it wasn't per se yielding the results that Lisa was hoping for, which was transparency, like wanting the girls to be more responsible, wanting them to be trustworthy. They were still being sneaky, still sneaking weed into the house, doing all type of shit, and it just culminated, and Lisa just got fed the fuck up, and she came up to the room in the footage. Matter of fact, I want to show y'all the footage. I'm gonna show you, because this actually is a very, very perfect example of like that, like even under the ideal circumstances,
But I want to say something when you finish.
It's not.
You just lay at the smack of them.
I want to say something, Conscious, when you finish.
Okay. Because this is a perfect example of like all the perfect circumstances. Like just like it couldn't be more ideal in terms of the children having everything they need in a non-violent parenting style, and yet the children insisting upon their own way with counseling, privilege, rich, wealth, mansions. They got it all going on in this family, and all those tools were exacerbated. And
Conscious.
Actually, hold on, because I want y'all
Okay.
to see this. I just want y'all to hold on to this moment and just see this here. If y'all are in the building, please thumbs up. Oh, here it is. Okay, hold on, wait a minute, because this was very interesting. All right, so fair use. This is one of my best friends and my mentor, Dr. Larry Reed. I really don't need to read a fair use for this, so we're not going to. We're just going to play the footage. Let me share real quick and just watch this episode play out. Where is it? Bringing things my way. Okay, here it is. All right, so let me take down my banner as well so y'all can see the full screen. Bloop. All right. All right, here we go. Oh, there's an ad about to play too.
Thanks be to God. We ran up them stairs.
Need to find this a little bit, actually.
You want to start? We're good. So let's go.
H, you got a great. All right, so listen to this saying.
Yeah. So you were saying now that she's only have access to the cameras, and you were saying about the doors being removed and the cameras. And
Okay, so this is them also like kind of doing what I was telling. Jelito, are you still there? Jelito might be asleep. Jelito, are you there? His ass probably asleep. But this is what I was telling him, like, they try to do all the practical things too. Like I said, they already have counseling in place, everything. After the trust kept being broken, the girls kept lying. They had the doors to their bedrooms removed. They put up cameras in the house. They don't put every trick. I mean, they don't put every trick out of the book. Like, and I know this family personally too. So, yeah. But so the therapist, this is the therapist. They're all in therapy right now. Talk to the therapist about the altercation that happened. And they're just telling her, you know, what's been happening leading up to the altercation.
What happened That's all of what happened since our last session.
Man, Zoe tells me. Say what? Say what?
I was just about to get back.
Ooh, Zoe, what's happening?
Now let me tell y'all what happened, because I was there, y'all won't. Me and Shamako, we're on our way to do what niggas do in Atlanta. And that's hookah, strip clubs, and shop and buy chains and jewelry. But that's not what we were about to go do out this listen. We weren't about to go do that. We're just gonna go out. Because we men of God, so we don't do all that kind of going on. At least not on Sundays. But anyway, and so we were going out the door and we heard something. Well, actually, Mako heard it, but I'm so immune to it. I heard Lisa's voice calling Zoe. Zoe! All right, and Lisa and Shamaka was like, "That's Lisa?" I said, "Yeah." She called her like that? I said, "Yeah, Zoe must be doing something she ain't did right." And then I heard Zoe's voice, and then this loud, which was my oldest daughter having a fit, because what was happening was that Lisa and Zoe put hands on each other like they're in the streets. Thanks be to God, we ran up them stairs fast as we could. Ran up them stairs, and I near about died. I did, because you know I don't be moving that fast nowadays. I'm not running track and nothing no more. Mako made it in there before I did. To break them apart. That's right, you heard it right. Break them during parts, because they were fighting. When I walked in, Lisa had my daughter's hair in her hand, whipping her upside her head. Now let me show y'all a little piece of it. We can't show all of this because we want nobody to end up in jail, and I don't want nobody flagging my darn video. But here's a little piece.
I know you heard me the first time I called your name. You heard me when I called your name, did you not? Yes. Turn it. I was trying to come down here, but I can't. You weren't trying. You was leaning back in the chair. Shut up! Okay. Sit right here. I didn't do anything. You did. You disrespected me. I told you and you heard me. You didn't come. I'm just saying something else. I'm gonna hit you in the face. I'm trying. I said, bro, get off me, bro. Who you think you is? Get off me, bro. What are you doing?
That's crazy. I can't believe Zoe.
All right, so I just wanted to play a little bit of that. Yeah, anybody can jump in.
Yes, Conscious. Hi,
Yes.
this is praying for you.
Hey, praying for you.
Thank you guys for the good conversation with the panel, and this brought up a lot of stuff when I came into this world. When I
Salute to you, Prayer.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I hear you. I just said salute.
Okay, when I came into this world, my mom, she birthed her kids in a shack with a midwife, and because my dad was abusive to her, she tried to kill all her kids by squeezing their heads with her legs. She wouldn't let the babies come out. I was one of them. And then when I came out, I heard, which I'm quite sure I heard it in the womb, my father negative, nasty, thinking words that he said to my mom, and the abuse that she received while she was pregnant and before she was pregnant. My mom had 4 kids with this man. And when we came out, he did the same thing because he thought that this is how you raise kids. This is how you treat a woman, and you have to do with abuse. If you're not, then you're not being a man, so-called quote unquote man. Now remember, one man has man on it too, so therefore sometimes she's double the portion of negativity and abuse also. So there's not one bigger or better than another one, because as my dad wasn't at home, then my mom started abusing us. Okay, slapping us in the head and slapping us in the face and cursing us out and calling us names and calling us every name in the book, bitches, hoes, motherfucker, all kinds of stuff. And we didn't know what none of that stuff was. We didn't know right from wrong. We were depending on those grown-ups in that house to tell us and teach us how to do things. But words would have worked better. Not curse words, but words of uplifting us would have did better, because I got a brother who went to prison for doing the same thing in his family because he didn't know how to handle it. That's why I say every child is different. I didn't raise my kids with abuse, but in the beginning, when I started birthing children, I started spanking them. And then I started looking at myself in the mirror and saying, I'm being just like my dad and my mom. So then I start trying to be consistent and be a good example. And whatever I didn't want them to do, I didn't do. Whatever I didn't want them to say, I didn't say. I want to be a good example in front of them. Now, true, what you're saying, Conscious, when they leave your home, they're going to do any and everything underneath the sun that they big and bad enough to do. But guess what? They always could come back to a safe, sharing and caring home. So every decision a child makes is not on the parent, because some children decide to do whatever they're going to do, whether it take them to jail, drugs, whatever it may be. But some parents, you drive your child away from what you say to the mama's womb. The kids, the babies can hear you fussing and arguing, calling each other names. They can feel the drugs going through the veins. So when they come out, you want to know why they have different ADHD, disabilities, and things like that. Sometimes women can worry so much about a man not doing faithful things to them that they put stress on the womb, and it hurts the baby. We don't recognize that sometimes our sins can fall upon the child. We think
Yes.
nobody knows what we did. We think people, oh, but you know, God knows everything you did and everything you think you got away with, but really you didn't get away with it because it fell on your child, your seed. So what I'm trying to say is you hit because you're weak. You hit because you've been hit. You hit because hurt people hurt people. If you love your child and you only got them on the weekend, that's supposed to be more love waiting for that child to demonstrate to that child, I am the best parent. But if he's getting hit the same way he was getting hit with the mom, you're no better. And guess what? My son, he's been in the CPS family. I'm gonna say family because him and his girlfriend arguing, fussing, fighting, cussing, slinging each other around, and the baby saw it all. So one day the baby told somebody who listened, and that's when he got snatched up into the system. So what I'm trying to say is a lot of times you don't even have to put a hand on a child, but it's what you demonstrate around a child. And what a child hears is a sponge, and they can't forget it. If your child hear you cuss your baby and mama out one time, now he's going to cuss his woman out. If your child, female, see your mama getting beat down and then have sex with the man that beat her down, then she's going to get with a man just like that. So what I'm saying is, I have a lot to say, but I'm not going to keep all y'all time away from y'all because I know y'all saying important stuff. But we are the ones that root the evil in these kids. Remember, one time we was the evil. Remember, we was the kid that was getting slapped, hit, punched, cussed out, stitched cord. I done had it all kinds of abuse. Growing up in Robert Teller projects, didn't have to walk out the walls of my home and get beat up by the kids in the neighborhood who parents just beat them up, who parents just abused them to the point where they almost killed themselves. Because I grew up around kids in Robert Teller projects. Everybody wanted to commit suicide.
So sad.
Everybody wanted to kill themselves because their parents because their life was so unsuccessful and they went through so much they did not handle how to handle it. And back then it was no psychiatrists and all that stuff like that. We had to, what they say, grin and bear it. Or as you said, conscious, walk past the parent and get slapped with the unexpected and didn't even know it was coming. So therefore, that's when I said in the chat, it took my life away when my mom slapped me in the head. It made me didn't want to be nothing. It made me didn't want to do nothing. It made me just want to just not live. But it's
So sorry to hear that, sister.
But you know what God did? That's why I say I'm always praying for people, because I really genuinely love people. No matter who you are, good, bad, and the ugly, I don't care, because we all need help and we all need prayer. And only God can help us, because we don't sometimes have an understanding. Our understanding is not understanding sometimes, because sometimes they say you're leading the blind, leading the blind. Sometimes you think you leading your child right, and you wrong as two left shoes. You're not right because your name is parent, because you birthed them into this world, or you gave a seed to help them get birthed in this world. They don't give you ownership. God own them kids. God own them. And guess what? You only do it because you don't know what else to do. But guess what that is? Abuse. So you became the slave master to your own kid. Take ownership.
I vehemently disagree. After all these hours, I still disagree.
I know it's gonna.
I love everything you're saying. Keep speaking, sister. I love you.
Plan, I just want to say this, Plan.
I love
right now, you're a voice. You're saying some really, really powerful stuff. You know what I mean? I'm sorry for some of your traumas, but keep speaking, because you said you're going to stop in a second. But we want to hear from you too, Jay Lethal. We want to hear from you too, bro.
I have nothing to disagree with Jay Lethal, because praying to God literally like just added the context.
Yeah.
She's talking about the parents who literally are toxic. They have their own trauma, whether they know it or not, and how the child inherits the confusion and trauma and the frustrations and the ignorance.
Conscious, you know how I constantly say on your panel, my dad molested me? I never told you about the time I tried to confront him and he said, you better watch your mouth because I kill bitches for less. You know, and my mom said, well, it's your fault that he did that because you thought your father was a superhero and I wanted you to see he was a monster. You know, and then those are things you got to get over. That's why I understood why she was crying, but I'm built different and I don't cry about these things. And I try not to put that on my children. So I don't let them around my mom. And even though my grandma's like, she has stage 4, she's passed, you know, she's dying and she's living with my mom. I try to be respectful in the moment. But it's just like sometimes you got to be emotionally numb and like just do the best you can with your kids.
I don't agree with that emotional numb stuff.
For
That's
sure.
what got
I
me
have
going
to
down a
because I
bad
can't
road.
entertain my family.
You
I
know, when
believe.
I cried, I did better. When I cried and let it out, let my kids see me cry and explain to them why I cried, explain to them what I went through as a child. I didn't hold no secrets. I
Well,
shared it
yeah, I
all.
had those days definitely. Yeah, yeah. But I guess I'm just past them.
I'm
But
just want
that's
to let
how
you
a lot
know.
of the, but that's how a lot of the toxicity and the patriarchy. Because my grandfather, he was loving on one end, but my grandfather was a narcissist, and he narcissistically abused his kids. He abused my grandmother in various ways, and he was also abused as a boy himself. He was abused by his stepdad. He was abused by that system, and it carried over. And what you said, Nico, my auntie went through something very similar, not in terms of molesting, but in terms of domestic violence, because my grandfather had trauma, and that trauma turned into domestic violence against my grandmother at times. He was the man who obviously endorsed that patriarchal style of like discipline your woman, slap her, beat her, to get her to submit if she's out of order, if she disrespects you, if she bruises your ego, etc., that you can resort to violence. Because my aunts were raised in this abuse and seeing this abuse, ironically, they all ended up energetically attracting abusive men, including my mother. And my aunt, one of my aunts, her husband used to beat her constantly. He was always putting black eyes on her face, etc. And the relationship got so bad that my auntie ended up finally leaving her husband, and she ended up staying with my grandparents for a little while. And when my grandfather was walking down the hallway, and my auntie always tells me this, and she was a daddy's girl, and she was in the bathroom doing her makeup. Her eye was black, and my grandfather was walking past, and he happened to see her in the bathroom, and he stopped and looked, and he said to her, he sure did a number on your ass, didn't he? And my auntie still has not recovered. Even though my grandfather is dead and gone, she has not recovered from that her father endorsed a man hitting her despite whatever the reasons would, that he was okay with his own daughter that he gave birth to, that he raised, that a man would entitle his fist across her face for whatever reason. And my grandfather was a terrorist. He would come home after his night shift. He would sling all of the kitchen pots out of the cabinets. My mom, my aunts and uncles would have to get up as kids and teenagers and put all this shit back together again. And then he would go into the bedroom and start a whole fucking fight with my grandmother. And that takes me back to something I said earlier to Jay Lethal about this theory that domestic violence in part comes from Black men being emasculated in this system, and because they can't fight the white man, and because they don't have the resources to really challenge the system, or they don't feel they do, that they take that out on the Black woman. They ventilate that emasculation and that disempowerment onto their feminine counterpart. And I believe that theory a lot, because I remember growing up in the 90s, all I used to hear in not only my household, but in plenty of other Black people's households and my friends' households and my relatives' household was the white man, the cracker. Like this was a big, this was like heavy rhetoric like when I was growing up. And so
now TD Jake says it's women's fault.
And now it's women's fault. right. You know, it's a mess. But yeah. But praying to God, yes.
But you know who else is toxic? Conscious toddlers. If you look up the DSM-5, like you said, the baby super ego, any child under the age of 5 actually mimics like a schizophrenic or a narcissist in their behavior. So you can't really take it personal to hit them. You got to kind of outsmart them. And that's really funny in itself. Because like babies are really, really like they'll push your spirit. And that's just the way they're built. So it's like if you don't understand that, you'll let your ego get in the way of the way a baby is developing. Babies are toxic. All single moms, like my friends, we all talk about our kids.
I can't let you say that. A baby.
I mean, I'm saying it in lightheartedness, but kids are pushy.
I want to say
and the reason why I'm saying that, okay, let me finish. The reason why I'm saying that is because I have nieces and cousins that's under me that have sons. They all have sons. One of my cousins have 4 sons. The other one have 5 sons, and my niece has 1 son. They get hit in the face with laptops, iPads. They get told no. They don't even understand the spirit behind snatching the kid by the arm and making them sit down. Because the father says he's a boy, you can't do X, Y, Z. We have become so warped because we live under oppression that we don't even understand the spirit in black mothering and magic. So now the inside joke is, wow, he's toxic.
So now I just heard something that's blowing my mind, and I rebuke it in the name of Jesus. Babies are toxic. Oh my God!
I just said, if you watch a child's behavior, a child has erratic behavior that you cannot take personal. And I said it in fun-heartedness as a mom that is dedicated to my children.
I'm in early development and children education.
Yeah, I'm almost finished school. I'm going to hope to do that as well.
And I have my CDA, and I have a office I'm getting to open up. And instead of working for somebody else, work for myself and hire people that have the same heart and mind as I do as in children. Because that's why children are not protected, because people put them in a box where they shouldn't have no business being. A baby is uneducated, unlearned, unknowing, and don't even know if they're in the world.
That's my point exactly.
Okay, but I'm just talking about when people put names on, because somebody else might take that the wrong way. The way I heard it.
Oh, there's memes, actually. That's why I said I realized it was a thing. I thought I was something in my head. But then it's like collectively we realize a lot of people don't know how to parent babies because they don't understand child development behavior. That's what I was getting at.
And my friend, think about this. What do you hear in the midst of, like you say, you in that field? I hear cursing, negative thinking around those children, those babies. They just absorbing all of that mess.
Have you ever seen the hashtag FTK?
No, I don't pay attention to hashtags.
Okay.
The stuff, but I'm just going by life experiences and what I see here day to day. People ask me all the time when they come pick their kids up, why my child listen to you? My child don't listen to me. And I said, if you want to really know, won't you come and hide in the corner? Don't let your child see you, and watch how I treat your child and talk to your child. I'm always showing them social skills, a better way how to handle it. That got that Amber Alert. I apologize. Oh, do y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. There was an Amber Alert. You see what's going on right now? An Amber Alert. That could be God warning us and letting us know children need to have alert on them, because we adults are handling them wrong, talking to them wrong, treating them wrong, expect too much out of them. I have a child who I did not know that had disabilities until he got grown. Because guess what? I don't know if I was looking at stuff thinking, well, he can eat, he can feed himself, he can do this, he can do that, he can work a job. But I did not know that there's different anxieties in men and women that can cause them to fall and want to commit suicide. What I'm not trying to get anybody's feelings for me, because guess what? This too shall pass. This man, almost 30 years old, wild out, will lay his hands on me in a minute. I never lay my hands on him, but lay his hands on me in a minute, will fight his dad. Grew up in a household with his mom and dad. Tried to do the very best we could. This young man right here think the world ain't nothing, people ain't nothing. I can go around and hurt anybody I want, because guess what? He feels though he been hurt. And I always ask him, what hurt you? What happened to you? It took for another person to grow up around my son to tell me he has a mental disorder. What he's speaking is not of truth. So therefore, I had to come at him a different way. I can't try to mentor him. I can't try to tell him right from wrong or nothing. The only thing I can do is to love him. That's it. That's what works.
I think that we're just balancing the conversation, because a lot of loving parents still lost their children to the criminal justice system and lost their children to the streets. I don't like this idea that parents have 100% onus in what we know in fact is like because here it is, when we do the parents take 100% the blame thing, and I'm not talking about the parents who actually do have a hand in corrupting the nature of their kids through ignorance or intentional will, but I'm just saying, even under most perfect circumstances, nothing is ever going to replace free will. It's something that literally God gave to us. The reason why we even develop boundaries and safety nets and discipline is because humans don't naturally have it. We have a wild consciousness that has to actually be informed by information, that has to be informed by boundary. And even when that is the case, we still hop the fence because we have the free will to do so, even when the proper walls have been resurrected in our minds. We still have the free will to unlock the gate and go outside of those perimeters, That's why I had mentioned that a lot of young people live double lives, because nothing is going to trump free will. And so this narrative can also be very injurious to parents who take a non-hands-on approach and take a non-violent approach, who are heartbroken right now, looking at the lives of their children who are on drugs or who have been lost to the streets, thinking that I did something wrong. I did something wrong, when you didn't do anything wrong, baby. It's just that no matter what you did do, no matter how ideal and how much you curved doing it, how your parents did it, your parents beat you, so you decided not to beat them. Your parents didn't allow for transparency, so you made sure transparency was a part of your household. Your parents were You curved every toxic trait that you knew how to, did what you had to do, because, baby, your child has independent will. God gave them that. God gave them that. And so all parents can do, to y'all's point, is make sure that I'm clear on my end. Like, to make sure that you're clear on your end as a parent, that you've done the work to make sure that whatever is the end result for your children doesn't trace back to you. But you also being clear and righteous as a parent and loving also does not absolve or immune your child to living a defective life and living a life of corruption. And all those things can exist, but we cannot ignore the fact that young people have an independent will, and that will ultimately gets to make the decision in terms of what becomes their reality, irregardless of whether they're born with a silver spoon in their mouth, irregardless of whether you got them in counseling, irregardless of whether you got a male figure in their life, irregardless of whether it's a two-parent household, irregardless of a non-physical disciplinary approach, etc., that none of these outcomes have in and of themselves created the destiny of the child. But I do agree that being clear and healthy as a parent and doing all the things that we said, it gives the child more positive reinforcement that we can only hope leads to healthy, functional adulting and sound decisions, etc., but that no amount of love can do it for the child. The child just still is going to be their own person. They're going to have their own experiences. They're going to be impacted by other narratives and ideas and philosophies and stimulations outside of the household. Most parents in this capitalistic system don't have 48-hour coverage or custody of their kids. Kids are going to be introduced to other things. They're going to have their own experience of their hormones, of their bodies. They are going to develop impulses for things. It's just all type of nuances in all of that. But I too are praying.
Oh, I got a question for you. How were you close to your mom? Like, do you feel like she protected you with everything in her?
Oh, I believe it was her intent to. Yes, I believe it was her intent. Yes.
No, my mom didn't protect me because she would protect me. She would protect herself and would have left sooner than she did. She didn't like the way that felt when he took her leg and twisted around her neck. She didn't like the way that felt when he was punching her, giving her black eyes and big lips. And then he started tying us to chairs and beating us with extension cords. She didn't like that, but she stayed.
Even though I had issues with my mom and my dad and my stepfather, and there was obviously things that they did wrong. I cannot say that harming me was intentional ever, even if the impact was still injurious. I don't believe anything was ever intentional.
I can give you a good example. I can give you a good example, Conscious. My mom divorced my father, and she married another man. She brought me in the home, and he started grooming me. Go on my hair, flip my toe, then start filling me up. And then start asking me what's between my legs, can he see? And then stop trying to go places with my mom, stay home so he can touch me. I told my mom, my uncle, my aunties, all of them, in one position, in one place. What happened? They all went to go kill him. Next thing I know, she come to me 2 weeks later saying, baby, I want to let you know he's coming back because I need his money. And I can't live the life I want to live if I don't have him. So I give you permission to cuss him out if you catch him looking at you again. And I told all the adults, all the family, and they all responded the same because guess what? They were touching their kids. And that's why I was talking about the root of the matter starts from the beginning. Their dad was touching them. My granddad molested all his daughters. And that's why I'm saying my mom knew what she was doing because she knew where she came from and she knew what was out there. She's still living. She's 78 years right now. I love her. I would do anything for her. But I listen to her, but I don't absorb what she say. I love her and I would do anything for her. I would break my back for her. I would leave this world to keep her here. But I just want to let you know, people know when they're hurting people. People know when they're around hurting people. It's just they make a choice.
True.
A choice. So what I'm saying is I'm here now helping neighbors, helping children, and helping kids.
I also went through that. I have cousins that don't speak to me because my dad molested them. Just to find out at my grandmother's funeral, she was molesting all of her children, or basically engaging in incest. Yeah.
Cycle.
I have two grandchildren that are gay, and I love them to the bottom of my heart, to the top of my soul, and I tell them every day that they were created by God, and God don't make no mistakes. So if you don't understand why people are the way they are, you just keep on reading the Bible. You'll figure it out because you're not perfect either.
Prayer, I just, like I said, I salute to not just the women, but us as men and everybody that's strong, that's able to like talk about, because a lot of things that not just you are saying, like people on the panel, even people in the chat, if you read it, like you just hear some of the things that people are saying, it's just like so traumatizing and so hurtful, man. Like, and my heart really goes out. But for people to be able to explain these kinds of things and vocalize them, and to have some sort of you know, balance within themselves today, because some things could put you all the way left field. All right, you know what I'm saying? So to have some kind of balance still is like a testimony of whatever you believe in, whether it's God, whether you believe in the ancestors, whatever, because everybody believes in something different. But as long as you believe in yourself, like, I really appreciate that. But there's somebody asked a question in the chat. They said, "Do you have the kids around your mother, around your mom?"
Can I tell you something?
I don't have my
That's a
children
really
around
good
my mother.
question too. And MC
For
and MC.
years, I'm sorry, for years, I never stopped my kids from being around my mom. But guess what? I was that eagle watching. I was sitting right there watching every move, every move she made, everything that happened, everything that came out of her mouth. I had to regurgitate it out of my kids' mouth and put in the words that I felt though was edifying and lifting them up and empowering them. See, that don't stop you from being bad around bad people. She still smoked, she still drank, she still did her thing, you know, and stuff. And she still had that same stepfather that molested me.
Right. And also, to your point, community, what I read also, they had to make laws in every 50 state because of the way man-made society is set up. Men see women like wives and daughters as property, and it got so bad that incest ran rapid among U.S. culture, and they had to create federal laws about men raping their daughters in all 50 states.
Yeah, man. Yeah, because and those things are put in position by those same, whether you want to call them the mayonnaise community of same people. They want to get away with a lot of these same things,
So
but then
now they're
charge people for.
indoctrinating black men into the same behavior.
Yeah, exactly. That's how come we got to call it out. That's why, as a people, we got to be calling these things out, because you know I did a lot of videos on a lot of these things, man. The touching of the children, the touching of all these things, people caping
And my father only hung out with white men.
And capping for these types of activities. Like, I've done a lot of streams on these types of stuff. I haven't streamed in like some months, but I'm about to get back to it. But you know, a lot of streams like this where we got to start to vocalize, we got to start to break the chains of these things. We got to start to call these things out. I even did streams on like autistic kids and people with and children of people with inabilities, right? And how, because remember, some people are nonverbal, they're on the spectrum. Let's say you're nonverbal. How does that child that's being touched by a guardian of whoever, how do they vocalize that they're being hurt when people that is grown right now still up to this day finding out a way to get out what they've been through today? You see what I'm saying? And a lot of times these abuses that happen, they happen by guardians, they happen within the daytime, and it's like statistics on these different kinds of things. So we got to be very mindful, very careful of who we have our children around, and just making sure that we just not bringing people around just because we falling in love or we like somebody. We got to really be doing our background checks. We got to be doing our vetting. We got to make sure that we are not the one that's really being the predator and hurting our child by allowing some other people to hurt our children, man. We got to be very careful, y'all, because this is real. It's a real thing.
This spending the night at someone's house, you have just opened up the door for the devil to destroy your child. And family members thinking we can trust other family members, that is a lie from the pit of hell.
Nah, man, can't trust nobody, man. Can't trust
Most of our kids
nobody.
get touched by family members or in the church.
Can't trust nobody.
Hold on, I don't want to have a fear mongering.
No, I'm talking about protecting.
Dialogue either. No, because I get a protecting, but protecting doesn't necessarily come at the cost of having complete distrust in the public or complete distrust in family. Because I had an awesome upbringing in childhood. I think one of the things that makes me such a healthy adult is the fact that like I was allowed to have a full childhood. Like we had nightcaps. We spent the night with our grandparents and our cousins. Those were some of the best memories that we had. I've never been sexually abused. My brother's never been sexually abused.
The best touching kin cousins I ever had in my life. Kissing cousins. When parents looking behind the corners, rubbing each other, grinding on each other, getting our first sexual experience with cousins because parents trusting. And I thank God for your family, your ministry. I thank God for what God is doing in your life and what you're doing here on this panel.
A lot of those things too, though, like they're not always connected to abuse. And this is the issue with like this romanticizing of children, because we actually strip children away of their natural humanity. Children have curiosities, and just like babies have, like they learn about their environment through touch and taste. That's why they put their foot in their mouth, their finger in their mouth, they eat the carpet, because this is how they learn and get accustomed and familiarize themselves with their environment. This also happens as it relates to our anatomy. Like children don't make the discrepancy between their cousins and a non-related kid, but children still have curiosities about their bodies. They explore each other's bodies as to inform themselves about their own, or to inform themselves about an opposite body. The girl of the female body. That female body may belong to the cousin, but these things are like a product of just what it just comes through, like natural development and being a developing consciousness. Everything that children do, even though like everything that children do is not necessarily also driven by abuse. It's just driven by human nature. Like human nature is a thing. Human nature is a reality. But I don't know how safe it is or how productive it even is to also suggest to talk about these things in a way that also strips trust away from community. I do think we need to actually parent, and we need to actually do our jobs as parents, and we need to take that seriously, and we need to operate within integrity, and we need to be more observant of the relatives and of our family members and of our neighbors, and we need to make more informed decisions.
Yeah.
But we also but that life cannot be lived from a place of trauma and fear based, even traumatizing as well. You cannot raise people, because my grandmother tried to do that, and that's why some of my relatives turned out buck wild, because all fear was a part of their growing up and their adolescence and being kept away from this and kept away from that. And of course, as soon as people get free, people are going to go ballistic because you sheltered them, you over parented, you over policed, and so they're like, so all of this is a part of like doing the work before we have
Conscious. I call a lot of sexual rape and incest and stuff. I'm sorry for saying certain words on here.
Great. Say great.
I found just spending the night at my cousin's house, saw their daddy drag them out the bed and them begging him to leave them alone, and didn't know what he was doing. And then when they come to my house and wonder, now I know why they was doing me like that. Or I saw so much waking up one night, 13 years old, my uncle laying naked in the bed next to me when he's supposed to be at the club with my parents, but he left the clubs because he know the kids are home alone, so then he knew how to get in the house because he left a way in. And I told all of them again, I'm just telling you through this, I have too much life experience, life knowledge, examples I can tell you one by one, and that's why I'm in the business of saving and helping and being an eagle.
I understand that about
I see what you're saying.
I'm just saying that that's not everybody's experience, and that
but I'm gonna watch.
That even that experience still has to be all pain has to be resolved. All trauma has to be resolved, even our own personal experiences. But like, just like you are saying, all of that was a part of your upbringing and everything. All of that was not a part of my upbringing. That was not my experience of family. That was not my experience of my cousins. That was not my experience of my own family, etc. All of our experiences are very different. But where there is pain, there definitely needs to be healing.
Some healing.
And if there have been people that have perpetrated hurt and harm, and you are aware of that, it's completely logical to protect yourself.
So I just tell stuff. That's what heals me. If I see somebody doing to a child, abusing them, whatever, misusing them or touching them, I'm just gonna support the child and tell.
Yeah. But look, even to make a point, what even Jay Lethal said, I know a lot of people is going against some things that Jay Lethal is saying. We all gonna have our opinions on stuff, but this is about us coming together and speaking, and this is how we begin to help each other.
Right.
And like a village, it take a village to raise a child, and it take a village to raise any one of us right back up right now. So when we begin to start speaking, we begin to start understanding and learning from each other. You know what I mean? But just to a point that Jay Lethal said, right? When he said, you know, I was talking to my son and I was telling my son, like, listen, this is your penis, and trying to explain certain things to his son, where other people and parties involved wanted to say he was wrong for this, right? So these are things that the communication is very key, right? So like, even like when you deal with like children, like with inabilities and like autism and different things like that, they need help to go to the bathroom. They need help to do so many things. So there's like a borderline of how do they understand that they're being touched in a wrong way if they don't understand, because they need help with everything that they're doing. So even in that, they say, you know, explaining, you know, body parts, explaining, listen, this is your things, and explaining certain kind of things to our kids so you can understand and see what a difference is of a wrong or a right touch, possibly. You know what I mean? Because it's a fine line between it. And it's sometimes hard to differentiate between the two of, you know what I mean, if someone's helping you or someone's trying to help themselves. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? We have to keep that consciousness and awareness, and really be talking to our children and explaining different things, you know what I mean, to our children.
Amen.
Yeah, because there's a lot of parents who don't even want to have the birds and the bees conversation because, oh, well, you know, sex shouldn't even be on a child's mind. Look, are you dealing with a human being who has a human nature? Or are you dealing with what you want a child to be? Because your fantasy of children and the reality of the fact that this is a human being with an anatomy. They have biological and chemical responses, etc., and no amount of re-narrating that and re-fantasizing that denounces or in any way makes that what it is. Like, this is a human being. You need to be able to have the uncomfortable conversations. You need to be able to talk to your child about bodies, about sex, about agency, about all these things that we've been raised to not introduce because it ain't what children should be doing anyway. That's the excuse, is why talk to my child about something that shouldn't be. This is a human being. This is a biological entity. You know, they have the capability and the capacity, and so always giving the information and doing the proper parenting and making the proper observations. All of that shit is necessary. And yeah, we got to do the work. We got to love ourselves, as people have said on the past. It starts with us as the adults. We need to clear the shit up in ourselves, definitely, before we introduce children into our lives. But as Black and brown people, unfortunately, we can do the work individually, but we also still have to be mindful of the fact that we live in a system that is against us. And this criminal justice system, this judicial system, does not have the best interest of Black and brown people in mind. So we can't do what our mayonnaise counterparts can. We don't have the privilege and the power to do so. We're going to be put under a heavier microscope. We're going to be overly policed. We're going to be overly punished. We're going to be overly condemned. Like, there's a lot of things that make existence as a Black and brown person in this country very, very heavy and almost overwhelming, because there's like too much opposition and not enough space to just be and to be free. And we just have our work cut out. I do think to one community's point, like, we gotta start, like, we gotta keep unpacking this, keep having these conversations. There's obviously some things are not going to have a right or wrong to them. It's just a matter of preference and anecdotal experience, and we're gonna have to agree to disagree on some things. But we need to continue to create spaces where we can talk, where we can share, where we can tell our experiences, and just keep putting those experiences and that information and that truth on the table, and continue to work toward community and transparency, and have healthy debates about how to go about living and how to go about existing, and dealing with parenting, dealing with self, dealing with sexuality, dealing with spirituality as Black and brown people. But this was a 10-hour exchange and meeting.
Wow.
Been here 9 hours, 23 minutes, and 19 seconds.
Celebration.
Hey. So
Jay
remember when you was talking about kids having an oral? This developer is a mayonnaise guy. His name is Eric Erison. He has a development perspective for children. It's called oral and anal fixation, and he talks about what you were referring to earlier of how children have a natural gravitation towards their mouth and their genitals because it's a part of their communication and development that we don't understand because like we missed a lot of our development under oppression. So I wanted to acknowledge that. And when the lady also mentioned the reason why I like the things that you were saying wasn't a lot of people's experience, what motivated me was what I went through with my father and having cousins that I'm close to that had to lose their virginity to siblings that were older than them and going through development issues, but didn't have girls around and took it out on them when the crack era hit. And then everybody forgive their siblings. They actually okay, this is a reason for me mentioning that, Conscious, because a lot of these same cousins are angry with me for speaking out because they feel it's more important to protect their brothers and they understand what happened and they forgive, and everybody basically went back to normal, whatever that is. And for me, I had more questions than to normalize a violation. And then now I kind of get what male worship is. That's why I said I'm learning a lot coming on this panel, the terminology and why it fits certain behavior and that certain things become a pattern. So it's like a lot of things we're not even talking about these days. A lot of girls that actually they won't even talk about it. So then it's like you wonder who you're dealing with. I know how bad this gets. So I know who, when I interact, especially with Black women, what I'm getting. That's why you don't see me really lash out, especially when you hear religious women like just snap at me constantly. It's like I overstand how this programming works. And unfortunately, it's like it's going to always be a trust issue for a lot of us, especially the more educated we get on how oppression works and what like systematic programming abuse looks like, because it's always fallen on the female children of the community, of the poorest people.
Boys too. It happened to boys too. I seen that too.
Definitely, but that's not what we're doing right now. That's what we're saying about mammying. I was saying a particular point of the weak and the most vulnerable. At some point, these boys still get to grow up and participate in a patriarchy. Like I said earlier, I got blamed for being preyed upon by a 28-year-old.
Yeah, there's a
the
quote.
girls in my family understood the assignment not to even speak on it because they wasn't going to get support anyway. It's better to just have your brothers and be,
Yeah, they said
I misunderstood the assignment. I opened my mouth and here I am.
Yeah, what they said.
Bless your heart.
A black girl is not safe in a house full of men. Something
That
like
part.
that. You remember? Someone said that. I think it was like in a song or it was a quote.
Yeah.
It's very scary though. It's very scary. It happens to children in general. Period.
Yeah, I've seen it in my own family.
Yeah, but see what I mean? It's very
the older generation, what I can say about the older generation, they did break. They obviously, like, they still weren't perfect, but they did break a lot of generational curses when it came to like, having us. But what they went through, because like life was better and we didn't go through certain things. And like all my cousins, like we avoided certain things because of things that actually happened to them. And that's what I meant when I was talking to Jay Lethal or somebody when I was saying that. Oh yeah, when I was saying about talking to Jay Lethal and saying that whether we have outward representation or not, all we have to do to be better people is just look at our own painful experiences and use that as a way to inform us about who we should be by not being what other people were and by not doing what other people did to us. Because my parents, like I said, they weren't perfect, but largely a lot of shit that they grew up with and what they went through with their parents. My childhood was better because they used their own experiences to give us a better childhood, to give us a better version of parenting than what their parents gave to them. And then obviously, like, we will attempt to carry that torch and use where our parents did fail us at and refine the system more and more and more. And each generation will
breaking the generational curse.
Each generation will wrinkle out the wrinkles of the previous generation who trying to do it better and better and better and better as the line continues on. But just use your own experiences and it'll teach you a lot about who not to be.
Yeah, we have
I'm sorry.
Bad guys and villains in your own experience to to cultivate your version of a hero. Like, I'm not going to be my daddy, not going to be my mama,
Amen.
not going to be my siblings, I'm not going to be my grandmama, I'm not going to be my auntie. Like, use all of those painful experiences to inform your own sense of a higher self.
Yeah, a lot of us have years of traumas. Even our trauma goes back hundreds of years. There's a lot of traumas. A lot of us got that Stockholm, think that we don't got that Stockholm type of syndrome, but you know what I mean? Sometimes the person that's hurting the people, we don't want to see them hurt. We don't want to see them in jail. We don't want to see their ass locked away somewhere where they supposed to be. Feel me? All of that pedophilia, all of these types of things is a sickness in the mind. And a lot of these things would never, ever change. Then people could go to jail. Then people could do this and that. It's a sickness in their brain. And that's how come we need to be calling these things out, bringing the awareness, all right, and understanding something else, man. If the children really are the future, then guess what, man? Some of these people, these predators, don't need no future. They need to get
They
their
don't need it.
That's why I miss the black men like my uncles. My mother's brothers didn't play about people like that. That's why the women hid these things. It was weird. So I understood what Jay Lethal was saying about women needing to have accountability. My uncles would take you on a dirt road down a long trip and you're not coming back. They made sure plenty of pedophiles got missing. Nobody's calling police on you. They were the police. And everybody understood the assignment. So it's like now these men are actually getting street cred, or they're getting praised for being like this. It's like there are no more men that speak on this. There are no more men that are protecting girls. The only men I trust around my daughters is my mom's brothers, because they're the only men I've seen not prey on little children.
Yeah.
Salute to them. Salute to them for being real men, stand up, and because that's the type of stuff we need in our communities.
So I've seen men, you know, it's just not in my generation.
I don't put this. I don't put this on nobody else. But
Look at how patriarchy stands behind R. Kelly, and they are rather double down on the girls.
Truth.
Oh, they wanted us. Oh, they knew what they were getting into. Like, look at how they make excuses for R. Kelly using that male privilege and his celebrity in order to prey upon women who also then internalize patriarchy, especially in the context of celebrity and wealth, etc., and completely take advantage of that. But how patriarchy will rather it be these young women's
fault
rather than Kelly's.
They did that
you,
with Brother
Conscious.
Polite
Thank
too.
you,
They
Conscious.
did that with Brother Polite too, with Brother Polite victim. That was his girlfriend at the time, and they was blaming the woman. I was doing streams on at the time. They was blaming the girl. It's her fault and all of that. Even though after possibly she let this guy to be around her, that let her child to be hurt. But guess what? When the time came, when her child came back to that hotel room in Miami, you know what she did? She said, "Nah, I'm going to report this. Yo, he supposed to be stopping her, trying to hold her back." You know what she did? She went to the hospital. You know what the doctor told that woman? He said, "Look, you lucky you brought your child here, but your child done injustice something right now, and your child probably been dead right now." So the same way how she probably fell victim to her own love and her loyalty and had that man around her or her child, guess what? She spoke out against that man, and is the reason why that man was arrested. Is the reason why we started streams on that. So, and then people was attacking her. So, you know what I mean? We got to start to understand that, bring the awareness. When we start to understand, we got to stop attacking the victims. We got to stop attacking
Consciouztv is bringing the awareness to all kinds of situations and circumstances, and I want us to support him by giving him a cash app, something, because he has made my load light. He has made me feel better on so many days that I watched you without even speaking. I just stood in the bushes, just watching, listening, and God is using you. God is using you. He's working on you. He's working through you. And no matter what nobody say, you should be praised. You should be honored. And we should do that. Just giving a cash up. I don't care if it's $1, 10 cents, just something.
Yeah, salute Conscious for real.
Thank you for that.
Thank you so very much. My cash app is R Logic with 2 C's 98. Thank you.
Okay, you too. I see you. And I love all of y'all. I really do. I hear all of y'all.
Praying to you. I appreciate that. And I was gonna say something. Oh, I was gonna say to you, no, thank you for using your experiences as well to lead a call, like to I'm getting tired. Using your experiences as a way to really emphasize and double down on the wrong and the poison and the corruption you see, and the willingness to call it out and stand against it even if you see it in the people who are the closest to you, like your own relatives, something that doesn't happen a lot, because I know in my family, as it relates to the generation above me, my uncles and aunties, that unfortunately a lot of people who perpetuated sexual violence against each other, there was no justice. These people still get hugs and kisses. These people still have access to the family.
Yep.
These people still have access to the Thanksgiving dinner table and the 4th of July table, and there's still zero conversation. There's a elephant that nobody talks about in the room, and everybody practices the sucking place psychology. And you know, it's kind of like a glamorous trauma, like when we pack on the makeup to the ugly, like and it's very interesting. It's very interesting, like how we just as Black people cope with trauma and exist in trauma and navigate trauma in this system, and the way we improvise with our trauma. And some of it is just like love at work, and just this ability, this kind of divine ability to just hit the reset button and to let even the greatest atrocities go. But some of it is also just like denial and toxic and fear. And that's why we got to break the chain of like sweeping everything under the rug as a community, and really keep the conversations honest and talk about the ugly part of the family, talk about the ugly part of our experiences, and give our children voice, give our young people voice, encourage them to have a voice, encourage them to even use that voice against us, like contest me, honey. Like, I think that raising strong young people starts with allowing them also to challenge not our authority, but to just challenge us in nature, because you can't tell them that you are off limits, but they can check. Because if you are off limits, and because a lot of reasons why children don't really report the abuse of the babysitter and the teacher and the principal and the guidance school counselor is because checking authority doesn't start at home, because most parents are too full of themselves and egoic to even allow their children to flex their independence and their ability to discern right and wrong, and to call out hypocrisy on them. I believe all that shit starts at home. It starts at home. If you allow your kids to call your ass to the stand, and you have the humility as a parent to say, you know what, you're right, instead of doubling down on the fact that the child needs to stay in the goddamn child's place, then how do you expect the child to utilize their voice when any other authority is taking advantage of them? It has to start with them being able to call out the bullshit and the way you weaponize your authority. What you don't, because everybody has said what's demonstrated, right? What's demonstrated to the child is what the child is going to mirror back. So if we actually get into the practice of raising leaders, allowing our kids to stand corrected, give them their roses when they are corrected, rather than getting our own egos. I think that, and teaching transparency, having open door policies, teaching them about their bodies, educating them about the diversity of the world. Like, look, I'm introducing you to Jesus, and you love Jesus, but also people serve other religions, and or people are of other orientations, or just teach them about the world. Like, give them access to all of that. These kids are smarter than we think. These kids can hold their own as well. They just need the information, they need the cultivation, and that'll help them a lot on their journey. My parents didn't have a lot of conversations that they could have had with me. And like, even to Miss Nico's point, I wanted to ask you, Nico, what had made you ask me about my mama. I think you asked me something about like resentment, or if I.
Oh, when I asked you if you felt like she did everything she could to protect you, because there's an energy, and I think that's where Black Girl Magic comes from. And I used to talk about this in one of my Facebook chat with a group of men, because even though there's like this gender war going, most men agree that when a mom, like the way that you speak in regards to your mom, those type of Black women come with a magic, and that's what's being harvested in mayonnaise society if we're looking at the spirituality of it. And it's like I came from women who didn't read or write. My grandmother wasn't allowed to go to school. My uncles didn't read or write, and he actually sold enough dope. He was a $1 million dusty, right? And he took a lot of the assets, and he did 27 years. He paid his debt to society, and now he flip houses and he sell watermelons. One of my uncles died in jail. The other one, he just sits at home under his wife that is a pastor. So it's like, but I noticed the way that my grandmother, even though she calls herself a drunkard, she like had this protection, and she had this bond with her kids that she got from her mom. And it was a pattern being passed down that I'm actually documenting. And then it's like, I'm noticing, like, I think we notice as we trade, what we're not paying attention to is most society that's undeveloped, or what they're calling third world, are all matriarchal societies. And as you become more into this technology age of Western culture, it is built off of patriarchy. And that's never the way life has been, because I don't know why nature designed it that way. Who cares? And then it's like when you watch the women that came before us 2, 3, 4 generations back, the men around them, and what mayonnaise society is making political is the fact that we support our men a certain way. They're calling it masculine. They're saying that it's not practicing hypergamy, that's why we're economically suffering. When we can see why they position the way that we unify. We mold our men to do what's needed in our community. Now we're not being heard. We mold our children to have a certain expectation and behavior. They even acknowledge the fact that in a certain point of our culture, you could not get adolescent children to disobey their moms. But now, because Black women are listening to somebody else other than the women that actually understood the formula better than church women, and not letting wealth or education, that's why men have an argument there as far as saying a degree don't make you a mom, or it's not helping us, because it's not helping us. We're losing a lot of our instinctual motherhood by getting these Western educations. My grandmother could not read or write, and she raised children like a pro. She does not spank them. They're potty trained on their first birthday. By the time they're 15 months old, she has a system that is tried and true. Her, my aunts, like all of them. So, and then it's like I was invited to go to Connecticut to do this program with some urban development when I want to do this with us for free. And I'm noticing like it looks like foreign alien work to us in the new generation, because we don't understand what's happening. And the reason why I ask that question is because women who genuinely love their children understand their children. Men who really love their children understand their children. Even if you don't like what they're developing into, you understand them and you work with them. It's just a bond, and it's in the blood.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this question then, because this is how because when I was like in my early 20s, and I realized like what I didn't get, I was very resentful toward my mama. But because I was resentful towards her, but I ended up being able to get past that, because I realized that while the love was perfect, the person loving me wasn't. Meaning that, for instance, my mom nor my stepfather or my biological father, they didn't have anything in their world to prepare them for a child like me, a child that had the capacity to experience God outside of like the Christian narrative that was given to me. They had no information about how to support and be there for a queer child, because they were informed in a certain way about what was the truth spiritually and what was the truth in orientation and all of this shit. And all of these things created a lot of like emotional catastrophe for me growing up, because I just didn't have a space, and I didn't have a voice, and I did not have autonomy. and it was just about doubling down on the way they think I should go based upon what they think the truth is and right and wrong is. And that injured me in a lot of ways, and ended up suffering from a lot of like deep depression, suffering from suicidal ideation, doing that toxic femininity thing, just because I was also empathic and introverted. And so just keeping it all in and then taking it out on myself, and it like collapsed my mental health at a lot of times throughout my teenage years and all of that. So I was able to look back on my parents and actually have compassion towards them. That's what allowed me to like release like my frustration, because I realized it's not that my parents intended to hurt me, but like they didn't know better, therefore they couldn't do better. They didn't have the information. They didn't have and even though I'm telling them that they're hurting me, like we were saying about kids, they're really more so out to impress the outward world more so than the parents they see every day, because they have more access to the outward world, etc. There's more pressure to be, and this is a lot of things I contribute to that, where our parents are a lot like adult children. They also want to impress. They want to impress the culture. They want to impress the facade. They want to impress the family. They want to impress the church. And so they're also egoically addicted to these things that motivate the way they show up in their parenting. And that comes a lot of times, of course, at the cost of the parent to child relationship and all of that shit. And the children end up fucked up and ignored or controlled and dominated and all this shit. But it was that compassion of just realizing, man, no, my mother and she didn't have anything that could have informed her about how to be there for a queer child. She was raised in the 60s and the 70s. She was raised in a Bible thumping household. I come from a long line of prophetess and deacons and deaconess, and they just had a worldview. It was a different world. They had their own truths, and it wasn't personal. I just realized it wasn't personal. Whatever I didn't get, it wasn't personal. It was them adhering to pressure. It was them adhering to their own parental narcissism. It was them doing what had been modeled to them and giving what they thought was right, no matter how wrong it in fact was, or at least how wrong it was for me. But once again, Black parents, a lot of the Black parenting style is very narcissistic. Children are not allowed to have young Black kids and young Black youth. We're not raised in households where we really even cultivated to have agency. Everything is do what you're told. Everything is do as I say, not as I do. Everything is shut up, I pay the bills. Everything is if you don't like it, you can leave. Everything is, like there's just no that. So, and a lot of Black parents think that that's the way. And because they were raised
telling the truth,
in households where they didn't have a voice, they didn't have space, they didn't have creative right, they didn't have. I know people saying that I'm muted. Hopefully, let me just take this microphone out. So it just wasn't personal. I just realized, like because here is the thing. At some point, because I think compassion can come into space when we also remove these titles that come with these expectations. Yes, our parents are our mothers and our fathers, but they are humans first. They're humans. They're humans. The mom and the father is a role, but these are humans performing these roles. Like my mom was a little girl at one point in time before she was my mom. She was a teenage girl. She's had her own experiences, her own trauma. She was socialized a certain way. She was given somebody else's truth about the world. And so me really looking at her as a woman beyond her being my mother also allowed me to just see her humanity and to have compassion for that humanity. And the same thing for my father. So I hold zero grudge. I don't take it personal. I'm just happy that I made it out. I'm happy that I get to do it differently. I'm happy that I finally found, myself and I found what I needed, and I thank God every fucking day for finding some way to get up in my shit and to help me to get it, regardless of the fact that humans didn't provide it for me, or the people who I thought would provide it for me didn't. Like, I have no idea how the hell I made it out. I still can't tell you how I made it out. So that's how I know it was God. I'm just like,
you went into spirit because they was suppressing you in the physical, and here you are.
I still should be in a sunken place. I still should be. I should be a statistic. I should be in the same predicament mentally, intellectually, spiritually, emotionally that a lot of other black men are, and a lot of other black gay men are, a lot of other cis men are. That's the fact that I can't even pinpoint how I made it off the plantation, and obviously still working, to further and further and further my distance from the plantation. I know that it literally had to fucking
God is using,
and I'm grateful every fucking day for it. So as it relates to that question, Amico, I believe absolutely my parents, their intentions were completely loving, but their way just wasn't the truth. But they didn't know that, and that's why I can forgive them. They didn't know it.
And it made you who you are today, and I love you for that.
What helped me empathize with my mom, like I said, my grandma has stage 4 cancer. She's 90. She's going to pass. And, my mom has this thing, we call arrested development. She's 67. And then the whole time I was down south, she just kept crying. And everything that my grandmother would say to her, and she's also running away my grandmother's friends. My grandmother had her own house, and now she had to move in with my mom, who nobody likes to live with because she's miserable spiritually. And so my grandmother said to me, I can't die in peace here. Like, she won't let her eat in her room. She won't let her she makes her take a bath every single day. Like, she treats her like a kid. Anyway, so whatever she said to my mom was hyperventilating and having anxiety attacks. She's crying. And my grandmother doesn't read or write, never really left Orangeburg. And she said, I don't know what's wrong with you. That's something you should have fixed in childhood. I never did anything to you. Straight psychology. Because she recognized spiritually that behavior was off. And she said, I know you're scared I'm going to die, but you need to get yourself together and grow up. And then it made me realize, my mom, and then my grandmother has never seen my mom be so rude and nasty to people, but she abused us verbally growing up. She pulled a knife on me. She did some of the most egregious things. And then it's but she wouldn't physically get at us because my father would beat her up or one of my uncles would say something, but she tortured us psychologically and verbally. And now she's doing it to my grandmother on her deathbed. So everybody gets to see what we kind of had to experience because none of my siblings go around. I was the only one that still try to go home and have that, level of respect. And then when she started, she called me a demon and some other ungodly Christian words, and I just got out of there. And I just came back home and I just separated myself because it's when she's upset or when she's scared, she lashes out in the worst way at the people around her. She don't care who it is.
I think she has a mental disorder she don't even know about.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of parents have that. And it works out in anger and
I
frustration.
felt so sorry for her when I saw that. I was like, wow. She it's not personal.
What it is, you're seeing the ending of it, almost of it.
Yeah, my uncle's wife was like, oh, she's getting all that what she gave to you spiritually. She's going to suffer when her mom died. And they were laughing. I felt concerned because my mom's tough. And she's a Gemini. So it's she always kept a certain, oh man, there's no getting through to her. So to see her cry and break down like that was different.
So it's some things in life that in us that are not good and it's evil. And some of us let it manifest in our action and our outward selves. And some of us, we keep it inside and it become stress, depression, oppression, all kinds of things, and sickness and diseases. But if you can just, like what you're doing right now, you're talking it out with some friends, some people who love you and care for you, and you're going to get better and better, and you're not going to, you're going to destroy the generational curse that has been upon your mom. And you're going to be the best mom of your life. And you're going to remember this day when Conscious kept talking to you and talking to you and talking to you. And it's going to show you that you are better than how you was, as they say, bred.
And she already.
Oh, so a big part of her issue is my grandmother's best friend. Her name was Essie. She came to New York. She became a cop, retired, came back. She noticed my mom. Everybody, I call it glitching. They all noticed that something was wrong. So my grandmother's best friend took me under her wing. Like she basically made my first typewriter, showed me how to bake cakes. Like just she made me who I am. Genuinely, bought my clothes, poured into me every single day, every weekend. My mom was always in a juke joint. She never stayed home. If it wasn't my grandmother that had us, it was her best friend. And then at some point, my Aunt Essie, that's what I call her, she only individually focused on me because my sister got pregnant at 15 and my brother started doing whatever. So we had the best relationship since I've been 9. My father's a pedophile, but he was always educated and he pushed like a lot of resources on us. So I had gotten blessed to not have to deal with her in certain ways. And I think that always like made her bitter towards me and my brother in particular. Because like at 16, we had to go to New York and she didn't have access to her. She lost custody of us. And then from there, it was like everything was blamed on us. Everything was blamed on my dad, even though like we would go back around. So it was just like we try to deal with both sides of like trauma and just, have that normalcy of relationship. But then you see them psychologically being like that. And then my godmother talked me through most of these things. And she just died on December 17, 2021. So I have to like dig real deep. And I think that's when I called you conscious because I said I think I astral projected because she passed something to me. And when you were saying you knew when your mother passed, like it's something that we can prove scientifically. Like it's dope. That's why I asked you particular questions. And then it's like, so Aunt Essie gave me everything I needed, all the tools. And this is why our community is so important and why the patriarchy wants to tear it up. And it's like when women saw that my mom wasn't up to par, they still checked us and we had to listen. So it was like we didn't really miss too much. We just like didn't understand why we didn't have the same mom as everybody else.
Well, I got pregnant at 15 to free myself from all that abuse. And
I think that's why a lot of us learn, like we say, to sweep it under. But actually, with my cousins, the ones that didn't acknowledge what happened, they have drug problems.
Well, I am still married after 45 years to the same man that got me pregnant.
Nice.
It worked out. Just want to say it worked out.
That ain't my story.
It's my story, and all the grown-ups wouldn't let me be around their kids. They said I had a disease, and they was their husbands touching on me, feeling on me, and I told them all nobody would protect me. But when I chose to protect myself, and that's bad to say that, but to have sex with the man I'm married to right now, 22 years in the military, working right now, police. He's a police at a hospital. He's still protecting people, even when he was in the military, and he protected me. That's all I just want.
God bless him.
Protected me and his kids and his grandkids. But it's good men out there. That's some good.
I know 2 of my cousins are still married to their high school sweetheart, and they're both rape victims of my uncles. And so I noticed a lot of the women that still live down south actually got with certain men that protected them, and those men never left.
I think conscious. I just want to let you know I pray for you for real, for real. I just sent you a cash app. I hope you got it.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I was gonna shout y'all out at the end. Yes, I did get it, and thank you so much. God bless you.
Listen to you because you are ministering life.
Mm-hmm.
All of you are. Like, I open up these panels so that y'all can come and do what y'all do.
You come from you come from a deepness, a depthness that I haven't heard even pastors and preachers preach about. You come from, I ain't never been through this, but let me tell you something how to get through this.
Look, I couldn't do this without y'all.
I love it. What's his name? Damage? What is his name? Your friend next to you, what's his name? Reckless. I love you. And I love the other brother right there too. I love all of y'all, even the brother who's not showing his face. I love him.
Jay Lethal.
Jay Lethal, I love
Appreciate you, sister. I love you too.
You're listening and you're learning, and it's gonna make a difference. And you're gonna hug your son's neck, and you're gonna say, "I'm sorry, son, that I wasn't the father you needed, but I'm the father you want right now because I understand you." And by and by, we're gonna get through this, and I'm gonna see you one day with your kids and my grandkids, and you're gonna be developed and mature because I changed and the way I parent you. I love you, son. I don't know what's going on in your mama house, but I know what's going on over here.
Appreciate you, sister.
And I want to, Nico, I want you to stay strong because it's clear. It's clear that a lot of your hardship is because you are so revolutionary and you push back against the corruption and the sicknesses that exist, and you stand on principle and you stand on righteousness, and that's why you get outcasted and you get shunned and you get from by your family and shit, because I experienced the same shit as a truth teller in my family. People who tell the fucking truth, all that shit to the fucking stand, are the people who get nailed.
I remain unbothered. Yeah, it's fine. And it's like, because I watch what my kids are becoming and I'm proud.
You're proud, exactly. That's how you see the result of all that you have sacrificed is in your kids, in their safety, in their sanity, in their healthiness, and their functionality. That's everything. But for you to take that on is everything. It can almost be traumatic taking on that level of leadership and autonomy, because pioneers and revolutionary and righteous people, they're willing to give up the comfortability in the system that already is, because it's easier to leave the water settled because it's familiar territory and you already know the way through it, and everybody is comfortable in their insanity and everybody is functional in their dysfunctionalness. And so to actually have the gall to shake that table because it's inherently flawed and superficial and rooted in trauma and bigotry and privilege and all this other shit, like to actually stab away at it and to like run for freedom, that shit comes at a cost. And I think a lot of people don't understand how much it costs to run for your freedom. I always say on my platform that freedom is not for the faint of heart. You will give up.
So that's why I wanted to reach out with you in the background, because I don't understand the algorithm of the YouTube space, and I don't want to get sued by family members, but I want to get some things off my chest.
Okay, good. Yes, we still gotta have the we gotta talk. Yes, we gotta talk. So
can I say something, Conscious? Yes. This is something I've been hearing on a lot of content creators. This mayonnaise thing. I can't help that I got mayonnaise in me. My grandmother was raped by a white guy, and that's why. And I have some white people in my family that never hurt me, never done anything wrong to me, never would hurt me, treat me better than the ones I live with. And all I'm just saying, it could be offensive. These names, the mayonnaise people. Because, you know, the mayonnaise people, God made them people. Good, bad, and ugly, and indifferent.
That can be debated, praying.
I'm just saying from my experience. That's all I can talk from my experience. I met good people and bad people. You know, I'm from Mississippi now. Yeah. You know, it's the racist town in the world. I've seen lynchings. And I was there when that little boy was took from his family and killed because a woman said that he did something to her, whatever. But I found some of the same stuff in my own people. And that's why I'm saying hurt people. And I know it was devastating the way they did us.
Still doing us. It's not a deal.
I understand that. But I was just saying I choose to love all people. That's all I'm just saying where I come from.
Yeah, I love, because I know I am not I know that I do not necessarily speak and create a space that off the rip caters to or makes mayonnaise folk feel welcome in this space, even though they really are. But it's just that they're not my priority. They created the world. They have all the resources and they have enough available to have a high self-esteem and to not give a damn and to indulge in their privilege. So I just don't make their ego my priority. And if they're bothered by words and nicknames like mayonnaise, etc., then I hope that those same mayonnaise folk are intelligent and intellectual enough how much more painful the actual system of oppression that their forefathers have created is for Black and brown people, because to prioritize their feelings about a nickname when we're all living in a system that has killed our ancestors and is killing us to this day, economically, spiritually. We have their language, we have their religion, we have their customs. There's no part of our actual identity that we stand in because of being a dominated and a conquered people. So I love all people too, but their ego is just not priority, and the space isn't for them. And I have no interest in necessarily having proximity to whiteness. It's just not my ministry. And honestly, when I also talk about mayonnaise-ness, it's really talking about the system of mayonnaise-ness and not necessarily
okay, I get you.
Yeah, not necessarily individual white people, because as I'm a multiracial man. I come from a mixed race family. I have like literally European cousins. I have Native Americans. We have we have a little bit of everybody in our family, but I'm really referring to the system and not necessarily individual.
Thank you for that understanding.
Yeah, for individual white people, but yeah.
So now I know when I hear it, I'm not hearing that.
Because white people, I mean, because like white people have been revolutionary as well in terms of aiding and abetting and liberation for Black and brown people. We had freedom fighters. We had white men and women who laid down their bodies, laid down their lives, who put their shit, on the line, on human rights, and those white people. And see, when you get like, and those are the white people who actually get it. They get it to a point that they even understand why there's still anger.
my mother's sister was R by a white man and deleted by a white man, and the police wouldn't do nothing. So unless anybody who have a reason to feel some type of way in a negative realm, I understand. I went through this. I went to her funeral. I see her kids grew up broken because they didn't have her. So I'm just gonna let you know. That's why I said Mississippi. I've been through a lot, seen a lot, because of the root, and that goes back from coming from the slave ship to North Carolina, and they brought them to they were sold to white men to Mississippi, and that's how I got my name. My husband got his name from them. I can go home right now and see their plantations, see their houses that they had. I could see the slave homes. My grandmama lived in a dogwood house. It was a slave house. I experienced all that, and that's why I was letting you know that a lot of my family have that mental state of mind of that N word, that cess word. You know what I mean? Women don't have no power, no control. We run you. We do whatever we want to run through you and the kids. Do y'all whatever. Back, my grandfather had kids, so he could put them in the cotton field. He didn't have kids to love them. He had kids so he wouldn't have to work hard. So I'm 58 years old. You should know by now. I'm a little.
That's deep. That's deep.
But I look like that picture though, because God has been good to me.
Amen.
He has sustained me and took care of me through all this. So when you say your presses or things that happened to you or the way you felt as a child, the way your family made you feel, they made me feel the same way. And it's those things that made me who I am today. And that's why I have feelings for people. So when you hear me say stuff like, I try to get a better understanding, not judge no one, but just trying to understand my girlfriend over here in the corner. I love her so much. She needs to get a lot off her heart. Thank you, Consciouztv. You're going to be there for her. A lot of people in the lobby, they wouldn't even get up here on the panel and say a word because they don't know how to put their words together. I came up here shy, scared, didn't want to look crazy, act crazy, sound crazy,
You
but
couldn't even tell, honey. You owned it.
but I said what I said. I had to tell the truth and be honest. And if I tell the truth and be honest, that's gonna help somebody. I don't care if somebody judge me, condemn me, whatever, but somebody gonna get freed from this.
Absolutely.
I agree. I love you too. I love listening to you. I learned a lot listening to you.
You know, I like you can get my telephone number if you want it, girlfriend. And I just let you know that you can help your daughter be a better daughter. That when you want to body slam and drag down the steps and up the street. Because I had those moments with my kids too. But God held me back.
Yeah, she was 8 at that time. She's going to be 17 in October. She actually has a 4.2 grade point average. She's about to do her last year in high school. She made the Dean's honor roll, and she wants to do an HBCU in accounting, and she is still a virgin.
Well, I'm going to tell you, I didn't raise no virgins. I didn't raise no virgins. They had secrets, girls. My daughters had secrets. But I
We're
still love
close.
them through.
We're really
I love
close.
them through that too. I love them because I wasn't a virgin.
I wasn't a virgin, right?
My daughter say, "Mom, how I get to be 15 and you 30?"
Right. I lost my virginity at 14.
So all I'm saying is, I don't expect nothing better out of them than I've done.
Yeah.
So therefore, we can work on it together. That's what
I'm trying, sister. I am trying. I
Well, you know,
swear.
you can learn. You can learn from young people. They can
Definitely.
teach you. They can teach you how to mother, how to be a parent.
They do. They
Ask
actually
them
do.
what they need and what they want, and give it to them.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of teaching, y'all, my eyeballs are shutting.
Okay. Logic. I'm sorry for over talking.
All right, I'm about to cash app you. Love you all. Good night. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Nico, I still have your number, so I'm gonna give you a call. So I'm probably gonna sleep for the rest of this day, but I'm gonna call you when it's out. So I'll take it so that it's me.
All right. Good day.
Salute everybody. Salute Conscious. Reckless.
much,
Everybody in the panel. Salute.
Holding down as a mod and being a dope ass panelist. Like,
Salute. Salute.
Yes.
Brother, I want more cis hetero male presence in these conversations on community. Please.
I'm gonna be more present. I told you now. I'm gonna be more present. I'm gonna pop up more and come and top with y'all.
I need you more present. Thank you, because yes, I need that. But I love you, brother. I'm glad you got Americas. I'm a DM you as well.
Yeah, just holler at me. Salute to everybody in the chat. Salute to everybody. Bless you, sister, on the panel. Reckless, you already know. Salute to all of y'all.
I love all y'all.
All right, bro. Praying to God, thank you so much for your testimony and for your wisdom and for your power and for your strength and your affirmation and your donation. And thank you for supporting this platform. I'm just
the truth.
Happy that y'all are the truth, right? And I get my life because y'all get up here and y'all bare y'all souls and y'all stand in y'all shit and y'all speak y'all truth and y'all add like all of that amazing ingredient and accent to the conversations that I'm opening up. But
iron,
y'all carry it, and so I appreciate you.
Your iron sharpens iron. That's why Reckless is sharp. Iron sharpens iron.
Yes.
Period.
Yes. I'm raising him very well. Very well.
He's so beautiful to me.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna let y'all go so y'all can
Thank you so much, love. That is praying to God, you guys. Wonderful subscribers and supporters. I love these folks. I can't get enough of this. That's why y'all get my nice. Y'all get my nice like this, child. We be here for Jay Lethal ass and turn this into another sun up the
10 hour.
Jay Lethal ass must be in the bed. I love Jay Lethal. Like, I don't care how much me and Jay Lethal disagree. I have a soft spot for Jay Lethal. He really is an incredible human being. I'm also Jay Lethal, if you still are listening, to you and Jasmine's life, first of all, thank you for being honest enough to even share that, because I know that you probably already knew there was going to be a lot of condemnation as it relates to what you opened up about, and the fact that you still opened up about it. I really appreciate you and Jasmine's for being honest about y'all's situation. I know that the critiques and feedback are not always going to be affirming and laced in understanding, and are going to sometimes be immediately judgmental as hell and condemning. But thank you nonetheless, and I hope you and your son are able to work that shit out. I hope that you are able to get the custody that you deserve back with your child, and that you're given an opportunity to do it differently, because you deserve that. You don't deserve to be judged and to have your parental rights stripped from you over a misunderstanding or whatever the hell the courts consider to be wrong. That is your fucking child. Your baby mama did not immaculately fucking conceive on her own. You deserve and have right to your children. And I'm praying for you, brother. And if there's anything that we can do to help reform the system as it relates to custody and CPS and the way that shit is weaponized against Black women and Black men, that's definitely a conversation and legislation and something that we need to entertain, and also use the platform to help push, because I'm with all of that, like effective change, like tangible change in the system. So I'm gonna reach out to you, Jay Lethal, be checking your inbox, bro. Reckless, you did this fucking graveyard shift with me, nigga. We was not expecting to be here this long, but goddamn, we goddamn did it.
I kind of expected when you had Jay Lethal into the chat.
I was like, child. Jay Lethal
One thing. I'm gonna be honest. If he not gonna do anything else, he gonna windmill. I can tell you that much. He is gonna windmill for his life. When I tell you,
I love the flexibility. Like, I love how there are things that we all can agree on, and that we can honestly also disagree with each other. Just like in general, I love that about this platform. I love that about this audience. Like, I love that obviously we challenge the shit out of Jay Lethal and a lot of shit. And then also there can also be compassion for him, and there can also be understanding. Like, I just love the maturity of that. I love the ebb and flow of that maturity. And I love how disagreeing doesn't have to result in the apocalypse either. And how I just love it. I just love, like, I live for all of that. Like, I just live for real practical humanity. And this is humanity. Humanity is, it's not an echo chamber. Humanity is, we all not going to agree. Humanity is, we needs to be able to have healthy unpacking and be honest and hear each other out and be informed and reconsider ways and whatever. We just need all of that, and we just need to keep it all love. And to the chat, child, to y'all who held it down, girl. For those of you who've been here for the whole 10 hours, girl. For those of you who done clocked in late for work, could not put the phone down, child. This whole thing gravitationally kept pulling y'all in, child. Like, shout out to Storm who was here, girl. Like, I gotta hit Storm.
I forgot Storm was here. We'd have been here for so long. Jesus.
So fucking long, right? Like,
I forgot. I forgot Knockout was here.
There is nothing like this. There's nothing else like this on these virtual streets.
Yeah.
This is completely original and unique.
It's bipolar too, because for yesterday, before this live, they was really cussing each other out for filth, like low blows.
It's humanity. It's not bipolar. It's humanity. That's community. That's humanity. All that is a part of what it means to have a society. There's going to be all that. The spectrum of up and down, of anger to love, but it's all surrounded by love, no matter how bad it gets off the rails. Because this is why Knockout has been able to be completely challenged and disagree with on this platform, but then also be loved on and supported in his time of need, because that's literally humanity. Imagine, and like that's unconditionalness. Unconditionalness is just the lack of fear and the creating space where people can show up fully and they don't have to pretend to be likable. They don't have to pretend to be desirable, that they can be true to themselves and we can engage each other without using the shit that go left and using the disagreements as a way to not love each other. Like, I fucking live for what God and spirit has allowed, like, me to create here, and the fact that I got an audience who is like with the shits, and we're doing the hard work. We're actually learning how to really love here too. We're learning how to do that. We're learning how to accept people's personal beliefs. We're learning how to hear people out. We're learning how to dislike people's politics while also giving them a home. We're learning how to truly like be free and and practice these First Amendment rights, because this is what it all means. Like, that's what it is. Like, your right to say it, your right to believe it, but also your willingness to repent, to be informed differently. Like, just creating a space where people can grow in over time, grow slowly but surely. Like, I just love it. I feel like this platform creates something very human. Like, it's very authentic and it's very human, and it drives me and it compels me and it interests me and it makes me keep coming back to participate in this with y'all, because it's something really, really, really fucking human that we're doing here. And it's also divine. It's divine and it's human. And I'm just with it. So I love y'all. All the Conscious Crew members, thank y'all so much. And thank y'all for being here, for better or for worse, for all the humanity of it. for all the shits. We just get into it. I just live for it. But I'm tired. Let me get the fuck up out of here. Shout out to all the panelists. Reckless, I'll call you. Y'all make sure to subscribe to Reckless Logic on YouTube. That's with 2 C's. Also, y'all know that Reckless is still trying to meet his 3K goal because of his circumstance and situation. Reckless, do you want to shout out your stuff?
Okay, so what's going on, y'all? Welcome to the Land of Reckless Logic. Girl, I am tired. Welcome to the Land of Reckless Logic. Please make sure you guys pop that like button, hit the subscribe button, and please, please, please smack the notification bell so do not miss any more posts from me. So just so you guys know, I want to say I do appreciate everybody who has contributed. You guys have really come through. I was able to pay my car note, and I was able to also pay some other bills. But however, I still haven't met my goal. But however, I do want to let you guys know that you guys have helped and have contributed. Now my Cash App is $R-Logic with 2 C's 98. I do have a GoFundMe. Actually, I'm gonna send that link. I'm gonna send that link to Conscious so you can put it in the description box. If you guys ever feel compelled to send, if you feel comfortable sending there, I really do appreciate it. Now, I was gonna get my PayPal, but however, that bad boy just locked on me, so we're not gonna do that.
Okay, so the PayPal is a no-go as of right now.
Yeah, as of right now.
I'm trying to see, do I have your information in this? Hold on. Do I have it in this box here? Oh, I got it. Okay, yeah. So actually, you guys, let me just share my screen real quick. So you guys just refer back to the live that we did titled Reckless Logic Bears Truth, that opens up about his life over the past 2 months. We did this live stream on the 15th of July. If you guys look in the description box of that video, all his information is here. His GoFundMe, his Cash App, disregard the PayPal. He said that that's a no-go. So if you want to contribute, just click the GoFundMe link or Check out this video for those of you who don't know what's been going on with Logic and everything, and this will bring you all the way up to date. And once again, we do want to thank you all who have contributed and who have sent up prayers and have DM Logic with information and have or financially contributed to his plight.
Yes.
It's been amazing, and we are forever grateful and indebted, and once again appreciate you. So we're gonna get out of here, child. I'm probably not gonna be back today. I mean, if I am back today, it'll probably be like tonight, like Friday night, at some point if I am, but I'm definitely going to take my ass to bed. So we'll play it by ear. You guys have a wonderful Friday, a wonderful weekend, and we'll see you soon. I think, Reckless, you got a show planned for today, don't you?
I do have a show planned for today, but however, we've been up all night, so hopefully I'll wake up on time for that bad boy. Cause girl. But however, I do I plan to have it at 10. 10
okay,
tonight.
10 tonight. Or 10 p.m.
10
okay.
Mm-hmm. And so I finally came up with the name, even though it's something I've been using. I just never really actually solidified it on I'm about to say Instagram, on YouTube. I always say it on Bigo, but it's called the Reckless Bureau. So on there, we're gonna talk about a series of events that's been going on in the news, pop culture, all those different types of things. And I'm gonna have this bitch right beside me.
Period, honey. But until then, this bitch is going to have his motherfucking ass in it. Okay. So good morning, good night, you guys. We'll see y'all over on Reckless Logic platform tonight, and we might be back today. But once again, we'll play it by ear. Peace, y'all.